Never, perhaps, says Miss Bardot in the preface to the court and reign of Francis I, did the reign of any European sovereign present so many and such varying phases. A contest for empire, a captive monarch, a female regency, and a religious war, the poisoned bowl and the burning pile alike doing their work of death amid scenes of uncalculating splendor and unbridled dissipation, the atrocities of bigotry and intolerance, blent with the most unblushing licentiousness and the most undisguised profligacy. Such are the materials offered to the student by the times of Francis I. The period thus characterized is that in which the scene of the present romance is laid, and although the plot is mainly concerned with the fortunes of others than subjects of the Roi Chevalier, we are treated to a succession of vivid pictures of life and manners at the French court and in the French capital. The author depicts the king rather as he appeared to the world before what has been called the legend of the Roi Chevalier. That is to say, the long-prevailing idea that Francois I was the most chivalrous monarch who ever sat upon a European throne, had been modified by the independent researches of those who have not feared to go behind the writings of the old and well-tutored chroniclers whose works have formed the basis of most modern histories, chroniclers who seem to have been guided by Cardinal Richelieu's famous remark to an aspiring historian apropos of certain animadversions upon the character of Louis XI, that it is treason to discuss the actions of a king who has been dead only 2 centuries. The result of these researches is thus summed up by Miss Bardot in the same preface. The glorious day of Marignano saw the rising, and that of Pavia the setting, of his fame as a soldier, so true it is that the prowess of the man was shamed by that of the boy. The early and unregretted death of one of his neglected queens, and the heartbroken endurance of the other, contrasted with the unbounded influence of his first favorite and the insolent arrogance of his second, will sufficiently demonstrate his character as a husband. His open and illegal oppression of an overtaxed and suffering people to satisfy the cravings of an extortionate and licentious court will suffice to disclose his value as a monarch, while the reckless indifference with which he falsified his political pledges, abandoned his allies in their extremity in order to further his own interests, and sacrificed the welfare of his kingdom and the safety of his armies to his own puerile vanity, will complete a picture by no means calculated to elicit one regret that his reign was not prolonged. Victor Hugo dared to puncture the legend when, in the play of Le Roi s'amuse, he represented the knightly king as being enticed to a low waterside hovel by the charms of a girl of the street, but even the government of the citizen king, Louis Philippe, could not brook such an attack upon the divinity that doth hedge a king, and, after the first performance in 1832, the strong hand of the censorship was laid upon the play, and 50 years elapsed before it again saw the light upon the stage. The first titular favorite of King Francois, the Comte de Chateaubriand, whose character was in every respect diametrically opposed to that of her successor, was an object of dislike and dread to Louise de Savoy, the king's mother, because of her unbounded influence over Francois. When he returned to France after his captivity in Spain following upon his defeat at Pavia, his passion for Madame de Chateaubriand was found to have increased rather than diminished. In looking about for some means to kill this passion, and in that way put an end to the influence of the favorite, Louise de Savoy was not obliged to go beyond the lovely and licentious circle of her own maids of honor. She found in Anne de Pisseleu, Mademoiselle d'Ahélie, that combination of loveliness, youth, frailty, and forwardness which she required for her purpose, and so arranged her first presentation to the king that the desired effect was produced almost immediately. It was not long before a suitably complaisant husband was found for the new divinity in the person of the Duc d'Étampes, and she had soon entirely supplanted Madame de Chateaubriand, driven her from court, and entered upon a period of queenly power and magnificence, which was to endure with little change or diminution for full 20 years, and until the death of her royal lover and slave in 1547. His excessive passion for the artful favorite blinded him to her vices, says Miss Pardoe. Already had she taught him that her love was to be retained only by an entire devotion, and even while he suffered her to become the arbiter of his own actions, she betrayed him with a recklessness as bold as it was degrading. Nothing, moreover, could satisfy her rapacity, and while distress, which amounted almost to famine, oppressed the lower classes of the citizens, she greedily seized upon every opportunity of enriching herself and aggrandizing her family. The following passage from the same interesting and painstaking work, if compared with the episode in Ascanio of Madame d'Etampes' designs upon Colombes, will serve to illustrate the extreme fidelity to historical truth, even in what may seem to be minor matters, which so amply justifies the title of historical romances, as applied to this and many other of Dumas' works. We pass over, for obvious reasons, the minor influences, each perhaps insignificant in itself, but in the aggregate fearfully mischievous, which were exercised by the fair and frail maids of honor, each, or nearly each, being in her turn the Cynthia of the minute, and more than one of whom owed her temporary favor to the Duchesse d'Etampes herself, whose secret intrigues and undisguised ambition absorbed more of her time than could have been left at her disposal, had she not provided the inconstant but exacting monarch with some new object of interest, and the tact with which she selected these facile beauties. Never upon any occasion did she direct the attention of the king to a woman whose intellect might have secured, after the spell of her beauty had ceased to attract him. The young and the lovely were her victims only when their youth and their loveliness were their sole attractions. She was ever ready to supply her royal lover with a new mistress, but never with a friend, a companion, or a counselor, and then, as she had rightly foreseen, the French Sardanapalus soon became sated by the mere prettiness of his female satellites, and returned to his allegiance to herself, weaned, and more her slave than ever. A curious parallel in this regard may be noted between the course of the Duchesse d'Etampes and the similar one pursued by Madame de Pompadour 2 centuries later to maintain her power over the prematurely aged Louis XV. The policy of this minister in petticoats was embodied in the institution of the famous or infamous Parc aux Cerfs. The request of the Emperor Charles V to be allowed to pass through France on his way to chastise the rebellious people of Ghent and the conflicting emotions to which it gave rise at the French court have been much discussed by historians. It seems to have been the case that the Connétable Anne de Montmorency, then in the prime of life, and whom readers of the two Dianas will remember in his old age as the loser of the Battle of Saint-Laurent and the favored rival of King Henri, too, in the affections of Diane de Poitiers, was the only one of the king's advisers who opposed requiring Charles to give sureties of his peaceable intentions, and to declare in writing that he traversed France only upon sufferance. The constable's advice was adopted, notwithstanding the opposition of Madame d'Etampes, who strongly urged the king to take revenge for his own imprisonment at Madrid by improving the opportunity to inflict the same treatment upon his lifelong rival and adversary. The incident of Triboulet, the jester, and the tablets upon which he inscribed the names of the greatest fools in the world, is historical. The anecdote of the presentation of the diamond ring by the emperor to the favorite is told by Miss Pardoe substantially as by Dumas, but it is rejected by most historians of the time. There is no question, however, that the Duchess was so alarmed by the condition of the king's health, which was prematurely impaired by his dissolute life, and so apprehensive of her own fate when he should be succeeded by the Dauphin Henri, then a willing slave to the charms of her bitter enemy Diane de Poitiers, that she exerted herself to the utmost to win the affection of the young Duc d'Orléans, and to procure some sort of an independent government for him. All her plans in that direction were defeated by that prince's death of the plague in 1545. The dazzling and voluptuous Diane de Poitiers, mistress of 2 kings of France, the beautiful and accomplished, but cruel and treacherous Catherine de Medicis, wife of 1 and mother of 3, are familiar historical characters with whom Dumas has dealt more fully in others of his works. The learned and accomplished author of the Heptameron, Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre and sister of Francois d'Este, of whom we obtain a fleeting glimpse or two, is in many respects the most attractive personality of the time. It is a cause for deep regret, however, that her great affection for her brother did not lead her to exert her undoubted influence over him to a better end. As we pass from the king and his immediate circle to glance for a moment at the other characters with whom and with certain passages in their lives the romance before us is mainly concerned, we venture to quote once more the same author so copiously quoted heretofore. One merit must, however, be conceded to Anne de Pisseleu, and as throughout her whole career we have been unable to trace any other good quality which she possessed, it cannot be passed over in silence. Educated highly for the period, she loved study for its own sake, and afforded protection to men of letters, although it must be admitted that wherever her passions or vanity were brought into play, she abandoned them and their interests without hesitation or scruple. Nevertheless, it is certain that she cooperated, not only willingly, but even zealously, with the king in attracting to the court of France all the distinguished talent of Europe. The favorite's passions and vanity were brought into play in the ease of Benvenuto Cellini, and she certainly abandoned him and his interests without hesitation or scruple. The principal source whence our knowledge of this extraordinary man is drawn is his own autobiography, which has been several times translated into English, most recently by that eminent author and critic, the late John Addington Symonds. The following extracts from the translator's scholarly introduction will serve a useful purpose in that they will show that the picture drawn of him by Dumas is in no sense exaggerated, and that he really possessed the extraordinary characteristics attributed to him in the following pages, and which would seem almost incredible without some confirmatory evidence. A book which the great Goethe thought worthy of translating into German with the pen of Faust and Wilhelm Meister. A book which Auguste Comte placed upon his very limited list for the perusal of reformed humanity is one with which we have the right to be occupied, not once or twice, but over and over again. Joe, no one was less introspective than this child of the Italian Renaissance. No one was less occupied with thoughts about thinking or with the presentation of psychological experience. Vain, ostentatious, self-laudatory, and self-engrossed as Cellini was, he never stopped to analyze himself. The word confessions could not have escaped his lips. A journal in time would have been incomprehensible to his fierce, virile spirit. His autobiography is the record of action and passion, suffering, enjoying, enduring, working with restless activity, hating, loving, hovering from place to place as impulse moves him. The man presents himself dramatically by his deeds and spoken words, never by his ponderings or meditative broodings. In addition to these solid merits, his life, as Horace Walpole put it, is more amusing than any novel. We have a real man to deal with, a man so realistically brought before us that we seem to hear him speak and see him move, a man, moreover, whose eminently characteristic works of art in a great measure still survive among us. Yet the adventures of this potent human actuality will bear comparison with those of Gil Bias, or the Comte de Monte Cristo, or Quentin Durward, or les Trois Musketeers, for their variety and pungent interest. But what was the man himself? It is just this question which I have half promised to answer, implying that, as a translator, I have some special right to speak upon the subject. Well then, I seem to know Cellini first of all as a man possessed by intense, absorbing egotism, violent, arrogant, self-assertive, passionate, conscious of great gifts for art, physical courage, and personal address. I told. To be self-reliant in all circumstances, to scheme and strike if need be, in support of his opinion or his right, to take the law into his own hands for the redress of injury or insult. This appeared to him the simple duty of an honorable man. Dracu. He possessed the temperament of a born artist, blent in almost equal proportions with that of a born bravo. Throughout the whole of his tumultuous career, these two strains contended in his nature for mastery. Upon the verge of 56, when a man's blood has generally cooled, we find that he was released from prison on bail and bound over to keep the peace for a year with some enemy whose life was probably in danger. And when I come to speak about his homicides, it will be obvious that he enjoyed killing live men quite as much as casting bronze statues. Go. Thurs. He consistently poses as an injured man whom malevolent scoundrels and malignant stars conspired to persecute. Nor does he do this with any bad faith. His belief in himself remained firm as adamant, and he candidly conceived that he was under the special providence of a merciful and loving God who appreciated his high and virtuous qualities. Bearing in mind that all the seemingly fabulous anecdotes related of Cellini or put into his own mouth by Dumas are actually told by himself in his autobiography, the conclusions of Mr. Symonds as to the artist's veracity cannot fail to be interesting. Among Cellini's faults I do not reckon either baseness or lying. He was not a rogue, and he meant to be veracious. This contradicts the commonplace and superficial view of his character so flatly that I must support my opinion at some length. Of course, I shall not deny that a fellow endowed with such overweening self-conceit when he comes to write about himself will set down much which cannot be taken entirely on trust. Men of his stamp are certain to exaggerate their own merits, and to pass lightly over things not favorable to the ideal they present. But this is very different from lying, and of calculated mendacity Cellini stands almost universally accused. I believe that view to be mistaken. Passing from general considerations to particular instances of Cellini's alleged falsehoods, the learned translator proceeds to discuss at some length many of the miraculous experiences and remarkable statements of Cellini which are to be found in these volumes. For example, the founding of Florence by an imaginary ancestor of his own, named Fiorino da Cellino, a captain in the army of Julius Caesar, and his claim that he shot the Constable of Bourbon from the ramparts of Rome in 1527, as to which Mr. 27, Symonds says Bourbon had been shot dead in the assault of Rome upon that foggy morning, and Cellini had certainly discharged his arquebuse from the ramparts. If it were possible to put his thoughts about this event into a syllogism, it would run as follows. Somebody shot Bourbon, I shot somebody, being what I am am inclined to think the somebody I shot was Bourbon. It would be a much simpler task to make a list of the fictitious period 1540. Fronto I, King of France. Eleonora, his queen, sister to Charles V the Dauphin, afterwards Henri II. Charles d'Orléans, the king's second son. The Dauphin, Catherine de Medicis. The Emperor, Charles V, the King of Navarre. Margaret de Valois, Queen of Navarre. Annie de Pisseleu, Duchesse d'Etampes, favorite of François de Boissiers. Benvenuto Cellini, a Florentine artist. Ascanio, his pupil. Messer Robert de Stoville, Provost of Paris. Ciolumbe, his daughter. Comte d'Orbec, the king's treasurer. Viti di Marmagné, a suitor for Colombe's hand. the Duke of Medina, Sidonia, ambassador of Charles V, Monsieur de Montbrion, governor of Charles d'Orléans, Constable Anne Montmorency, Chancellor Poit, Cardinal de Tournon, Messer Antoine Lemation, Sio Anton Lemation, Comte La Fay of the French court, Marquis des Press, Melon de Saint, Gellies, Mess de Termes, Henry d'Estienne, Pietro Strozzi, a Florentine refugee, Triballet, the king's jester, Frantois, Rabelais, Clement Marot, Pigolo, Jehan, assistants of Cellini, Simon Le Gaucher, Hermann, Scozon, Cellini's model, Ruperta, servant to Cellini, Dame Perrine, Colombo's governess, Pulcheria, her assistant, Master Jacques, Messieurs d'Esterville's gardener, I.S. Abu, attendant of Madame d'Etampes, Andra, physician to Madame d'Etampes, Jacques Aubry, a student attaching himself to the service of Cellini, Gervais, Peretti Popinot, a grisette, Francesco Primaticcio, a painter, friend to Cellini, Guido, a Florentine physician, Ferranti, Fracasso, bravos employed by Vicomte de Marman, Procope, Maletant, the lieutenant criminal of the Palaised Justice, Marc Boniface Grimaud Ignot, his clerk, Etien Raymond, a prisoner at the Châtelet, a priest at the Châtelet, Pope Clement VII, Master Giorgio, governor of the castle of San Angelo, Monseigneur de Montluc, French ambassador at Rome, Pompeo, a goldsmith at Rome, Raphael del Moro, a Florentine goldsmith, Stefana, his daughter, Gismondo Gaddi, a confrere of del Moro, Francis I visits Benvenuto Cellini. Ascanio, beside himself with joy, fell on his knees. "Your Majesty is losing your ring," said Anne. All the workmen joined in a cry of admiration. Ascanio. I the street in the studio time, 4 o'clock in the afternoon of the 10th day of July in the year of grace 1540. Place, the entrance to the church des Grands Augustins, within the precincts of the university, by the receptacle for holy water near the door. A tall, handsome youth, olive-skinned, with long, waving locks and great black eyes, simply but elegantly clad, his only weapon a little dagger with a hilt of marvelous workmanship, was standing there, and, doubtless from motives of pure piety and humility, had not stirred from the spot throughout the vespers service. With head bowed in an attitude of devout contemplation, he was murmuring beneath his breath, I know not what words, his prayers let us hope, for he spoke so low that none but himself and God could hear what he might say. As the service drew near its close, however, he raised his voice slightly, and they who stood nearest him could hear these half-audible words. How wretchedly these French monks drone out their psalms! Could they not sing more melodiously before her, whose ear should be accustomed to angels' voices? Ah, this is well. The vespers are at an end at last. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu. Grant that I be more fortunate today than on last Sunday, and that she do at least raise her eyes to my face. This last prayer was most artful, in very truth, for if she, to whom it was addressed, should chance to raise her eyes to the suppliant's face, she would see the most adorable youthful head that she had ever seen in dreams, while reading the 11 mythological tales which were so fashionable at the time, by virtue of the charming couplets of Master Clement Marot, and which told of the loves of Psyche and the death of Narcissus. Indeed, beneath his simple, sober-hued costume, the youth whom we have introduced to our readers was remarkably handsome, and wore an air of unmistakable refinement. Moreover, his smile was infinitely sweet and attractive, and his glance, which dared not yet be bold, was as ardent and impassioned as ever flashed from the great speaking eyes of 18 years. Meanwhile, upon hearing the movement of many chairs announcing the end of the service, our lover, for the reader will have discovered from the few words he has uttered that he is entitled to be so described. Our lover, I say, drew aside a little, and watched the congregation pass silently forth, a congregation composed of staid churchwardens, respectable matrons past their giddy days, and prepossessing damsels. But for none of these had the youth come thither, for his glance did not brighten, nor did he step impulsively forward, until he saw approach a maiden dressed in white and attended by a duenna of high station, be it understood, who seemed accustomed to the ways of society, a duenna not unyouthful nor unattractive, and by no means savage in appearance. When the two ladies approached the basin of holy water, our youth took some of the liquid and gallantly offered it to them. The duenna bestowed the most gracious of smiles and most grateful of courtesies upon him, and even touched his fingers as she took the cup, which, to his great chagrin, she herself handed to her companion. But the latter, notwithstanding the fervent prayer whereof she had been the object a few moments before, kept her eyes constantly upon the ground, a sure proof that she knew the comely youth was there, so that the comely youth, when she had passed, stamped upon the flags, muttering, "Alas!" Again she did not see me. An equally sure proof that the comely youth was, as we have said, no more than 18 years old. But after the first burst of vexation, our unknown hastened down the steps of the church, and, seeing that the absent-minded beauty, having lowered her veil and taken her attendant's arm, had turned to the right, hastened to take the same direction, observing that his own home chanced to lie that way. The maiden followed the quay as far as Pont Saint-Michel, and crossed Pont Saint-Michel. Still it was our hero's road. She next passed through Rue de la Barrière, and crossed Pont au Change, and as she was still pursuing our hero's road, our hero followed her like her shadow. Every pretty girl's shadow is a lover, but alas! When she reached the Grand Châtelet, the lovely star whereof our unknown had made himself the satellite was suddenly eclipsed. The wicket of the royal prison opened the instant that the duenna knocked, and closed again behind them. The young man was taken aback for a moment, but as he was a very decided fellow when there was no pretty girl at hand to weaken his resolution, he very soon made up his mind what course to pursue. A sergeant, pike on shoulder, was walking sedately back and forth before the door of the Châtelet. Our youthful unknown followed the example of the worthy sentinel, and, having walked on a short distance to avoid observation, but not so far as to lose sight of the door, he heroically began his amorous sentry go. If the reader has ever done sentry duty in the course of his life, he must have noticed that one of the surest means of making the time pass quickly is to commune with one's self. Our hero doubtless was accustomed to such duty, for he had hardly begun his promenade when he addressed the following monologue to himself. Assuredly it cannot be that she lives in yonder prison. This morning after Mass, and these last 2 Sundays when I dared not follow her save with my eyes, dullard that I was. She turned not to the right upon the quay, but to the left toward the Porte de Nesle and the Pré aux Clairets. What the devil brings her to the Châtelet? What can it be? To see a prisoner, perhaps. Her brother 'tis most like. Poor girl, she must suffer cruelly, for doubtless she is as sweet and kind as she is lovely. Pardieu! I'm sorely tempted to accost her, ask her frankly who it is, and offer my services. If it be her brother, I'll tell the patron the whole story and ask his advice. When one has escaped from the castle of San Angelo as he has, one has a shrewd idea of the best way to get out of prison. There's no more to be said. I'll save her brother. After I have rendered him such a service, he'll be my friend for life and death. Of course he'll ask me then what he can do for me when I have done so much for him. Then I'll confess that I love his sister. He'll present me to her, and then we'll see if she won't raise her eyes. Once launched upon such a course, we need not say how a lover's thoughts flow on unchecked. Thus it was that our youth was vastly amazed to hear the clock strike 4 and see the sentinel relieved. The new sergeant began his promenade, and the young man resumed his. His method of passing time had succeeded too well for him not to continue to make use of it, so he resumed his discourse upon a theme no less fruitful of ideas than the other. How lovely she is, how graceful every movement, how modest her bearing, how classic the outline of her features. There is in the whole world no other than Leonardo da Vinci or the divine Raphael, worthy to reproduce the image of that chaste and spotless being, nor would they prove equal to the task, save at the very zenith of their talent. Oh mon Dieu! Why am not I a painter rather than a sculptor, worker in enamel, or goldsmith, her before my eyes to make her portrait? I should never cease to see her great blue eyes, her beautiful blonde tresses, her pearly skin and slender form. Were I a painter, I should paint her face in every picture, as Sanzio did with Fornarina, and Andrea del Sarto with Lucrezia. And what a contrast betwixt her and Fornarina! In sooth, neither the one nor the other is worthy to unloose her shoelaces. In the first place, Fornarina. The youth was not at the end of his comparisons, which were, as the reader will imagine, uniformly to the advantage of his inamorata when the hour struck. The second sentinel was relieved. 6 o'clock. 'Tis strange how the time flies, muttered the youth, and if it flies thus quickly while I wait for her, how should it be if I were by her side? Ah! By her side I should lose count of time. I should be in paradise. If I were by her side, I should but look at her, and so the hours and days and months would pass. What a blissful life that would be, mon Dieu! And the young man lost himself in an ecstatic reverie, for his mistress, though absent, seemed to pass in person before his eyes, the eyes of a true artist. The third sentinel was relieved. 8 o'clock struck on all the parish churches, and the shades of night began to fall, for all authorities are in accord that the twilight hour in July 300 years ago was in the neighborhood of 8 o'clock as now. But what is perhaps more astonishing than that is the fabulous perseverance of a 16th-century lover. All passions were ardent in those days, and vigorous young hearts no more stopped short in love than in art or war. However, the patience of the young artist, for he has let us into the secret of his profession, was rewarded at last when he saw the ponderous door of the Châtelet open for the 20th time, but this time to give passage to her for whom he was waiting. The same chaperone was still at her side, and furthermore 2 archers of the provost's guard followed 10 paces behind her as escort. They retraced the steps they had taken 4 hours earlier, to wit the Pont au Change, Rue de la Barillerie, Pont Saint-Michel, and the quays, but they kept on by the Grands Augustins, and some 300 yards beyond paused before a huge door in a recess in the wall, beside which was another smaller door for the servants' use. The duenna knocked at the great door, which was opened by the porter. The 2 archers, after saluting their charge with the utmost respect, returned to the Châtelet, and our artist found himself standing for the second time outside a closed door. He would probably have remained there until morning, for he was fairly embarked on the 4th series of his dreams, but chance willed that a passer-by, who had imbibed something too freely, collided violently with him. "Hola there, friend," said the new arrival. "By your leave, are you a man or a post? If so be you're a post, you're within your rights, and I respect you. But if you be a man, stand back and let me pass." "Pray pardon me," rejoined the distraught youth, "but I am a stranger in this good city of Paris, and—" "Oh, that's another matter. The Frenchman is always hospitable, and I ask your pardon. You're a stranger. Good. As you have told me who you are, it's only fair that I should tell you who I am. I am a student, and my name is—" "Excuse me," interposed the young artist, "but before I know who you are, I would be very glad to know where I am." "Porte Nesle, my dear friend, this is the Hotel de Nesle," said the student with a glance at the great door from which the stranger had not once removed his eyes. Very good. And to reach Rue Saint-Martin, where I live, which direction must I take? Said our love-lorn youth, for the sake of saying something, and hoping thus to be rid of his companion. Rue Saint-Martin, do you say? Come with me, I'm going that way, and at Pont Saint-Michel I'll show you how you must go. As I was saying, I am a student. I am returning from the Pré aux Clercs, and my name is— Do you know to whom the Hotel de Nesle belongs? Asked the young stranger. Marry, I rather think I know my university. The Hotel de Nesle, young man, belongs to our lord, the king, and is at this moment in the hands of Robert d'Estourville, provost of Paris. How say you? That the provost of Paris lives there. By no means did I tell you that the provost of Paris lives there, my son. The provost of Paris lives at the Grand Châtelet. Ah, yes, at the Grand Châtelet. Then that's the explanation. But how happens it that the provost lives at the Grand Châtelet, and yet the king leaves the Hotel de Nesle in his possession? The king, you see, had given the Hotel de Nesle to our Bali, a most venerable man who stood guard over the privileges of the university and tried all suits against it in most paternal fashion, superb functions his. Unhappily, our excellent Bailey was so just to us that his office was abolished 2 years since, upon the pretext that he used to sleep when hearing causes, as if Bailey were not derived from Bailey. To yawn. His office being thus suppressed, the duty of protecting the interests of the university was entrusted to the provost of Paris. A fine protector, on my word, as if we could not quite as well protect ourselves. How, our said provost, dost thou follow me, my child? Our said provost, who was most rapacious, opined that since he succeeded to the Bali's office, he ought at the same time to inherit his possessions, and so he quietly laid hold of the Grand and Petit Nesle, thanks to the patronage of Madame d'Eton. And yet you say, he does not occupy it, not he, the villain. I think, however, that the old Cassandra lodges a daughter there, or niece, a lovely child called Columb or Columbine or some such name, and keeps her under lock and key in a corner of the Petit Nesle. Ah, is it so? Exclaimed the artist, hardly able to breathe, for it was the first time that he had heard his mistress's name. This usurpation seems to me a shocking abuse. What? This vast hotel to shelter one young girl with her duenna. Whence comest thou, stranger, not to know that nothing comes to pass more naturally than this abuse, that we poor clerks should live 6 together in a wretched garret, while a great nobleman casts this immense property with its gardens, lawns, and tennis court to the dogs? Ah, there is a tennis court. Magnificent, my son, magnificent. But this Hotel de Nesle, you say, is actually the property of King Francois I. To be sure, but what would you have King Francois I do with this property of his? Why, give it to others, as the provost doesn't occupy it. Very good, then go and ask it of him for yourself. Why not? Tell me, does the game of tennis please your fancy? I fairly dote on it. In that case, I invite you to a game with me next Sunday. Where, pray? At the Hotel de Nesle. Gramercy, my lord, Grand Master of the Royal Chateau. 'Twas meet that you should know my name at least. But as the young stranger knew all that he cared to know, and as the rest probably interested him but little, he heard not a word of his new friend's story, as he proceeded to tell him in detail that his name was Jacques Aubry, that he was a scrivener at the university, and was now returning from the Pré aux Clercs, where he had had an assignation with his tailor's wife, that she, detained no doubt by her wrathful spouse, did not appear, that he had consoled himself for Simone's absence by drinking good Suren, and, lastly, that he proposed to withdraw his custom from the discourteous Master Snip, who compelled him to wear himself out with waiting, and to get tip. When the 2 young men reached Rue de la Harpe, Jacques Aubry pointed out to our unknown the road he was to follow, which he knew even better than his informant. They then made an appointment for the following Sunday at noon at the Porte de Neige, and parted, one singing, the other dreaming. He who dreamed had abundant food for dreaming, for he had learned more during that one evening than in the 3 weeks preceding. He had learned that the maiden to whom he had given his heart lived at the Petite Nestle, that she was the daughter of Monsieur Robert d'Estorville, provost of Paris, and that her name was Colombe. As will be seen, he had not wasted his day. Still dreaming, he turned into Rue Saint-Martin and stopped before a handsome house, over the door of which were carved the arms of the Cardinal of Ferrara. He knocked 3 times. "Who's there?" demanded a fresh, resonant young voice from within, after an interval of a few seconds. "I, Dame Catherine," replied the unknown. "Who are you?" "Ascanio." "Ah, at last!" The door opened, and Ascanio entered. A charming girl of some 18 to 20 years, rather dark, rather small, very quick of movement, and admirably well shaped withal, welcomed him with transports of joy. "Here's the deserter. Here he is," she cried, and ran, or rather bounded on before, to announce him, extinguishing the lamp she carried, and leaving open the street door, which Ascanio, less giddy-pated than she, was careful to secure. The young man, although Dame Catherine's precipitation left him in darkness, walked with assured step across a courtyard of considerable size, in which every tile was surrounded by a border of rank weeds, the whole dominated by a somber mass of tall buildings of somewhat severe aspect. It was the frowning and humid dwelling-place of a cardinal, although its master had not for a long time dwelt therein. Ascanio sprang lightly up a flight of moss-grown steps and entered a vast hall, the only room in the house that was lighted, a sort of conventual refectory, ordinarily dark and gloomy and untenanted, but which for 2 months past had been filled with light and life and music. For 2 months past, in truth, this cold, colossal cell had been instinct with bustling, laughing, good-humored life. For 2 months past, 10 workbenches, 2 anvils, and an improvised forge had seemed to lessen the size of the vast room. Sketches, models, benches laden with pincers, hammers, and files, sheaves of swords with chased hilts of marvelous workmanship, and carved open-work blades, helmets, cuirasses, and bucklers, gold embossed, whereon the loves of the gods and goddesses were portrayed in relief, as if to turn the mind away from the purpose for which they were destined to be used, had covered the grayish walls. The sun had freely found its way in through the wide open windows, and the air had been filled with the songs of joyous, active workers. A cardinal's refectory had become a goldsmith's workshop. However, during this evening of July 10, 1540, the sanctity of the Sabbath had temporarily restored to the newly enlivened apartment the tranquillity in which it had lain dormant for a century. But a table, upon which the remains of an excellent supper lay about in confusion, lighted by a lamp which one would take to have been stolen from the ruins of Pompeii, of so chaste and delicate a form was it, proved that, if the temporary occupants of the cardinal's mansion did sometimes enjoy repose, they were in no wise addicted to fasting. When Ascanio entered, there were 4 persons in the workshop. These 4 persons were an old maid-servant who was removing the dishes from the table, Catherine, who was relighting the lamp, a young man sketching in a corner and waiting for the lamp which Catherine had taken from before him in order to continue his work, and the master, standing with folded arms and leaning against the forge. The last would inevitably have been the first to be observed by anyone entering the workshop. Indeed, there was an indescribable impression of life and power which emanated from this remarkable personage and attracted the attention even of those who would have chosen to withhold it. He was a tall, spare, powerful man of some 40 years, but it would have needed the chisel of Michelangelo or the pencil of Ribera to trace the outline of that clear-cut profile, to reproduce that sparkling olive complexion, to depict that bold, almost kingly expression. His lofty forehead towered above eyebrows quick to frown. His straightforward, piercing glance flashed at times with a light that was almost sublime. His frank, good-humored smile, albeit somewhat satirical, fascinated and awed you at the same time. He was accustomed to stroke his black beard and moustache with his hand, which was not precisely small, but nervous, supple, with long fingers and great strength, but withal slender and aristocratic. Lastly, in his way of looking at you, speaking, turning his head, in all his quick, expressive, but not intemperate gestures, even in the careless attitude in which he was standing when Ascanio entered, Catherine and the apprentice working in the corner formed a most striking contrast to each other. The latter, a somber, taciturn fellow, with a narrow forehead already furrowed with wrinkles, half-shut eyes and compressed lips, she as blithe as a bird and blooming as a flower, with the most mischievous of eyes always to be seen beneath her restless eyelids, and the whitest of teeth within her mouth, constantly half opened with a smile. The apprentice, buried in his corner, was slow and languid in his movements, as if economizing his strength. Catherine was here and there, going and coming, never remaining 1 second in one spot. So did her youthful, active organization overflow with life and spirits, and feel the need of constant movement in default of excitement. Thus she was the fairy of the household, a very skylark by virtue of her vivacity and her clear, piercing note, beginning life with such a joyous disregard of everything beyond the moment as to fully justify the surname of Scozzone which the master had given her, an Italian word which signified then, and still signifies, something very like casecu. Breakneck. And yet, with all her childish ways, Scozzone was so instinct with witchery and charm that she was the life and soul of the household. When she sang, all the others were silent. When she laughed, they laughed with her. When she ordered, they obeyed without a word, albeit she was not ordinarily exacting in her caprice. And then she was so frankly and innocently happy that she diffused an atmosphere of good humor wherever she went, and it made others glad to see her gladness. Her story was an old, old story, to which we may perhaps recur. An orphan, born of the people, she was abandoned in her infancy, but God protected her. Destined to afford pleasure to everybody, she met a man to whom she afforded pure happiness. Having introduced these new characters, we now resume the thread of our narrative where we let it drop. "Aha, whence comest thou, gadabout?" said the master to Ascanio. "Whence do I come? I come from gadding about for you, master." "Since morning." "Since morning. Say rather that thou hast been in quest of adventure." "What manner of adventure should I have been in quest of, master?" murmured Ascanio. "How can I know, pray?" "Well, well, and if it were so, where's the harm?" interposed Scozzone. "Indeed, he's a pretty boy enough to have adventures run after him, even though he run not after adventures." "Scozzone," said the master with a frown, "come, come. Don't you be jealous of him too, poor dear boy." And she raised Ascanio's chin with her hand. "Ah, well, it only needed that. But, Jesu, how pale you are. Does it happen that you haven't supped, Monsieur Vagabond?" "Faith, no," cried Ascanio, "I forgot it." "Oh-ho, in that case I take sides with the master. He forgot that he had not supped, so he must be in love. Ruperta! Ruperta! Bring supper for Messer Ascanio at once." The servant produced several dishes of appetizing relics of the evening meal, which our hero pounced upon with an appetite by no means unnatural after his prolonged exercise in the open air. Scozzone and the master watched him, smiling the while, one with sisterly affection, the other with a father's love. The young man at work in the corner had raised his head when Ascanio entered, but as soon as Scozzone replaced in front of him the lamp she had taken when she railed to open the door, he bent his head over his work once more. "I was saying, master, that it was for you I have been running about all day," resumed Ascanio, noticing the mischievous expression of the master and Scozzone, and desiring to lead the conversation to some other subject than his love affairs. How hast thou run about all day for me? Let us hear. Did you not say yesterday that the light was very bad here, and that you must have another studio? Even so, well, I have found one for you. Dost thou hear, Pagolo? Said the master, turning to the young man in the corner. What did you say, master? He asked, raising his head a second time. Come, lay aside thy work a moment, and listen to this. He has found a workshop. Dost thou hear? Pardon, master, but I can hear very well from here what my friend Ascanio may say. I would like to complete this study. It seems to me that it is well, when one has piously fulfilled the duties of a Christian on the Sabbath day, to employ one's leisure in some profitable exercise. To work is to pray. Pagolo, my friend, said the master, shaking his head more in sadness than in anger, you would do better, believe me, to work more assiduously and heartily through the week, and enjoy yourself on Sunday like a good comrade, than to idle as you do on ordinary days, and hypocritically set yourself apart from the others by feigning so much ardor in your work on fete days. But you are your own master. Act as seems good to you. And thou sayest, Ascanio, my child, he continued in a tone in which infinite gentleness and affection were mingled. I say that I have found a magnificent workshop for you. Where? Do you know the Hotel de Nesle? Perfectly, that is, by having passed before it, for I have never been within the door. But is its exterior attractive in your eyes? Pardieu, it is indeed. But, does no one occupy it, pray? Marry, yes, Monsieur the Provost of Paris, Messieurs Robert de Storville, who has taken possession of it without right. Moreover, to satisfy your scruples on that head, we might with great propriety leave him the Petit Nesle, where someone of his family now dwells, I think, and be content ourselves with the Grand Nesle, and its courtyards, lawns, and bowling greens, and tennis court. There is a tennis court, finer than that of Santa Croce at Florence. Per Bacco, and it is my favorite game, thou didst know that, Ascanio. Yes, and then, master, over and above all that, a superb location, air everywhere, and such air. Perfect country air, and not such as we get here in this infernal corner, where we are molding, forgotten by the sun. The Prao clerks on one side, the Seine on the other, and the king, your great king, only 2 steps away in his Louvre. But whose is this devil of a hotel? Whose, say you? Pardieu, the king's. The king's. Say me that once more, my child. The Hotel de Nesle is the king's. His own, now it remains to ascertain if he will give you so magnificent a dwelling place. Who, the king? How do men call the king, Ascanio? Why, Francois the Thirst, if I am not mistaken. Which means that the Hotel de Nesle will be my property within the week. But it may be that the Provost of Paris will take offense. What care I for that? But suppose he will not let go what he has in his hand. Suppose he will not. What do men call me, Ascanio? They call you Benvenuto Cellini, master. Which means that if the worthy provost will not do things with good grace, why, we will use force to compel him to do them. And now let us to bed. Tomorrow we'll speak further on the matter, and then the sun will shine, and we shall see more clearly. At the master's suggestion, all retired except Pagolo, who remained for some time at work in his corner. But as soon as he believed that all were safely in bed, the apprentice rose, looked about, drew near the table, and poured for himself a large cup of wine, which he swallowed at a draught. Then he too went off to bed. 2. A goldsmith of the 16th century, since we have drawn the portrait and mentioned the name of Benvenuto Cellini, we crave the reader's permission that he may the more understandingly approach the artistic subject of which we propose to treat, to indulge in a short digression upon this extraordinary man, who at this time had been living in France for 2 months, and who is destined to become one of the principal characters of this history. But first of all, let us say a word as to the goldsmiths of the 16th century. There is at Florence a bridge called the Ponte Vecchio, which is covered with houses to this day. These houses were in the old days goldsmiths' shops. but the word is not to be understood as we understand it today. The goldsmith of our day follows a trade. Formerly, the goldsmith was an artist. So it was that there was nothing in the world so wondrously beautiful as these shops, or rather as the articles with which they were stocked. There were round cups of onyx, around which dragons' tails were twined, while heads and bodies of those fabulous creatures confronted one another with gold, bespangled sky-blue wings outspread, and with jaws wide open like chimeras shot threatening glances from their ruby eyes. There were ewers of agate, with a festoon of ivy clinging round the base, and climbing up in guise of handle well above the orifice, concealing amid its emerald foliage some marvelous bird from the tropics, in brilliant plumage of enamel, seemingly alive and ready to burst forth in song. There were urns of lapis lazuli, over the edge of which leaned, as if to drink, lizards chiseled with such art that one could almost see the changing reflection of their golden cuirasses, and might have thought that they would fly at the least sound and seek shelter in some crevice in the wall. Then there were chalices and monstrances and bronze and gold and silver medallions, all studded with precious stones, as if in those days rubies, topazes, carbuncles, and diamonds could be found by searching in the sand on river banks, or in the dust of the high road. And there were nymphs, naiads, gods, goddesses, a whole resplendent Olympus, mingled with crucifixes, crosses, and calvaries, Mater Dolorosas, Venuses, Christs, Apollos, Jupiters launching thunderbolts, and Jehovah's creating the world, and all this not only cleverly executed, but poetically conceived, not only admirable, viewed as ornaments for a woman's boudoir. To be sure, the goldsmiths of that epoch bore the names of Donatello, Ghiberti, Ghirlandajo, and Benvenuto Cellini. Now Benvenuto Cellini has himself described in his memoirs, which are more interesting than the most interesting novel, the adventurous life of the artists of the 15th and 16th centuries, when Titian was painting in coat of mail, when Michelangelo was sculpturing with his sword at his side, when Masaccio and Domenichino died of poison, and Cosmo I secluded himself in his laboratory to discover the mode of tempering steel so that it would cut porphyry. To show the character of the man, we will take a single episode in his life, that which was the occasion of his coming to France. Benvenuto was at Rome, whither Pope Clement VII had summoned him, and was at work with characteristic ardor upon the beautiful chalice which His Holiness had ordered. But as he desired to display his talent at its best upon the precious work, he made but slow progress. How Benvenuto, as may well be imagined, had many rivals who envied him the many valuable orders he received from the Pope, as well as the marvelous skill with which he executed them. The result was that one of his confreres, named Pompeo, who had nothing to do but slander his betters, took advantage of the delay to do him all possible injury in the Pope's sight, and kept at work persistently, day in and day out, without truce or relaxation, sometimes in undertones, sometimes aloud, assuring him that he would never finish it, and that he was so overwhelmed with orders that he executed those of other people to the neglect of His Holiness's. He said and did so much, did good Pompeo, that when Benvenuto Cellini saw him enter his workshop one day with smiling Fay, he divined at once that he was the bearer of bad news for him. "Well, my dear confrere," Pompeo began, "I have come to relieve you from a heavy burden. His Holiness realizes that your neglect in completing his chalice is not due to lack of zeal, but to lack of time. He therefore considers it no more than just to relieve you from some one of your important duties, and of his own motion he dismisses you from the post of engraver to the mint. It will be 9 paltry ducats a month less in your pocket, but an hour more each day at your disposal." Benvenuto was conscious of an intense longing to throw the jeering varlet out of window, but he restrained his feelings, and Pompeo, seeing that not a muscle of his face moved, thought that he had missed his aim. "Furthermore," he continued, "why, I know not. But in spite of all that I could say in your behalf, His Holiness demands his chalice at once, in whatever condition it may be. Verily, I am afraid, dear Benvenuto, I say it in all friendliness, that 'tis his purpose to have some other finish it. Oh, no, not that, cried the goldsmith, starting up like one bitten by a serpent. My chalice is my own, even as the office at the mint is the Pope's. His Holiness hath no right to do more than bid me return the 500 crowns paid to me in advance, and I will dispose of my work as may seem good to me. Beware, my master, said Pompeo. Imprisonment may be the sequel of your refusal. Signore Pompeo, you're an ass, retorted Benvenuto. Pompeo left the shop in a rage. On the following day, 2 of the Holy Father's chamberlains called upon Benvenuto Cellini. The Pope has sent us, said one of them, either to receive the chalice at your hands or to take you to prison. Monsignori, rejoined Benvenuto, an artist like myself deserved no less than to be given in charge to functionaries like yourselves. Here I am, take me to prison. But I give you fair warning that all this will not put the Pope's chalice forward one stroke of the graver. Benvenuto went with them to the governor of the prison, who, having doubtless received his instructions in advance, invited him to dine with him. Throughout the repast, the governor used every conceivable argument to induce Benvenuto to satisfy the Pope by carrying the chalice to him, assuring him that, if he would make that concession, Clement VII, violent and obstinate as he was, would forget his displeasure. But the artist replied that he had already shown the Holy Father his chalice 6 times since he began it, and that was all that could justly be required of him. Moreover, he said he knew His Holiness, and that he was not to be trusted, that he might very well, when he had the chalice in his hands, take it from him altogether, and give it to some idiot to finish who would spoil it. He reiterated his readiness to return the 500 crowns paid in advance. Having said so much, Benvenuto met all subsequent arguments of the governor by exalting his cook to the skies and praising his wines. After dinner, all his compatriots, all his dearest friends, all his apprentices, led by Ascanio, called upon him to implore him not to rush headlong to destruction by resisting the commands of Clement VII. But Benvenuto told them that he had long desired to establish the great truth that a goldsmith can be more obstinate than a pope, and as the most favorable opportunity he could ask for was now at hand, he certainly would not let it pass for fear that it might not return. His compatriots withdrew, shrugging their shoulders, his friends vowing that he was mad, and Ascanio weeping bitterly. Fortunately, Pompeo did not forget Cellini, and meanwhile he was saying slyly to the Pope, Most Holy Father, give your servant a free hand. I will send word to this obstinate fellow that, since he is so determined, he may send me the 500 crowns. As he is a notorious spendthrift, he will not have that sum at his disposal, and will be compelled to give up the chalice to me. Clement considered this an excellent device, and bade Pompeo do as he suggested. And so, that same evening, as Cellini was about to be taken to the cell assigned him, a chamberlain made his appearance, and informed the goldsmith that His Holiness accepted his ultimatum, and demanded the delivery of the chalice or the 500 crowns without delay. Benvenuto replied that they had but to take him to his workshop, and he would give them the 500 crowns. He was escorted thither by 4 Swiss, accompanied by the chamberlain. He entered his bedroom, drew a key from his pocket, opened a small iron closet built into the wall, plunged his hand into a large bag, took out 500 crowns, and, having given them to the chamberlain, showed him and the 4 Swiss the door. It should be said, in justice to Benvenuto Cellini, that they received 4 crowns for their trouble, and in justice to the Swiss, that they kissed his hands as they took their leave. The chamberlain returned forthwith to the Holy Father, and delivered the 500 crowns, whereupon His Holiness, in his desperation, flew into a violent rage and began to abuse Pompeo. Go thyself to my great engraver at his workshop, animal, he said. Employ all the soothing arguments of which thy ignorant folly is capable, and say to him that if he will consent to finish my chalice, I will give him whatever facilities he may require. But, your holiness, said Pompeo, will it not be time tomorrow morning? I fear lest it be already too late this evening, imbecile, and I do not choose that Benvenuto shall sleep upon his wrath. Therefore do my bidding on the instant, and let me not fail to have a favorable reply tomorrow morning at my levee. Pompeo thereupon left the Vatican with drooping feathers and repaired to Benvenuto's workshop. It was closed. He peered through the keyhole and through the cracks in the door, and scrutinized all the windows, one after another, to see if there was not one which showed a light, but all were dark. He ventured to knock louder. Thereupon a window on the first floor opened, and Benvenuto appeared in his shirt, arquebus in hand. "Who's there?" he demanded. "I," the messenger replied. "Who art thou?" Rejoined the goldsmith, although he recognized his man at once. "Pompeo." "Thou liest," said Benvenuto. "I know Pompeo well, and he is far too great a coward to venture out into the streets of Rome at this hour. But, my dear Cellini, I swear, hold thy peace. Thou art a villain, and hast taken the poor devil's name to induce me to open my door and then to rob me. Master Benvenuto, may I die." "Say but another word," cried Benvenuto, pointing the arquebus toward his interlocutor, "and that wish of thine will be gratified." Pompeo fled at full speed, crying, "Murder!" and disappeared around the corner of the nearest street. Benvenuto thereupon closed his window, hung his arquebus on its nail, and went to bed once more, laughing in his beard at poor Pompeo's fright. The next morning, as he went down to his shop, which had been opened an hour earlier by his apprentices, he spied Pompeo on the opposite side of the street, where he had been doing sentry duty since daybreak, waiting to see him descend. As soon as he saw Cellini, Pompeo waved his hand to him in the most affectionately friendly way imaginable. "Aha," said Cellini, "is it you, my dear Pompeo? By my faith, I was within an ace last night of making a churro pay dearly for his insolence in assuming your name." "Indeed," said Pompeo, forcing himself to smile and drawing gradually nearer to the shop. "How did it happen, pray?" Benvenuto thereupon described the incident to his Holiness's messenger, but as his friend Benvenuto had described him in their nocturnal interview as a coward, Pompeo did not dare confess his identity with the visitor. When his tale was finished, Cellini asked Pompeo to what happy circumstance he was indebted for the honor of so early a visit from him. Pompeo thereupon acquitted himself, but in somewhat different terms, be it understood, of the errand upon which Clement VII had sent him to his goldsmith. Benvenuto's features expanded as he proceeded. Clement VII yielded, ergo the goldsmith had been more obstinate than the Pope. "Say to his Holiness," said Benvenuto when the message was duly delivered, "that I shall be very happy to obey him, and to do anything in my power to regain his favor, which I have lost, not by any fault of my own, but through the evil machinations of envious rivals. As for yourself, Signore Pompeo, as the Pope does not lack retainers, I counsel you, in your own interest, to look to it that another than you is sent to me hereafter. For your health's sake, Signore Pompeo, interfere no more in my affairs. In pity for yourself, never happen in my path, and for the welfare of my soul, Pompeo, pray God that I be not your Caesar." Pompeo waited to hear no more, but returned to Clement VII, with Cellini's reply, of which, however, he suppressed the peroration. Some time thereafter, in order to put the seal to his reconciliation with Benvenuto, Clement VII ordered his medallion struck by him. Benvenuto struck it in bronze, in silver, and in gold, and then carried it to him. The Pope was so enraptured with it that he cried out in his admiration, that so beautiful a medallion had never been produced by the ancients. "Ah, well, your holiness," said Benvenuto, "had not I displayed some firmness, we should have been at enmity today, for I would never have forgiven you, and you would have lost a devoted servant. Look you, holy bather," he continued, by way of good counsel, "your holiness would not do ill to remember now and then the opinion of many discreet folk, that one should bleed 7 times before cutting once, and you would do well also to allow yourself to be something less easily made the dupe of lying tongues and envious detractors. So much for your guidance in future, and we will say no more about it, most holy father." Thus did Benvenuto pardon Clement VII, which he certainly would not have done had he loved him less, but, as his compatriot, he was deeply attached to him. Great, therefore, was his sorrow when the Pope suddenly died, a few months subsequent to the episode we have described. The man of iron burst into tears at the news, and for a week he wept like a child. The pontiff's demise was doubly calamitous to poor Cellini. On the very day of his burial he met Pompeo, whom he had not seen since the day when he bade him spare him the too frequent infliction of his presence. It should be said that since Cellini's dire threats, the unhappy Pompeo had not dared to go out unless accompanied by a dozen men well armed, to whom he gave the same pay that the Pope gave his Swiss guards, so that every walk that he took in the city cost him 2 or 3 crowns. And even when surrounded by his 12 sbirri, he trembled at the thought of meeting Benvenuto Cellini, for he knew that if the meeting should result in an affray, and any mishap should befall the goldsmith, the Pope, who was really very fond of him, would make him, Pompeo, pay dearly for it. But, as we have said, Clement VII was dead, and his death restored some little courage to Pompeo. Benvenuto had been to St. Peter's to kiss the feet of the deceased pontiff, and was returning through the street, de Banchi, accompanied by Bagalò and Ascanio, when he found himself face to face with Pompeo and his 12 men. At the sight of his enemy, Pompeo became very pale, but as he looked around and saw how amply provided he was with defenders, while Benvenuto had only 2 boys with him, he took heart of grace, halted, and nodded his head mockingly, while he toyed with the hilt of his dagger with his right hand. At sight of this group of men by whom his master was threatened, Ascanio put his hand to his sword while Pagolo pretended to be looking in another direction, but Benvenuto did not choose to expose his beloved pupil to so unequal a conflict. He laid his hand upon Ascanio's, pushing the half-drawn blade back into the scabbard, and walked on as if he had seen nothing, or as if he had taken no offense at what he saw. Ascanio could hardly recognize his master in such guise, but as his master withdrew, he withdrew with him. Pompeo triumphantly made a deep salutation to Benvenuto, and pursued his way, still surrounded by his sbirri, who imitated his bravado. Benvenuto bit his lips till the blood came, while externally his features wore a smile. His behavior was inexplicable to anyone who knew the irascible nature of the illustrious goldsmith. But they had not proceeded 100 yards when he stopped before the workshop of one of his confrères, and went in, alleging as a pretext his desire to see an antique vase which had recently been found in the Etruscan tombs of Corneto. He bade his pupils go on to the shop, and promised to join them there in a few moments. As the reader will understand, this was only a pretext to get Ascanio out of the way, for as soon as he thought that the young man and his companion, concerning whom he was less anxious because he was sure that such courage as he possessed would not carry him too far, had turned the corner of the street, he replaced the vase upon the shelf from which he took it, and darted out of the shop. With 3 strides, Benvenuto was in the street where he had met Pompeo, but Pompeo was no longer there. Luckily, or rather unluckily, this man, encompassed by his 12 sbirri, was a noticeable object, and so when Benvenuto inquired as to the direction he had taken, the first person to whom he applied was able to give him the information, and like a bloodhound that has recovered a lost scent, Benvenuto started in pursuit. Pompeo had stopped at a druggist's door at the corner of the Chiavica and was vaunting to the worthy compounder of drugs the prowess he had shown in his meeting with Benvenuto Cellini, when his eye suddenly fell upon the latter turning the corner of the street, with fire in his eye and the perspiration streaming down his forehead. Benvenuto shouted exultantly as he caught sight of him, and Pompeo stopped short in the middle of his sentence. It was evident that something terrible was about to happen. The bravos formed a group around Pompeo and drew their swords. It was an insane performance for one man to attack 13, but Benvenuto was, as we have said, one of those leonine creatures who do not count their enemies. Against the 13 swords which threatened him, he drew a small, keen-edged dagger which he always wore in his girdle, and rushed into the center of the group, sweeping aside 2 or 3 swords with one arm, overturning 2 or 3 men with the other, until he made his way to where Pompeo stood and seized him by the collar. But the group at once closed upon him. Thereupon naught could be seen save a confused, struggling mass, whence issued loud shouts, and above which swords were waving. For a moment the living mass rolled on the ground in shapeless, inextricable confusion. Then a man sprang to his feet with a shout of triumph, and with a mighty effort forced his way out of the group as he made his way in, bleeding himself, but triumphantly waving his blood-stained dagger. It was Benvenuto Cellini. Another man remained upon the pavement, writhing in the agony of death. He had received 2 blows from the dagger, one below the ear, the other at the base of the neck behind the collarbone. In a few seconds he breathed his last. It was Pompeo. Any other than Benvenuto, after such a deed, would have taken himself off at full speed, but he passed his dagger to his left hand, drew his sword, and resolutely awaited the sbirri. But the sbirri had no further business with Benvenuto. He who paid them was dead, and consequently could pay them no more. They ran off like a flock of frightened rabbits, leaving Pompeo's body where it lay. At that juncture Ascanio appeared and rushed into his master's arms. He was not deceived by the ruse of the Etruscan vas, but although he had made all possible speed, he arrived a few seconds too late. 3 did Dallas. Benvenuto returned to his abode with Ascanio, somewhat ill at ease, not because of the 3 wounds he had received, which were all too slight to occasion him any anxiety, but because of the possible results of the affray. 6 months before, he had killed Guasconti, his brother's murderer, but had come off scot-free by virtue of the protection of Pope Clement VII. Moreover, that act was committed by way of reprisal, but now Benvenuto's protector had gone the way of all flesh, and the prospect was much more ominous. Remorse, be it understood, did not disturb him for one moment. But we beg our readers not for that reason to form an unfavorable opinion of our worthy goldsmith, who, after killing a man, after killing 2 men perhaps, indeed if we search his past very carefully, after killing 3 men, although he had a wholesome dread of the watch, did not for one instant fear to meet his God. For this man, in the year of grace 1540, was an ordinary man, an everyday man, as the Germans say. Men thought so little of dying in those days that they naturally came to think very little of killing. We are brave today, but the men of those days were foolhardy. We are men grown, they were hot-headed youths. Life was so abundant in those days that men lost it, gave it, sold it, nay, even took it with absolute indifference and recklessness. There was once an author who was calumniated and abused for many years, whose name was made a synonym for treachery, cruelty, and all the words which mean infamy, and it needed this 19th century, the most impartial since the birth of humanity, to rehabilitate that author as the grand patriot and noble-hearted man he was. And yet Niccolo Machiavelli's only crime was that he lived at an epoch when brute strength and success were all in all, when folk judged by deeds, not words, and when such men as Caesar Borgia, the sovereign, Machiavelli the thinker, and Benvenuto Cellini the artisan marched straight to their goal without thought of methods or reasons. One day a body was found in the public square of Cesena, cut in 4 pieces. It was the body of Ramiro d'Orco. Now, as Ramiro d'Orco was a considerable personage in Italy, the Florentine Republic sought to ascertain the causes of his death. The 8 of the Signoria therefore wrote to Machiavelli, their ambassador at Cesena, to satisfy their curiosity. But Machiavelli made no other reply than this: Magnificent Signoria, I have naught to say, anent the death of Ramiro d'Orco, save this, that no prince in the world is so skillful as Caesar Borgia in the art of making and unmaking men according to their deserts. Machiavelli. Benvenuto was an exponent of the theory enunciated by the illustrious secretary of the Florentine Republic. Benvenuto the genius, Caesar Borgia the prince, both considered themselves above the laws by virtue of their power. In their eyes, the distinction between what was just and what was unjust was identical with the distinction between what they could and what they could not do. Of right and duty they had not the slightest conception. A man stood in their path. They suppressed the man. Today civilization does him the honor of purchasing him. But in those old days the blood was boiling so abundantly in the veins of the young nations that they shed it for their health's sake. They fought by instinct, not for their country to any great extent, not for women to any great extent, but largely for the sake of fighting nation against nation, man against man. Benvenuto made war upon Pompeo as Francois I first did upon Charles V. France and Spain fought an intermittent duel, now at Marignano and again at Pavia, all as if it were the most natural thing in the world, without preamble, without long harangues, without lamentation. In the same way, genius was exercised by those who possessed it as an innate faculty, as an absolute royal power, based upon divine right. Art in the 16th century was looked upon as the natural birthright of man. We must not therefore wonder at these men who wondered at nothing. We have, to explain their homicides, their whims, and their faults, an expression which explains and justifies everything in our country, especially in these days of ours. That was the fashion. Benvenuto therefore did simply what it was the fashion to do. Pompeo annoyed Benvenuto Cellini, and Benvenuto suppressed Pompeo. But the police occasionally investigated these acts of suppression. They were very careful not to protect a man when he was alive, but perhaps once in 10 times they showed a feeble desire to avenge him when he was dead. They experienced such a desire in the matter of Pompeo and Benvenuto Cellini. As the goldsmith, having returned to his shop, was putting certain papers in the fire and some money in his pocket, he was arrested by the pontifical sbirri and taken to the castle of San Angelo, an occurrence for which he was almost consoled by the reflection that the castle of San Angelo was where noblemen were imprisoned. But another thought that was no less efficacious in bringing consolation to Cellini as he entered the castle was this, that a man endowed with so inventive a mind as his need not long delay about leaving it in one way or another. And so, when he was taken before the governor, who was sitting at a table covered with a green cloth and looking through a great pile of papers, he said, "Sir Governor, multiply your locks and bolts and sentinels threefold, confine me in your highest cell or in your deepest dungeon, keep close watch upon me all day and lie awake all night, and yet I warn you that, despite all that, I will escape." The governor looked up at the prisoner who addressed him with such unheard-of assurance, and recognized Benvenuto Cellini, whom he had had the honor of entertaining 3 months before. Notwithstanding his acquaintance with the man, perhaps because of it, Benvenuto's allocution caused the worthy governor the most profound dismay. He was a Florentine, one Master Giorgio, a knight of the Ugolini, and an excellent man, but somewhat weak in the head. However, he soon recovered from his first surprise, and ordered Benvenuto to be taken to the highest cell in the castle. The platform was immediately above it, a sentinel was stationed on the platform, and another sentinel at the foot of the wall. The governor called the prisoner's attention to these details, and when he thought that he had had time to digest them, he said, "My dear Benvenuto, one may open locks, force doors, dig out from an underground dungeon, make a hole through a wall, bribe sentinels, and put jailers to sleep, but without wings one cannot descend to earth from this height." "I will do it, nevertheless," said Cellini. The governor looked him in the eye, and began to think that his prisoner was mad. "Why, in that case you propose to fly?" "Why not? I have always believed that man can fly, but I have lacked time to make the experiment. Here I shall have time enough, and, pardieu, I mean to solve the problem. The adventure of Daedalus is history, not fable." "Beware the sun, dear Benvenuto," sneeringly replied the governor. "Beware the sun." "I will fly away by night," said Benvenuto. The governor was not expecting that reply, so that he had no suitable repartee at hand, and withdrew in a rage. In good sooth, it was most important that Benvenuto should make his escape, at any price. At another time he would not have been at all perturbed because he had killed a man, and would have been quit of all responsibility by following the procession of the Virgin in August, clad in a doublet and cloak of blue armoisin. But the new pope, Paul III, was vindictive to the last degree, and when he was still Monsignore Farnese, Benvenuto had had a crow to pluck with him, apropos of a vase which the goldsmith refused to deliver until paid for, and which his eminence sought to procure by force, the result being to subject Benvenuto to the dire necessity of using his eminence's retainers somewhat roughly. Moreover, the Holy Father was jealous because King Francois I had commanded Monseigneur de Montluc, his ambassador to the Holy See, to request that Benvenuto be sent to France. When he was informed of Benvenuto's imprisonment, Monseigneur de Montluc urged the request more strenuously than before, thinking thereby to render the unfortunate prisoner a service, but he was entirely unfamiliar with the character of the new pope, who was even more obstinate than his predecessor, Clement VII. Now Paul III had sworn that Benvenuto should pay dearly for his escapade, and if he was not precisely in danger of death, a pope would have thought twice in those days before ordering such an artist to the gallows. He was in great danger of being forgotten in his prison. It was therefore of the utmost importance that Benvenuto should not forget himself, and that was why he was determined to take flight without awaiting the interrogatories and judgment, which might never have arrived, for the Pope, angered by the intervention of Francois I, refused even to hear Benvenuto Cellini's name mentioned. The prisoner knew all this from Ascanio, who was managing his establishment and who, by dint of persistent entreaties, had obtained permission to visit his master. Their interviews, of course, were held through 2 iron gratings, and in presence of witnesses watching to see that the pupil passed neither file nor rope nor knife to his master. As soon as the door of his cell was locked behind the governor, Benvenuto set about inspecting his surroundings. The following articles were contained within the 4 walls of his new abiding place: a bed, a fireplace, a table, and 2 chairs. 2 days after his installation there, he obtained a supply of clay and a modeling tool. The governor at first declined to allow him to have these means of distraction, but he changed his mind upon reflecting that, if the artist's mind were thus employed, he might perhaps abandon the idea of escape, to which he clung so tenaciously. The same day, Benvenuto sketched a colossal Venus. All this of itself was no great matter, but in conjunction with imagination, patience, and energy, it was much. On a certain very cold day in December, when the fire was lighted on the hearth, the servant changed the sheets on his bed and left the soiled ones upon a chair. As soon as the door was closed, Benvenuto made one bound from the chair on which he was sitting to the bed, took out of the mattress 2 enormous handfuls of the maize leaves which are used to stuff mattresses in Italy, stowed the sheets away in their place, returned to his statue, took up his tool and resumed his work. At that moment the servant returned for the forgotten sheets, and after looking everywhere for them, asked Benvenuto if he had not seen them. But he replied carelessly, as if absorbed by his work, that some of his fellows doubtless had taken them, or that he carried them away himself without knowing it. The servant had no suspicion of the truth, so little time had elapsed since he left the room, and Benvenuto played his part so naturally, and as the sheets were never found, he was very careful to say nothing, for fear of being obliged to pay for them, or of losing his employment. One who has never lived through some supreme crisis can form no idea of the possibilities of such a time in the way of terrible catastrophes and poignant anguish. The most trivial accidents of life arouse in us joy or despair. As soon as the servant left the room, Benvenuto fell upon his knees and thanked God for the help he had sent him. As his bed was never touched until the next morning after it was once made, he quietly left the sheets in the mattress. When the night came, he began to cut the sheets, which luckily were new and strong, in strips 3 or 4 inches wide, then tied them together as securely as he could. Lastly, he cut open his statue, which was of clay, hollowed it out, placed his treasure in the cavity, then spread clay over the wound, and smoothed it off with his finger and his modeling tool, until the most skilful artist could not have discovered that poor Venus had been made to undergo the Caesarian operation. The next morning the governor entered the prisoner's cell unexpectedly, as he was accustomed to do, but found him as usual calm and hard at work. Every morning the poor man, who had been specially threatened for the night, trembled lest he should find the cell empty, and it should be said, in justice to his frankness, that he did not conceal his joy every morning when he found it occupied. "I confess that you make me terribly anxious, Benvenuto," said the poor man. "However, I begin to think that your threats of escape amount to nothing." "I don't threaten you, Master Giorgio," rejoined Benvenuto. "I warn you. Do you still hope to fly away? Luckily it isn't a mere hope, but downright certainty, pardieu. Demonio." "How will you do it?" cried the poor governor, dismayed beyond measure by Benvenuto's real or pretended confidence in his means of escape. "That's my secret, master. But I give you fair warning that my wings are growing." The governor instinctively turned his eye upon the prisoner's shoulders. "'T is thus," continued Benvenuto, working away at his statue, and rounding the hips in such fashion that one would have thought he proposed to rival the Venus Callipyge. "Betwixt us there is a duel impending. You have on your side enormous towers, thick doors, strong bolts, innumerable keepers always on the alert. I have on my side my brain and these poor hands, and I warn you very frankly that you will be beaten. But as you are a very clever man, as you have taken every possible precaution, you will at least, when I am gone, have the consolation of knowing that it is through no fault of yours, Master Giorgio, that you have no occasion to reproach yourself at all, Master Giorgio, and that you neglected nothing that could help you to detain me, Master Giorgio. And now what say you to this hip? For you are a lover of art, I know." Such unblushing assurance enraged the unhappy official. His prisoner had become his fixed idea, upon which all his faculties were centered. He grew melancholy, lost his appetite, and started constantly, like one suddenly aroused from sleep. One night Benvenuto heard a great noise upon the platform. Then it was transferred to his corridor, and finally stopped at his door. The door opened, and he saw Master Giorgio in dressing-gown and nightcap, attended by 4 jailers and 8 guards. The governor rushed to his bedside with distorted features. Benvenuto sat up in bed and laughed in his face. The governor, without taking offense at his hilarity, breathed like a diver returning to the surface. "Ah, God be praised," he cried. "He is still here." There's much good sense in the saying, Songa, mensonga, mensonga, dream, lie. In God's name, what's the matter? Demanded Benvenuto. "And what happy circumstance affords me the pleasure of a visit from you at such an hour, Master Giorgio?" "Jesus Dieu, it's nothing at all, and I am quit of it this time for the fright. Did I not dream that your accursed wings had grown, huge wings, whereon you tranquilly hovered above the castle of San Angelo, saying, 'Adieu, my dear governor, adieu'? I did not wish to go away without taking leave of you. I go, I pray that I may be so blessed as never to see you more. What? Did I say that to you, Master Giorgio? Those were your very words. Ah, Benvenuto, you are a sorry guest for me." "Oh, I trust that you do not deem me so ill-bred as that. Happily it was but a dream, for otherwise I would not forgive you. Happily it is not true. I hold you fast, my dear friend, and although truth compels me to say that your society is not of the most agreeable to me, I hope to hold you for a long time yet to come." "I do not think it," retorted Benvenuto, with the confident smile which caused his host to use strong language. The governor went out, cursing Benvenuto roundly, and the next morning he issued orders that his cell should be inspected every 2 hours, night and day. This rigid inspection was continued for a month, but at the end of that time, as there was no apparent reason to believe that Benvenuto was even thinking of escape, the vigilance of his keepers was somewhat relaxed. Benvenuto, however, had employed the month in accomplishing a terrible task. As we have said, he minutely examined his cell immediately after he was the manner of his escape. His window was barred, and the bars were too strong to be removed with the hand or with his modeling tool, the only iron instrument he possessed. The chimney narrowed so toward the top that the prisoner must needs have had the fairy Melusine's power of transforming herself into a serpent to pass through it. The door remained. Ah, the door! Let us see how the door was made. It was a heavy oaken door, 2 fingers thick, secured by 2 locks and 4 bolts, and sheathed on the inside with iron plates kept in place by nails at the top and bottom. It was through that door that the escape must be effected. Benvenuto had noticed in the corridor, a few steps from the door, the stairway leading to the platform. At intervals of 2 hours he heard the footsteps of the relieving sentinel going up, then the steps of the other coming down, after which he would hear nothing more for another 2 hours. The question for him to solve, then, was simply this: how to reach the other side of that door, which was secured by 2 locks and 4 bolts, and furthermore sheathed on the inside with iron plates kept in place by nails at the top and bottom. The solution of this problem was the task to which Benvenuto had devoted the month in question. With his modeling tool, which was of iron, he removed, one by one, the heads of all the nails, save 4 above and 4 below, which he left until the last day. Then, in order that his work might not be detected, he replaced the missing heads with exactly similar ones, modeled in clay and covered with iron filings, so that it was impossible for the keenest eye to distinguish the false from the true. As there were at top and bottom together some 60 nails, and as it took at least 1 hour, and sometimes 2, to decapitate each nail, the magnitude of the task may be understood. Every evening, when everybody had retired, and nothing could be heard save the footsteps of the sentinel walking back and forth over his head, he built a great fire on the hearth, and piled glowing embers against the iron plates on his door. The iron became red hot, and gradually transformed to charcoal the wood upon which it was applied, but no indication of the carbonizing process appeared on the other side of the door. For a whole month Benvenuto devoted himself to this task, as we have said. But at the end of the month it was finished, and he only awaited a favorable opportunity to make his escape. He was compelled, however, to wait a few days, for the moon was near the full when the work was done. There was nothing more to be done to the nails, so Benvenuto continued to char the door and drive the governor to desperation. That very day the functionary entered his cell more preoccupied than ever. "My dear prisoner," said the worthy man, whose mind constantly recurred to his fixed idea, "do you still propose to fly away? Come, tell me frankly." "More than ever, my dear host," replied Benvenuto. "Look you," said the governor, "you may say what you choose, but upon my word I believe it's impossible." "Impossible, Master Giorgio, impossible," rejoined the artist. "Why, you know full well that word does not exist for me, who have always exerted myself to do those things which are the most impossible for other men, and that with success." "Impossible, my dear host. Why, have I not sometimes amused myself by making nature jealous, by fashioning with gold and emeralds and diamonds a flower fairer far than all the flowers that the dew impearls? Think you that he who can make flowers cannot make wings?" "May God help me," said the governor. "With your insolent assurance you'll make me lose my wits. But tell me, in order that these wings may sustain your weight in the air, a thing which seems impossible to me, I confess, what form shall you give them?" "I have thought deeply thereupon, as you may well imagine, since my safety depends entirely upon the shape of my wings." "With what result?" "After examining all flying things, I have concluded that, if I wish to reproduce by art what they have received from God, I can copy the bat most successfully. But when all is said, Benvenuto," continued the governor, "even if you had the materials with which to make a pair of wings, would not your courage fail you when the time came to use them? Give me what I need for their construction, my dear governor, and I'll reply by flying away. What do you need in God's name?" "Oh, mon Dieu! Almost nothing. A little forge, an anvil, files, tongs, and pincers to make the springs, and 20 yards of oiled silk for the membranes." "Good, very good," said Master Giorgio. "That reassures me somewhat, for, clever as you may be, you never will succeed in obtaining all those things here." "Tea is done," rejoined Benvenuto. The governor leaped from his chair, but he instantly reflected that it was a material impossibility, and yet, for all that, his poor brain had not a moment's respite. Every bird that flew by his window he imagined to be Benvenuto Cellini. So great is the influence of a master mind over one of moderate capacity. The same day Master Giorgio sent for the most skilful machinist in all Rome, and ordered him to measure him for a pair of bat's wings. The machinist stared at the governor in blank amazement, without replying, thinking, with some reason, that Master Giorgio had gone mad. But as Master Giorgio insisted, as Master Giorgio was wealthy, and as Master Giorgio had the wherewithal to pay for insane freaks, if he chose to indulge in them, the machinist set about the task, and a week later brought him a pair of magnificent wings, fitted to an iron waist to be worn upon the body, and worked by means of an extremely ingenious arrangement of springs, with most encouraging regularity. Master Giorgio paid his man the stipulated price, measured the space required to accommodate the apparatus, went up to Benvenuto's cell, and without a word overturned everything therein, looking under the bed, peering up the chimney, fumbling in the mattress, and leaving not the smallest corner unvisited. Then he went out, still without speaking, convinced that, unless Benvenuto was a sorcerer, no pair of wings similar to his own could be hidden in his cell. It was clear that the unhappy governor's brain was becoming more and more disordered. Upon descending to his own quarters, Master Giorgio found the machinist waiting for him. He had returned to call his attention to the fact that there was an iron ring at the end of each wing, intended to support the legs of a man flying in a horizontal position. The machinist had no sooner left him than Master Giorgio locked himself in, donned the iron waist, unfolded his wings, hung up his legs, and, lying flat upon his stomach, made his first attempt at flying. But, try as he would, he could not succeed in rising above the floor. After 2 or 3 trials, always with the same result, he sent for the mechanic once more. "Master," said he, "I have tried your wings, but they won't work. How did you try them?" Master Giorgio described his repeated experiments in detail. The mechanic listened with a sober face, and said, when he had concluded, "I am not surprised, as you lay on the floor you hadn't a sufficient quantity of air under your wings. You must go to the top of the castle of San Angelo and boldly launch yourself into space. And you think that in that way I can fly? I am sure of it. If you are so sure of it, would it not be as well to make the experiment yourself?" "The wings are proportioned to the weight of your body and not of mine," replied the machinist. "Wings to carry my weight would need to measure 1.5 feet more from tip to tip." And with that he bowed and took his leave. "The devil!" exclaimed Master Giorgio. Throughout that day Master Giorgio indulged in various vagaries, which tended to prove that his reason, like Roland's, was penetrating farther and farther into imaginary realms. In the evening, just at bedtime, he summoned all the servants, all the jailers, all the guards. "If," said he, "you learn that Benvenuto Cellini is intending to fly away, let him go and notify me, nothing more, for I shall know where to go to capture him, even in the dark, since I am myself a veritable bat, while he, whatever he may say, is only a false bat." The poor governor was quite mad, but as they hoped that a night's rest would have a soothing effect upon him, they decided to wait until morning before advising the Pope. Moreover, it was an abominable night, dark and rainy, and no one cared to go out in such weather, always excepting Benvenuto Cellini, who had selected that very night for his escape, in a spirit of contrariety doubtless. And so, as soon as he heard the clock strike 10, and the footsteps indicating that the sentinel had been relieved, he fell on his knees and offered a fervent prayer, after which he set to work. In the first place he removed the heads of the 4 nails, which alone held the iron plates in place. The last yielded to his efforts just at midnight. He heard the steps of the sentinel going up to the platform. He stood with his ear glued to the door without breathing until the relieved sentinel came down, the steps died away in the distance, and silence reigned once more. The rain fell with redoubled force, and Benvenuto's heart leaped for joy as he heard it heating against the window. He at once tried to remove the iron plates. As there was nothing to hold them, they yielded to his efforts, and he placed them one by one against the wall. He then lay flat upon the floor and attacked the bottom of the door with his modeling tool, sharpened like a dagger and fitted to a wooden handle. The oak was entirely changed to carbon, and gave way at the end. An instant Benvenuto had made, an aperture at the bottom of the door sufficiently large to allow him to crawl through it. He reopened the belly of his statue, took out the strips of linen, coiled them around his waist like a girdle, armed himself with his modeling tool, of which he had, as we have said, made a dagger, and fell on his knees once more and prayed. Then he passed his head through the hole, then his shoulders, then the rest of his body, and found himself in the corridor. He stood erect, but his legs trembled so that he was compelled to lean against the wall for support. His heart was beating as if it would burst, and his head was on fire. A drop of perspiration trembled at the end of each hair, and he clutched the handle of his dagger in his hand, as if someone were trying to tear it away from him. However, as everything was quiet, as nothing was stirring and not a sound was to be heard, Benvenuto soon recovered himself and felt his way along the wall of the corridor with his hand until the wall came to an end. Then he put out his foot and felt the first step of the staircase, or, more properly speaking, the ladder which led to the platform. He mounted the rungs one by one, shivering as the wood creaked under his feet until he felt a breath of air. Then the rain beat against his faye as his head rose above the level of the platform, and as he had been in most intense darkness for a quarter of an hour, he was able to judge at once what reason he had to fear or hope. The balance seemed to incline toward hope. The sentinel had taken refuge from the storm in his sentry box. How, as the sentinels who mounted guard upon the castle of San Angelo were stationed there, not to inspect the platform but to look down into the moat and survey the surrounding country, the closed side of the sentry box faced the top of the ladder by which Benvenuto ascended. The artist crept cautiously on his hands and knees toward that part of the platform which was farthest removed from the sentry box. There he securely fastened one end of his improvised rope to a jutting projection some 6 inches in length, and then knelt for the 3rd time. "O Lord," he muttered, "O Lord, do thou help me, since I am seeking to help myself." With that prayer upon his lips, he let himself down by his hands, heedless of the bruises upon his knees and his forehead, which, from time to time, rubbed against the face of the wall, and at last reached the solid earth. When he felt the ground beneath his feet, his breast swelled with an infinitude of joy and pride. He contemplated the immense height from which he had descended, and could not avoid saying in an undertone, "Free at last!" But his joy was short-lived. As he turned away from the tower, his knees trembled under him. Directly in front of him rose a wall recently built, and of which he knew nothing. He was lost. Everything seemed to give way within him, and in his despair he fell to the ground. But as he fell, his foot struck against something hard. It was a long beam. He gave a slight exclamation of surprise and delight. He was saved. Ah, no one knows what heart-rending alternations of joy and hope one short minute of life can contain. Benvenuto seized the beam as a shipwrecked sailor seizes the spar which may save him from drowning. Under ordinary circumstances, 2 strong men would have found difficulty in lifting it. He dragged it to the wall and stood it on end against it. Then he climbed to the top of the wall, clinging to the beam with his hands and knees, but when he arrived there, his strength was insufficient to raise the beam and lower it on the other side. For a moment his head swam, he closed his eyes, and it seemed as if he were struggling in a lake of flames. Suddenly he remembered his strips of linen, by means of which he had descended from the platform. He slid down the beam to the ground once more, and ran to the spot where he had left them hanging, but he had fastened them so securely at the opposite end that he could not detach them. In his desperation, he raised himself from the ground by hanging to them, pulling with all his strength and hoping to break them. Fortunately, one of the knots slipped at last, and Benvenuto fell to the ground, grasping a fragment some 12 feet long. This was all that he needed. He rose with a bound, and, filled with fresh vigor, climbed up to the top of the wall once more, fastened the cord to the end of the beam, and slid down on the other side. When he reached the end of the cord, he felt in vain for the ground with his feet and, upon looking over his shoulder, saw that it was still some 6 feet away. He let go the cord and dropped. He lay still for an instant. He was completely exhausted, and there was no skin left upon his legs and hands. For some moments he gazed stupidly at his bleeding flesh, but 5 o'clock struck, and he saw that the stars were beginning to pale. He rose. But as he rose, a sentinel whom he had not noticed, but who had undoubtedly witnessed his performance, walked toward him. Benvenuto saw that he was lost, and that he must either kill or be killed. He drew his modeling tool from his belt and marched straight toward the guard with such a determined expression that worthy doubtless realized that he had not only a powerful man but a deathly despair to contend with. Benvenuto was determined not to give ground, but suddenly the soldier turned his back upon him, as if he had not seen him. The prisoner understood what that meant. He ran to the last rampart, and found himself some 12 or 15 feet above the moat. such a trifle was not likely to stop a man like Benvenuto Cellini in his present predicament, when he had left part of his cord hanging from the top of the tower, and the other part attached to the beam, so that he had nothing left with which to lower himself, and there was no time to lose. He hung by his hands from a ring in the masonry, and, with a mental prayer, let himself drop. This time he fainted outright. An hour passed before he came to himself, but the coolness which is always noticeable in the air as dawn approaches revived him. He lay for an instant with his mind in confusion, then passed his hand over his forehead and remembered everything. He felt a sharp pain in his head, and saw blood upon the stones where he lay, which had trickled down from his face. He put his hand to his forehead a second time, not to collect his thoughts, but to investigate his wounds, which he found were but skin deep. He smiled and tried to stand up, but fell heavily back. His right leg was broken 3 inches above the ankle. The leg was so benumbed that at first he felt no pain. He at once removed his shirt and tore it into strips, then put the ends of the bone together as well as he could, and applied the bandage, binding it with all his strength, and passing it under the sole of his foot now and then, in order to keep the bones in place. Then he dragged himself on all fours toward one of the city gates, which was within 500 yards. After half an hour of atrocious suffering, he reached the gate only to find that it was closed. But he noticed a large stone under the gate which yielded to his first attempt to remove it, and he passed through the hole left by it. He had not taken 20 steps beyond the gate when he was attacked by a pack of famished dogs who were attracted by the odor of blood. He drew his modeling tool and dispatched the largest and most savage with a blow in the side. The others immediately threw themselves upon their defunct comrade and devoured him. Benvenuto dragged himself along to the church of La Transpontina, where he fell in with a water-carrier who had just filled his jars and loaded his donkey. He called him. "Look you," he said, "I was with my mistress. Circumstances compelled me, although I went in at the door to come out through the window. I leaped from the first floor and broke my leg. Carry me to the steps of St. Peter's, and I will give you a golden crown." The water-carrier, without a word, took the wounded man on his shoulder and carried him to the designated spot. Having received his pay, he went his way without so much as looking behind. Thereupon Benvenuto, still on all fours, made his way to the palace of Monseigneur de Montluc, the French ambassador, who lived only a few steps away. Monseigneur de Montluc exerted himself so zealously in his behalf that at the end of a month Benvenuto was cured, at the end of 2 months he was pardoned, and at the end of 4 months he started for France with Ascanio and Pagallo. The poor governor, who had gone mad, lived and died a madman, constantly imagining that he was a bat and making the most violent efforts to fly. 4 SCO zone. When Benvenuto Cellini arrived in France, Francois I was at the chateau of Fontainebleau with his whole court. The artist stopped in the town, sending word of his arrival to the Cardinal of Ferrara. The cardinal, who knew that the king was impatiently awaiting his coming, at once transmitted the intelligence to his majesty. Benvenuto was received by the king the same day. "Benvenuto," he said, addressing him in that mellifluous and expressive tongue in which the artist wrote so well, "for a few days, while you are recovering from your fatigue and vexation, repose, enjoy yourself, make merry, and meanwhile we will reflect and determine upon some noble work for you to execute." Thereupon he ordered apartments in the chateau to be made ready for the artist, and that he should want for nothing. Thus Benvenuto found himself at the outset installed in the very center of French civilization, at that time behind that of Italy, with which it was already struggling for supremacy, and which it was soon to surpass. As he looked around, he could easily believe that he had never left the Tuscan capital, for he found himself in the midst of the arts and artists he had known at Florence. Primaticcio had succeeded Leonardo da Vinci and Rosso. It was for Benvenuto, therefore, to show himself not unworthy of these illustrious predecessors, and to carry the art of statuary as high in the eyes of the most gallant court of Europe as those three great masters had carried the art of painting. And so Benvenuto determined to anticipate the king's wishes by not waiting for him to command the noble work promised, and to execute it himself, of his own motion and with his own resources. He had readily discovered the king's affection for the royal residence where he had met him, and determined to flatter his preference by executing a statue to be called the Nymph of Fontainebleau. A lovely work to undertake was this statue, crowned at once with oak and wheat ears and vines, for Fontainebleau is partly field, partly forest, and partly vineyard. The nymph of whom Benvenuto dreamed must therefore be reminiscent of Ceres and Diana and Erigone, three types of marvelous beauty melted into one, and which, while retaining their distinctive characteristics, should still form but a single whole. Then there should be represented upon the pedestal the attributes of those three goddesses, and they who have seen the fascinating figures about the statue of Perseus know the Florentine master's method of executing those marvelous details. But it was his misfortune that, although he had in his own mind his ideal of beauty, he was sadly in need of a human model for the material part of his work. Where was he to find this model, in whose single person could be found the threefold beauty of three goddesses? Certain it is that if, as in the olden days, the days of Apelles and Phidias, the beauties of the day, those queens of loveliness, had come of their own accord to pose for Benvenuto, he would have found what he sought within the precincts of the court, for there was a whole Olympus in the flower of youth and beauty. There were Catherine de Medicis, then but 21, Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre, who was called the fourth Grace and the 10th Muse, and lastly Madame la Duchesse d'Etampes, whom we shall meet frequently in the course of this narrative, and who was known as the loveliest of blue-stockings and the most learned of beauties. In this galaxy the artist could have found more than he needed, but the days of Apelles and Phidias had long gone by, and he must look elsewhere. It was with great pleasure, therefore, that he learned that the court was about to set out for Paris. Unfortunately, as Benvenuto himself says, the court in those days traveled like a funeral procession, preceded by 12,000 to 15,000 horse, halting for the night in some place where there were no more than 2 or 3 houses, wasting 4 hours every evening in pitching the tents, and 4 hours every morning in striking them. In this way, although the distance was but 16 leagues, 5 days were spent in the journey from Fontainebleau to Paris. 20 times on the way Benvenuto was tempted to push forward, but as often the Cardinal of Ferrara dissuaded him, saying that, if the king was compelled to pass a single day without seeing him, he would certainly ask what had become of him, and when he learned that he had left the procession would look upon his unceremonious departure as a failure of respect toward himself. So Benvenuto chafed at his bit, and tried to kill time during the long halt by sketching his nymph of Fontainebleau. At last he arrived at Paris. His first visit was to Primaticcio, who was commissioned to continue the work of Leonardo da Vinci and Rosso at Fontainebleau. Primaticcio, who had lived long at Paris, should be able at once to put him upon the path he was seeking, and to tell him where to look for models. A word, in passing, as to Primaticcio. Il Signor Francesco Primaticcio, who was commonly called at this time Le Bologna, from his birthplace, had studied under Jules Romain for 6 years, and had lived 8 years in France, whither Francois I was, had summoned him upon the advice of the Marquis of Mantua, his great purveyor of artists. He was, as anyone may see at Fontainebleau, a man of prodigious fecundity, with a broad, florid manner and irreproachable regularity of outline. For a long time Primaticcio, with his encyclopedic brain, his vast store of knowledge, and his boundless talent, which embraced all varieties of painting, For a long time, we say, he was despised, but in our day he has been avenged for 3 centuries of injustice. Under the inspiration of religious ardor, he painted the pictures in the chapel of Beauregard. In moral subjects, he personified the principal Christian virtues at the Hotel Montmorency, and the immensity of Fontainebleau was filled to overflowing with his works. At the Golden Gate and in the Salle du Bal he treated the most graceful subjects of mythology and allegory, in the Gallery of Ulysses and the Chamber of St. Louis. He was an epic poet with Homer, and translated with his brush the Odyssey and a portion of the Iliad. Then he passed from the age of fable to heroic times, and historical subjects became his study. The principal incidents in the life of Alexander and Romulus, and the surrender of Havre, were reproduced in the painting with which he decorated the Grand Gallery and the apartment adjoining the Salle du Bal. He turned his attention to the beauties of nature and the great landscapes of the Cabinet of Curiosities. In short, if we care to take the measurement of his eminent talent, to consider the various forms in which it found expression, and to reckon up its work, we shall find that in 98 large pictures and 130 smaller ones he has treated, one after another, landscapes, marine views, historical, allegorical, and religious subjects, portraits, and the themes of epic poetry. He was, as may be seen, a man likely to appreciate Benvenuto, and so, as soon as Benvenuto arrived at Paris, he ran to Primaticcio with open arms and was welcomed by him in the same temper. After the first serious conversation between the two friends meeting thus in a foreign land, Benvenuto opened his portfolio, imparted all his ideas to Primaticcio, showed him all his sketches, and asked him if there was any one of the models he was accustomed to use who fulfilled the necessary conditions. Primaticcio shook his head, smiling sadly. In truth, they were no longer in Italy, the daughter of Greece and a rival of her mother. France was in those days, as it is today, the land of grace and prettiness and coquetry. But in vain would one have sought in the domain of the Valois that imperious loveliness which inspired the genius of Michelangelo and Raphael, of John of Bologna and Andrea del Sarto, on the banks of the Tiber and the Arno. To be sure, if the painter or sculptor had been at liberty to choose a model at will among the aristocracy, he would soon have found the types he sought. But like those shades which are detained on this side of the Styx, he was perforce content to see those noble, lovely forms, the constant objects of his artistic aspirations, pass over into the Elysian fields which he was forbidden to enter. It turned out as Primaticcio anticipated. Benvenuto passed in review his whole army of models, and saw not one who seemed to combine all the qualities essential for the work of which he was dreaming. Thereupon he caused all the Venuses at a crown, the sitting whose names were furnished him, to be summoned to the Cardinal of Ferrara's palace, where he was installed, but none of them fulfilled his expectations. Benvenuto was almost at his wits' end when, one evening, as he was returning home alone along Rue des Petits Champs, after supping with 3 compatriots whom he had met at Paris, namely Pietro Strozzi, the Count of Anguillara, his brother-in-law, and Galeotto Pico, nephew of the famous Pico della Mirandole, he noticed a graceful, lovely girl walking in front of him. Benvenuto fairly leaped for joy. The girl was, of all whom he had thus far seen, by far the best qualified to give shape to his dream. He followed her, therefore. She walked along by the church of Saint-Honoré, and turned into Rue de Pelican. There she looked around to see if she was still followed, and, seeing Benvenuto within a few steps, hastily opened a door and disappeared. Benvenuto went to the same door and opened it in time to see the skirt of the young woman's dress disappear at a bend in the stairway, which was lighted by a smoking lamp. He went up to the first floor. A chamber door stood ajar, and in the chamber he discovered the girl he had followed. without explaining the artistic motive of his intrusion. Indeed, without saying a word, Benvenuto, desirous to ascertain whether the outlines of her body corresponded with those of her face, walked around and around the poor bewildered girl as he might have done had she been a statue, taking her arms and raising them above her head in the attitude which he proposed that his nymph of Fontainebleau should assume, and she obeyed his gestures mechanically. There was little of Ceres in the model now before his eyes, and still less of Diana, but very much of Aragon. The master thereupon made up his mind, in view of the manifest impossibility of finding the three types united in one person, to be satisfied with the Bacchante. But for the Bacchante he had certainly found all that he desired. Sparkling eyes, coral lips, teeth like pearls, graceful neck, well-rounded shoulders, and broad hips, and in the slender wrists and ankles and the long nails there was a suggestion of aristocratic blood, which removed the artist's last hesitation. "What is your name, mademoiselle?" Benvenuto, with his foreign accent, at last asked the poor girl, whose wonder momentarily increased. "Catherine, monsieur, at your service," she replied. "Very good." "Here is a golden crown, Mademoiselle Catherine, for the trouble I have caused you. Come to me tomorrow at the Cardinal of Ferrara's hotel on Rue Saint-Martin, and I will give you as much more for the same service." The girl hesitated an instant, thinking that he was making sport of her. But the gold crown seemed to prove that he was speaking seriously, and after a very brief pause she said, "At what time? 10 o'clock in the morning? Does that suit your convenience?" "Perfectly, so that I may rely upon you. I will come." Benvenuto saluted her as he would have saluted a duchess, and returned home with a glad heart. He at once burned all his idealistic sketches, and set to work upon one based upon flesh and blood. Having completed the drawing, he placed a quantity of wax upon a pedestal, and beneath his dexterous touch it instantly assumed the shape of the nymph of whom he had dreamed, so that when Catherine appeared at the door of his studio the next morning, a part of his task was already done. As we have said, Catherine utterly failed to understand Benvenuto's motives. She was vastly astonished, therefore, when, having closed the door behind her, he showed her the statue already begun, and explained why he had asked her to come. Catherine was a light-hearted, joyous creature, and laughed heartily at her mistake. Her bosom swelled with pride at the thought of posing as a model for a goddess to be presented to a king, so she removed her clothing, and of her own motion assumed the pose indicated by the statue. So gracefully, and withal so exactly, that the artist, when he turned and saw her posed so naturally and well, exclaimed in delight. Benvenuto at once set to work. His was, as we have said, one of those noble, vigorous, artistic natures in which inspiration is aroused by the work beneath their hands, and which seem to become illumined as their work proceeds. He had thrown aside his doublet, and as he went back and forth from the model to the copy, from nature to art, he seemed, with his bare neck and arms, like Jupiter, ready to kindle everything that he touched into flame. Catherine, accustomed to the commonplace or worn-out organization of the young men of the lower classes with whom she had associated, or the young noblemen whose plaything she had been, gazed at this man with the inspired glance, quickened respiration, and swelling breast, with an unfamiliar sensation of wonder. She seemed herself to rise to the master's level. Her eyes shone, and the artist's inspiration was communicated to the model. The sitting lasted 2 hours. At the end of that time, Benvenuto gave Catherine her gold crown, and took leave of her as ceremoniously as before, making an appointment for the following day at the same hour. Catherine returned to her own room and did not go out during the day. The next morning she was at the studio 10 minutes before the appointed time. The same scene was repeated. On that day, as on the day before, Benvenuto's inspiration rose to sublime heights. Beneath his hand, as beneath that of Prometheus, the clay seemed to breathe. The Bacchante's head was already modeled, and seemed a living head set upon a shapeless trunk. Catherine smiled upon this celestial sister. Fashioned in her image, she had never been so happy, and, strangely enough, she was unable to explain the sentiment which caused her happiness. On the following day, the master and the model met again at the same hour, but Catherine was conscious of a sensation absent on the preceding days, which caused the blood to rush to her face as soon as she began to disrobe. The poor child was beginning to love, and love brought modesty in its train. On the fourth day it was still worse, and Benvenuto was compelled several times to remind her that he was not modeling the Venus de Medicis, but Aragon, drunken with debauchery and wine. Moreover, her patience would be tried but a little longer, 2 days more, and the model's services would be no longer required. In the afternoon of the second day, Benvenuto, having given the last touch to his statue, thanked Catherine for her complaisance and gave her 4 gold crowns, but Catherine let them fall to the floor. The poor child's dream was ended. From that moment she must return to her former condition, and that condition had become hateful to her since the day that she entered the master's studio. Benvenuto, who had no suspicion of what was taking place in the girl's heart, picked up the 4 crowns, handed them to her once more, pressing her hand as he did so, and said to her that if he ever could be of service to her, she must apply to no one but him. Then he passed into the apartment where his apprentices were at work, seeking Ascanio, to whom he wished to exhibit his. Catherine kissed the tools the master had used, one after another, and went away weeping. The next morning Catherine appeared at the studio while Benvenuto was alone, and when he, astonished to see her again, asked her why she had come, she knelt at his feet and asked him if he did not need a servant. Benvenuto had an artist's heart, quick to detect feeling in another. He divined what was taking place in the poor child's heart, and raised her from the floor, kissing her upon the forehead as he did so. From that moment Catherine was a part of the studio which, as we have said, she brightened and made cheerful with her childish ways, and enlivened by her unceasing activity. She had become almost indispensable to everybody, above all to Benvenuto. She it was who superintended and managed everything, scolding and caressing Ruperta, who was dismayed at her first appearance in the household, but ended by loving her as everybody else did. The Aragon lost nothing by this arrangement. Having the model always at hand, Benvenuto had retouched and perfected it with greater care than he had ever before bestowed upon one of his statues, and had then carried it to Francois I, whose admiration knew no bounds, and who ordered him to execute it in silver. He subsequently conversed for a long time with the goldsmith, asked him if he was pleased with his studio, where it was situated, and whether there were beautiful things to be seen there. And when he dismissed him, he determined in his own mind to take him by surprise some morning, but said nothing to him of his intention. Thus did matters stand when this history opens. Benvenuto working, Catherine singing, Ascanio dreaming, and Pagallo praying. On the day following that on which Ascanio returned home so late, thanks to his excursion in the neighborhood of the Hotel de Nesle, there was a loud knocking at the street door. Dame Ruperta at once rose to answer the summons, but Scazon, the reader will remember that this was the name given to Catherine by Benvenuto, was already out of the room. A moment later they heard her voice, half joyous, half terrified, crying, "Oh, mon Dieu, master, mon Dieu, it is the king! The king in person has come to see your studio." And poor Scorzone, leaving all the doors open behind her, reappeared, pale and trembling, on the threshold of the workshop, where Benvenuto was at work, surrounded by his pupils and apprentices. Genius and royalty. In very truth, Francois I was entering the courtyard with all his retinue. He led by the hand the Duchesse d'Étampes. The King of Navarre followed with the Dauphine, Catherine de Medicis. The Dauphin afterwards, Henri II, came next with his aunt Marguerite de Valois, Queen of Navarre. Almost all the nobility accompanied them. Benvenuto went to meet them without confusion or embarrassment, and welcomed the king, princes, great lords, and beautiful women as a friend welcomes friends. And yet there were in the throng the most illustrious names of France and the most resplendent beauties in the world. Marguerite charmed, Madame d'Etampes entranced, Catherine de Medicis astonished, Diane de Poitiers dazzled. But Benvenuto was familiar with the purest types of antiquity and of the 16th century in Italy, even as the beloved pupil of Michelangelo was accustomed to the society of kings. "You must needs permit us, madame, to admire by your side the marvels we are to behold," said Francois I to the Duchesse d'Etampes, who replied with a smile. Anne de Pisseleu, Duchesse d'Etampes, who since the king's return from his captivity in Spain had succeeded the Comtesse de Chateaubriand in his favor, was at this time in all the splendor of a truly royal loveliness. Her figure was erect and graceful, and she carried her charming head with a dignity and feline grace which recalled at once the cat and panther, which she also resembled in her habit of pouncing upon one unexpectedly and in her murderous appetites. With all this, the royal courtesan was very clever at assuming an air of sincerity and candor which would disarm the most suspicious. Nothing could be more mobile or more treacherous than the features of this pale-lipped woman, today Hermione, tomorrow Galatea, with her smile, sometimes cajoling, sometimes terrible, her glance, at one moment caressing and suggestive, and the next flaming with wrath. She had a habit of raising her eyelids so slowly that one could never tell whether they would disclose a languorous or a threatening expression. Haughty and imperious, she subjugated Francois I first. By holding his passions enthralled, proud and jealous, she insisted that he should call upon the Comtesse de Chateaubriand to return the jewels he had given her. By returning them in the form of bullion, the lovely and melancholy countess did at least protest against the profanation. Supple and deceitful, she had closed her eyes more than once when the king's capricious fancy seemed to distinguish some charming young woman at court, whom, however, he invariably abandoned very soon to return to his beautiful enchantress. "I was in haste to see you, Benvenuto, for 2 months have now passed since your coming to our realm, and vexatious affairs of state have since that time forbade my turning my thoughts to things artistic. Impute it to my brother and cousin, the Emperor, who gives me not a moment of repose. If it is your will, sire, I will write to him, and pray that he will give you time to be a great friend to art, since you have proved to him ere this that you are a mighty captain." "Pray, do you know Charles V?" inquired the King of Navarre. "4 years since, sire, I had the honor, being then at Rome, to present a missal of my making to his sacred majesty, and make a speech to him which seemed to touch him nearly." "What said his sacred majesty to you?" "He said that he already knew me from having seen upon the Pope's cope 3 years before a carved stud which did me honor." "Ah, I see that you are spoiled for royal compliments," said Francois I. "Sire, 'tis true that I have had the fortune to please many cardinals, grand dukes, princes, and kings." "Prithee, show me your beautiful designs, that I may see if I shall not be a harder judge to please than others." "Sire, I have had very little time, however. Here are a vase and silver basin which I have commenced, and which are perhaps not too unworthy of your majesty's attention." The king examined the 2 works of art for 5 minutes without a word. It seemed that the handiwork made him forget the workman. At last, as the ladies gathered curiously about him, he spoke. "See, mesdames," he cried, "what marvelous workmanship! Observe the hold and novel shape of this vase. What ingenuity and marvelous modeling in the bas-reliefs and bosses, mon Dieu! Especially do I admire the beauty of the lines, and see how true to life and how diverse are the attitudes of the figures. Look at the one holding her arms over her head. The fugitive gesture is so naturally seized that one wonders that she doesn't continue the movement. In very truth, I believe that the ancients never did anything so fine. I remember the best works of antiquity, and those of the most eminent artists of Italy, but nothing ever made so deep an impression upon me as this. Oh, Madame de Navarre, I pray you look at this pretty child lost among the flowers, and waving her little foot in the air. How graceful and pretty and instinct with life it all is. Others have complimented me, great king, cried Benvenuto. But you understand me. Have you aught else? Asked the king greedily. Here is a medallion representing Leda and her swan, made for Cardinal Gabriel Cesarini, and here a seal cut in intaglio representing St. John and St. Ambrose. This is a reliquary, enameled by myself. Do you strike medals? Interposed Madame d'Etampes. As Caladone of Milan did, madame. And you work in enamel, said Marguerite. Like Amerigo of Florence. And you engrave seals, inquired Catherine. Like Lantisco of Perouse. Pray, did you think, madame, that my talent is confined to the production of tiny golden toys and great silver pieces? I can do a little of everything, God be praised. I am a passable military engineer, and I have twice prevented the capture of Rome. I can turn a sonnet prettily, and your majesty has but to order me to compose a poem, provided that it be in praise of yourself, and I will undertake to execute it neither better nor worse than if my name were Clement Marot. As to music, which my father taught me with a stick, I found the method an admirable one, and I am so good a performer on the flute and cornet that Clement VII employed me among his musicians at the age of 24. Furthermore, I discovered the secret of compounding an excellent powder, and I can also make beautiful carbines and surgical instruments. If your majesty is at war, and chooses to employ me as man-at-arms, you will find that I am not to be despised in that capacity, and that I know as well how to handle an arquebus as to sight a culverin. As a hunter, I have brought down my 25 peacocks in a day, and as an artillerist I have freed the Emperor from the Prince of Orange, and your Majesty from the Connétable de Bourbon. Traitors seem not to be fortunate when they encounter me. Of which exploit are you the prouder? The young Dauphin interrupted. Of having killed the constable or the 25 peacocks. I am proud of neither, monseigneur. Like all other gifts, address is God-given, and I simply used my address. By my faith, I was ignorant that you had already rendered me so great a service, said the king, a service which, however, my sister Marguerite will be at great pains to pardon you. Was it indeed you who slew the Connétable de Bourbon? Prithee, how came it to pass? Mon Dieu, it was the simplest thing in the world. The constable's army had arrived unexpectedly before Rome, and a vigorous assault upon the fortifications was in progress. I sallied forth with a few friends to watch the fighting. As I left my house, I instinctively put my arquebus over my shoulder. When we reached the walls of the city, I saw that there was nothing to be done, but, I said to myself, it shall not be said that I came hither to so little purpose. So I aimed my arquebus toward the point where I saw a numerous and compact group of soldiers, and singled out one who stood a head taller than his companions. He fell, and a great uproar at once arose, caused by the shot I had fired. I had, in truth, slain Bourbon. I learned afterward that it was he who towered above his companions. While Benvenuto was relating this incident with a most indifferent air, the circle of lords and ladies of which he was the center spread out somewhat, and they all gazed with respect and almost with terror at this unconscious hero. Francois I alone remained at his side. "And so, my dear fellow," he said, "I see that you loaned me your gallantry before consecrating your genius to me." "Sire," Benvenuto rejoined with a smile, I believe in good sooth that I was born to be your servitor. An incident of my early youth has always seemed to me to admit of no other interpretation. Your crest is a salamander, is it not? Yes, with this device, nutrisco et extinguo. Very well. When I was about 5 years old, I was sitting one day with my father in a small room where they had been scalding the lye, and where a rousing fire of young oak was still burning. It was very cold. Happening to glance at the fire, I espied a tiny creature like a lizard diverting itself in the spot where the heat was most intense. I pointed it out to my father, and my father— pray pardon me this detail of a somewhat brutal custom of my country— struck me a violent blow and said to me with great gentleness, "I do not strike thee because thou hast done wrong, dear child, but so that thou mayest remember that the little lizard thou hast seen in the fire is a salamander. No human being has ever seen that animal save thou. Was not that a premonition of fate, sire? Indeed, I think I was predestined to do as I have done, for at the age of 20 I was about to set out for England, when the sculptor Pietro Torrigiano, who was to take me thither, told me that in his youth he one day struck our Michelangelo in the face on the occasion of some studio quarrel. Ah! I abandoned all thought of the journey then. Not for a prince's title would I have traveled with one who had raised his hand against my great sculptor. I remained in Italy, and from Italy, instead of going to England, I came to France. France, proud of your choice, Benvenuto, will see to it that you do not sigh for your fatherland. Oh, my fatherland is art, and my prince he who commands the richest cup at my hands. Have you any beautiful work now in contemplation, Cellini? Oh, yes, sire, a Christ. Not a Christ upon the cross, but Christ in his radiance and glory, and I shall copy as closely as possible the infinite beauty of the guise in which he revealed himself to me. What? Laughed Marguerite the skeptic. In addition to all the kings of earth, have you seen the King of Heaven too? Yes, madame, replied Benvenuto with childlike simplicity. Oh, pray tell us of that, said the Queen of Navarre. Willingly, madame, said Benvenuto with a confident air which implied that it did not occur to him that anyone could doubt any part of his story. Some time before, he continued, I had seen Satan and all his legions, whom a necromancing friend of mine, a priest, evoked for me at the Colosseum. Indeed, we had much ado to rid ourselves of them. But the dread souvenir of those infernal apparitions was forever banished from my mind when, in answer to my fervent prayer, the blessed Savior of mankind appeared to me in a flood of sunlight crowned with glory, and brought sweet consolation to me in the misery of my captivity. And are you sure beyond a peradventure, demanded the Queen of Navarre, so sure that you have no shadow of doubt that Christ really appeared to you? I have no doubt of it, madam. In that case, Benvenuto, go on and fashion a Christ for our chapel, said Francois I, with his usual good humor. Sire, if your majesty will so far indulge me, I pray you to order something different, and allow me to postpone the execution of that work. Why so? Because I promised God to undertake it for no other sovereign than him. La bonne heure, be it so, Benvenuto. I need 12 candlesticks for my table. Ah, that is a different matter, and therein, sire, you shall be obeyed. It is my wish that they should take the forms of 12 silver statues. The effect will be magnificent, sire. They must represent 6 gods and 6 goddesses and be of my own height. Why, your order is for a whole epic poem, said the Duchesse d'Étampes, for a work of marvelous, surprising splendor, is it not, Monsieur Benvenuto? I am never surprised, madame. I should be greatly surprised myself, retorted the Duchess, somewhat piqued, if other sculptors than those of the olden time could carry such a task to completion. I hope, nevertheless, to execute it as satisfactorily as they could have done, rejoined Benvenuto coolly. Oh, are you not inclined to boast a little, Monsieur Benvenuto? I never boast, madame. As he made this reply with perfect calmness, Cellini looked at Madame d'Etampes, and the haughty Duchess lowered her eyes, in spite of herself, under that firm, assured glance in which there was no trace of irritation. Her resentment was aroused by the consciousness of his superiority, to which she yielded even while resisting it, and without knowing in what it consisted. She had thought hitherto that beauty was the greatest power in the world. She had forgotten genius. What treasure, said she with a bitter sneer, would suffice to recompense such talent as yours? None that I can command, I' faith, rejoined Francois I. And apropos, Benvenuto, I remember that you have as yet received but 500 crowns. Will you be content with the stipend which I allowed my painter, Leonardo da Vinci, 700 gold crowns yearly? I will pay over and above that for all works which you may execute for me. Sire, your offer is worthy such a king as Francois I, and, I venture to say it, of such an artist as Cellini. And yet I shall make so bold as to prefer a request to your majesty. It is granted in advance, Benvenuto. Sire, I am but ill and narrowly accommodated in this edifice. One of my pupils has discovered a location much more favorably situated than this for the execution of such great works as my king may choose to command. The property in question belongs to your majesty. It is the Grand Nestle. It is at the disposal of the provost of Paris, but he does not dwell therein. He occupies only the Petite Nestle, which I will gladly leave in his possession. So be it, then, Venuto, said Francois. Take up your abode at the Grand Nesle, and I shall have only to cross the river to talk with you and admire your masterpieces. Consider, sire, interposed Madame d'Etampes, that you thereby, for no motive, deprive a nobleman, and one devoted to my service, of property appertaining to his office. Benvenuto glanced at her, and for the second time Anne lowered her eyes beneath that steady, piercing gaze. Cellini rejoined, with the same naive good faith with which he had described the supernatural apparitions. I, too, am of noble birth, madame. My family descends from a gallant officer who held high rank under Julius Caesar, one Fiorino of Cellino near Montefiascone, and who gave his name to Florence, while your provost and his ancestors, if my memory serves me, have never given their name to anything. However, continued Benvenuto, turning to Francois, and changing his expression and his tone, it may be that I have made it may be that I shall incur the hatred of powerful and influential persons, who, despite your majesty's protection, may prove too strong for me at last. The provost of Paris is said to have something very like an army at his orders. I have been told, the king interrupted, that on a certain day at Rome one Cellini, a goldsmith, retained, in default of payment therefore, a silver vase ordered by Monsieur Farnese, then cardinal and today pope. It is true, sire. Furthermore, that the cardinal's whole household stormed the goldsmith's studio, sword in hand, with the design of carrying away the vase by force. That, too, is true. But this Cellini, in ambush behind the door, armed with his carbine, did defend himself so valorously that he put Monseigneur le Cardinal's people to flight, and was paid by the cardinal on the following day. All that, sire, is strictly true. Very good. Are not you the Cellini in question? Yes, sire. Let your majesty but continue to bestow your favor upon me, and nothing has any power to terrify me. In that case, go straight before you, said the king, smiling in his beard. Go where you will, since you are of noble blood. Madame d'Etampes said no more, but she registered a mental vow of deadly hatred to Cellini from that moment, the hatred of an offended woman. "One last favor, sire," said Cellini. "I cannot present all my workmen to you. They are 10 in number, some French, some German, all worthy, talented comrades. But here are my 2 pupils whom I brought from Italy with me, Pagolo and Ascanio. Come forward, Pagolo, and raise your head and your eyes a little, not impertinently, but like an honest man who has no evil action to blush for. This good fellow lacks inventive genius, perhaps, sire, and is slightly lacking in earnestness, too, but he is a careful, conscientious artist who works slowly but well, who comprehends my ideas perfectly and executes them faithfully. And this is Ascanio, my noble-hearted, amiable pupil and my beloved child. It is doubtless true that he has not the vigorous, creative faculty which will represent in a bas-relief the serried ranks of 2 hostile armies meeting in deadly encounter and tearing each other to pieces, or lions and tigers clinging with claws and teeth to the edge of a vase. Nor has he the original fancy which invents horrible chimeras and impossible dragons. No, but his soul, which resembles his body, has the instinct of a divine ideal, so to speak. Ask him to design an angel or a group of nymphs, and no one can equal the exquisite poesy and grace of his work. With Pagolo, I have 4 arms, with Ascanio I have 2 souls, and then he loves me, and I am very happy to have always by my side a pure and devoted heart like his." While his master was speaking, Ascanio stood near him modestly, but without embarrassment, in an attitude of unstudied grace, and Madame d'Etampes could not remove her eyes from the fascinating young Italian, black-eyed and black-haired, who seemed a living copy of Apollinaire. "If Ascanio," said she, "understands grace and beauty so well, and if he cares to come some morning to the Hotel d'Etampes, I will furnish him with precious stones and gold, with which he may cause some marvelous flower to bloom for me." Ascanio bowed and thanked her with a glance. "And I," said the king, "grant to him, as well as to Pagolo, a yearly pension of 100 crowns. "I undertake to make them earn their pension, sire," said Benvenuto. "But who is the lovely child with the long eyelashes hiding yonder in the corner?" said Francois, spying Scauzone for the first time. "Oh, pay no attention to her, sire," replied Benvenuto with a frown. "She is the only one of the beautiful things in this studio whom I like not to have noticed." "Aha! You are jealous, my Benvenuto? Mon Dieu! Sire, I like not that any hand should be laid upon my property. To compare small things with great, it is as if some other should dare to think of Madame d'Etampes. You would be furious, sire." "Scauzone is my duchess." The duchess, who was gazing at Ascanio, bit her lips at this unceremonious interruption. Many courtiers smiled in spite of themselves, and all the ladies giggled. As for the king, he laughed outright. "Foi de gentilhomme, your jealousy is within its right, Benvenuto, and an artist and a king may well understand each other. Adieu, my friend, I commend my statues to your attention. You will commence with Jupiter, naturally, and when you have finished the model, you will show it to me. Adieu, and good luck. We will meet at the Hotel de Nesle. To bid me show you the model is a simple matter, sire, but how shall I gain entrance to the Louvre? Your name will be given at the gates, with orders to introduce you to my presence." Cellini bowed, and with Pagolo and Ascanio escorted the king and court to the street. At the door he knelt and kissed the king's hand. "Sire," he said with deep feeling, "you have heretofore saved me from captivity, perhaps from death, through the intervention of Monseigneur de Montluc. You have overwhelmed me with wealth. You have honored my poor studio with your presence. But far more than all this, sire, is the fact, and I know not how to thank you that it is so, that you so magnificently anticipate all my dreams. We ordinarily work only for a chosen few scattered through the centuries. But I shall have had the signal honor of finding a living judge, always present, always enlightened. Until now I have been only the workman of the future. Permit me henceforth to call myself your Majesty's goldsmith. My workman, my goldsmith, my artist, and my friend Benvenuto, if the last title seems to you no more deserving of contempt than the others. Adieu, or rather au revoir. It is needless to say that all the princes and nobles followed the example set by the king and loaded Cellini with flattery and offers of friendship. When all were gone, and Benvenuto was left alone in the courtyard with his pupils, they thanked him, Ascanio effusively, Pagallo with something very like constraint. "Nay, do not thank me, my children. It's not worth while. But look you, if you do in truth consider yourselves under any obligation to me, I wish, since this subject of conversation was introduced today, to ask a service at your hands. It relates to something which I have very much at heart. You heard what I said to the king apropos of Catherine, and what I said to him truly expressed the deepest feeling of my heart. The child is necessary to my life, my friends, to my life as an artist, because, as you know, her services as a model are offered so freely and joyously, to my life as a man, because I think that she loves me. I pray you, therefore, although she is beautiful, and although you are young, as she also is, do not let your thoughts rest upon Catherine. There are enough other lovely girls in the world. Do not tear my heart, do not insult my affection by casting bold glances upon my scosso, nay, rather watch over her in my absence, and advise her as if you were her brothers. I conjure you, observe my wishes herein, for I know myself and my feeling in this matter, and I swear before God that if I should discover aught amiss, I would kill her and her accomplice." "Master," said Ascanio, "I respect you as my master, and I love you as my father. Have no fear." "Blessed Jesus," cried Pagolo, clasping his hands, "may God preserve me from thinking of such an infamous action. Do I not know that I owe everything to you, and would it not be a crime thus to abuse your sacred confidence in me, and to repay your benefactions by such dastardly treachery?" "Thanks, my friends," said Benvenuto, pressing their hands. "I have perfect faith in you, and I am content. Now, Pagolo, return to your work, for I have promised the seal at which you are working to M. de Villeroy for tomorrow, while Ascanio and myself pay a visit to the estate which our gracious king has bestowed upon us, and of which we will take possession on Sunday next, peaceably or by force." Then he turned to Ascanio. "Come, Ascanio," said he, "let us go and see if this Nestle habitation, which seemed to you so eligible in its external aspect, has internal appointments corresponding to its reputation." Before Ascanio had time to offer any observation, Benvenuto, with a parting glance over the studio to see if every workman was in his place, and a light tap upon Scozone's plump, rosy cheek, passed his arm through his pupil's, drew him toward the door, and went out with him. 6-2. What use a duenna may be put. They had taken hardly 10 steps in the street, when they met a man of some 50 years, rather short of stature, but with a handsome, mobile countenance. "I was about to call upon you, Benvenuto," said the new arrival, whom Ascanio saluted with respect, mingled with veneration, and whose hand Benvenuto cordially grasped. "Is your business of importance, my dear Francesco?" said the goldsmith. "In that case I will return with you, or was it for no other purpose than a friendly call? In that case, come with us." "It was to proffer you some friendly advice, Benvenuto." "I will gladly listen. Advice is always a good thing to receive when it is proffered by a friend. But that which I have to give you is for no other ear than yours. This youth is another myself, Francesco, say on." "I would already have done so, had I thought that I ought to do it," replied Benvenuto's friend. "Pardon, master," said Ascanio, discreetly moving apart. "Very well, go alone whither I purposed going with you, dear boy. said Benvenuto. "As you know, when you have seen a thing, it is as if I had myself seen it. Look most carefully into every detail. See if the studio will have a good light, if the courtyard will be a convenient place for a furnace, and if it will be possible to separate our workshop from that of the other apprentices. Do not forget the tennis court." With that, Benvenuto passed his arm through the strangers, waved his hand to Ascanio, and returned to the studio, leaving the young man standing in the middle of Rue Saint-Martin. In very truth, there was in the commission entrusted to him by his master more than enough to embarrass Ascanio. His embarrassment was by no means slight, even when Benvenuto proposed that they should make the visit of inspection in company. Judge, then, what it became when he found himself confronted with the prospect of making it all alone. He had watched Colombe 2 Sundays without daring to follow her, had followed her on the third without daring to accost her, and now he was to present himself at her home, and for what purpose? To examine the Hôtel de Nesle, which Benvenuto proposed by way of pastime to take from Colombe's father on the following Sunday, willy-nilly. It was a false position for anybody. It was terrible for a lover. Fortunately, it was a long distance from Rue Saint-Martin to the Hôtel de Nesle. Had it been only a step or two, Ascanio would not have taken them, but it was a half-league, so he started. Nothing so familiarizes one with danger as to be separated from it by a considerable time or distance. To all strong minds and happy dispositions, reflection is a powerful auxiliary. Ascanio belonged to the latter class. In those days it was not fashionable to be disgusted with life before one had fairly entered upon it. All the impulses were ingenuous and ingenuously expressed, joy by laughter, sorrow by tears. Affectation was a thing almost unknown, in life as in art, and a comely youth of 20 was in no wise ashamed in those days to confess that he was happy. But in all Ascanio's embarrassment there was a certain amount of joy. He had not expected to see Colombe again until the following Sunday, and he was to see her that very day. Thus he had gained 6 days, and 6 days of waiting are, as everybody knows, 6 centuries according to a lover's reckoning. And so, as he approached his destination, the affair became more simple in his eyes. He it was, to be sure, who had advised Benvenuto to ask the king for the Hôtel de Nesle for his studio, but could Colombe take it ill of him that he had desired to be near her? This installation of the Florentine goldsmith in the old palace of Amaury could not, it was true, be carried out without interference with Colombe's father, who looked upon it as his own. But would any real injury be inflicted upon Messieurs Robert de Stourville when he did not occupy it? Moreover, there were 1,000 ways in which Benvenuto could pay for his occupancy. A chased cup for the provost, a necklace for his daughter, and Ascanio would undertake to make the necklace. Might, and undoubtedly would, in that artistic age, make the rough places smooth. Ascanio had seen grand dukes, kings, and popes ready to give their coronets, scepters, or tiaras as the price of one of the marvelous examples of his master's art. After all, then, supposing that matters should take that course, Messer Robert would eventually be in Master Benvenuto's debt, for Master Benvenuto was so generous that, if Messer Robert showed a disposition to be courteous and compliant, Ascanio was certain that he, Master Benvenuto, would deal right royally with him. By the time he reached the end of Rue Saint-Martin, Ascanio looked upon himself as a messenger of peace, chosen by the Lord to maintain harmonious relations between 2 powers. And yet, notwithstanding that conviction, Ascanio was not sorry. Surely lovers are strange creatures. To lengthen his journey by 10 minutes, and instead of crossing the Seine by boat, he walked the whole length of the quays, and crossed by the Pont aux Moulins. It may be that he chose that road because it was the same he had taken the evening before when following Cologne. Whatever his motive for making the detour, he finally found himself in front of the Hôtel de Nesle in about 20 minutes. But when he saw the little ogive door that he must pass through, when he saw the turrets of the lovely little Gothic palace boldly raising their heads above the wall, when he thought that behind those jalousies, half closed because of the heat, was his beautiful Cologne, the whole card-house of happy dreams which he had built on the road, vanished like the structures one sees in the clouds, and which the wind overturns with one blow of its wing. He found himself face to face with reality, and reality did not seem to him the most reassuring thing in the world. However, after a few moments of hesitation which is the harder to understand, in that he was absolutely alone upon the quay in the intense heat, he realized that he must make up his mind to do something. As there was nothing for him to do but find his way into the hotel, he walked to the door and raised the knocker. But God only knows when he would have let it fall had not the door chanced to open at that moment, bringing him face to face with a sort of Master Jacques, a man about 30 years of age, half servant, half peasant. It was Monsieur Robert d'Estourville's gardener. Ascanio and the gardener mutually recoiled a step. "What do you want?" said the gardener. "Whom do you seek?" Ascanio, thus compelled to go forward with his mission, summoned all his courage and replied bravely, "I desire to inspect the hotel." "To inspect the hotel!" cried the gardener in amazement. "In whose name?" "In the king's name," Ascanio replied. "In the king's name," cried the gardener. "Jesus, Dieu, does the king intend to take it from us?" "Perhaps so. But what does it mean?" "Pray understand, my friend," said Ascanio, with a self-possession upon which he mentally congratulated himself, "that I have no explanation to give you." "True. With whom do you desire to speak?" "Is Monsieur le Prévôt within?" inquired Ascanio, knowing perfectly well that he was not. "No, monsieur, he is at the Châtelet." "Indeed, who takes his place in his absence?" "His daughter is here, Mademoiselle Cologne." Ascanio felt that he was blushing to his ears. "And there is Dame Perrine, too," the gardener continued. "Does monsieur desire to speak with Dame Perrine or with Mademoiselle Cologne?" This was a very simple question, surely, and yet it caused a terrible conflict in Ascanio's mind. He opened his mouth to say that he wished to see Mademoiselle Cologne, and yet it was as if the audacious words refused to pass his lips, and he asked for Dame Perrine. The gardener, who had no suspicion that his question, which seemed so simple to him, had caused such a disturbance, bowed in token of obedience, and went across the courtyard toward the door of the Petite Nestle. Ascanio followed him. He had to cross a second courtyard, pass through a second door, then cross a small flower garden, ascend a flight of steps, and traverse a long gallery. At the end of the gallery the gardener opened the door and said, "Dame Perrine, here is a young gentleman who asks to inspect the hotel in the king's name." With that he stood aside and made room for Ascanio, who took his place in the doorway. As he glanced into the room, a cloud passed before his eyes, and he leaned against the doorframe for support. A very simple and yet entirely unforeseen thing had happened. Dame Perrine was with Cologne, and he found himself in the presence of both. Dame Perrine was sitting at the spinning-wheel, spinning. Cologne was at work at her embroidery frame. They raised their heads at the same instant and looked toward the door. Cologne instantly recognized Ascanio. She expected him, although her reason told her that he was not likely to come. As for him, when he saw the maiden's eyes raised to his face, although their expression was infinitely soft and sweet, it seemed to him that he was dying. The fact is that he had anticipated 1,000 difficulties, had dreamed of 1,000 obstacles to be surmounted before he could win his way to his beloved. Those obstacles would have aroused all his energy and strengthened his resolution, and lo! Everything came about as naturally and simply as if God, touched by the purity of his passion, had smiled upon it and blessed it from the first. He found himself in her presence when he was least expecting it, and of all the beautiful speech he had prepared, the fervent eloquence of which was to amaze and move her, he could not recall a phrase, a word, a syllable. Cologne, for her part, sat motionless and dumb. The two pure-souled young creatures who, as if they had been already joined in wedlock in heaven, felt that they belonged to one another, and who, when once their lives had brought them close together, would thenceforth form, like Salmacis and Hermaphrodite, but one existence, were terrified at their feigned words. Dame Perrine, half rising from her chair and preparing to put aside her spinning, was the first to break the silence. "What did that blockhead Raimbald say?" cried the worthy duenna. "Did you hear, Cologne?" As Cologne did not reply, she continued, walking toward Ascanio. "What is your pleasure here, my young master? Why, God forgive me!" she suddenly exclaimed as she recognized the visitor. "It's the gallant youth who so politely handed me the holy water at the church door these last 3 Sundays. What is your pleasure, my handsome friend?" "I would be glad to speak with you," faltered Ascanio. "With me alone?" queried Dame Perrine coquettishly. "With you alone." As he made this reply, Ascanio told himself that he was a consummate ass. "Come this way, then, young man," said Dame Perrine, opening a door at the side of the room, and signing to Ascanio to follow her. Ascanio did as she bade him, but as he left the room he cast upon Cologne one of those long, eloquent glances wherein lovers can say so much, and which, however unintelligible they may be to indifferent observers, are always understood at last by the person to whom they are addressed. Colombe undoubtedly lost no portion of its meaning, for her eyes, how she knew not, having met the youth's, she blushed prodigiously, and when she felt that she was blushing, she cast her eyes down upon her embroidery, and began to mangle a poor inoffensive flower. Ascanio saw the blush, and, stopping abruptly, stepped toward Colombe, but at that moment Dame Perrine turned and called him, and he was compelled to follow her. He had no sooner crossed the threshold of the door than Colombe dropped her needle, let her arms fall beside her chair, threw back her head, and breathed a long sigh, in which were mingled, by one of those inexplicable miracles which the heart alone can perform, regret at Ascanio's departure, and a sort of relief to feel that he was no longer there. The young man was very perceptibly in a bad humor with Benvenuto, who had given him such a strange commission to fulfill, with himself for his inability to take advantage of his opportunity, but most of all with Dame Perrine, who was cruel enough to make him leave the room just when Colombe's eyes seemed to bid him remain. So it was that when the duenna inquired as to the purpose of his visit, Ascanio replied in a most deliberate manner, determined to be revenged upon her for his own bungling. "The purpose of my visit, my dear madame, is to beg you to show me the Hotel de Nesle from one end to the other." "Show you the Hotel de Nesle?" cried Dame Perrine. "Why, in heaven's name, do you desire to see it?" "To see if it will be convenient for us, if we shall be comfortable here, and if it is worth while for us to leave our present quarters to come and live here." "What? Come and live here?" "Pray, have you hired the hotel of Monsieur le Prévôt?"
"No, but His Majesty gives it to us."
"His Majesty gives it to you?" exclaimed Dame Perrine, more and more amazed. "Absolutely," replied Ascanio. "To you? Not precisely, my good woman, but to my master." "And who is your master, if I may ask, young man?" "Some great foreign nobleman, no doubt." "Better than that, Dame Perrine. A great artist come hither from Florence, expressly to serve his most Christian Majesty." "Aha," said the good woman, who did not understand very well. "What does your master make?" "What does he make?" "Why, he makes everything, rings to put on maidens' fingers, ewers to put upon kings' tables, statues to place in the temples of the gods, and in his leisure moments he besieges or defends cities, as his caprice leads him to cause an emperor to tremble, or to reassure a pope." "Jesus Dieu!" cried Dame Perrine. "What is your master's name?" "His name is Benvenuto Cellini." It's strange that I don't know that name, muttered the duenna. What is his profession? He is a goldsmith. Dame Perrine gazed wonderingly at Ascanio.
A goldsmith, she muttered. A goldsmith.
And do you fancy that Monsieur le Prévôt will give up his palace like this to a goldsmith? If he doesn't give it up, we will take it.
By force?
Even so. But your master will hardly dare to contend against Monsieur le Prévôt, I trust. He has contended against 3 dukes and 2 popes. Jesus Dieu! 2 popes! He's not a heretic, surely. He is as good a Catholic as you and I, Dame Perrine. Have no fear on that score. Satan is in no wise our ally. But in default of the devil, we have the king on our side. But Monsieur le Prévôt has a more powerful protector than the king. Whom has he, pray? Madame d'Etampes. Then we are on equal terms, said Ascanio. But suppose Messire de Storville refuses, Master Benvenuto will take. And suppose Messire de Storville shuts himself up here as in a citadel, Master Cellini will lay siege to it. Consider that the provost has 24 sergeants at arms. Master Benvenuto Cellini has 10 apprentices. Still, we are on equal terms, you see, Dame Perrine. But Messire d'Estourville is personally a sturdy fighter. At the tournament which took place at the time of the marriage of Francois the Sir, he was one of the challengers, and all those who dared measure swords with him were unhorsed. Ah, well, Dame Perrine, then he is just the man for Benvenuto, who has never met his match, and who, like Messire d'Estourville, always unhorses his adversaries. But there is this difference between them. A fortnight afterward, they who have encountered your provost are on their legs again in good health and spirits, while they who have my master to deal with never raise their heads again, and 3 days after are dead and buried. Evil will come of this, evil will come of this, muttered Dame Perrine. Young man, they say that fearful things are done in cities taken by assault. Have no fear on that head, Dame Perrine, rejoined Ascanio with a smile. You will have to do with generous conquerors. What I mean, my dear child, said Dame Perrine, who was not sorry perhaps to secure a friend among the besiegers, is that I fear there may be bloodshed, for so far as your proximity to us is concerned, you will understand that it cannot fail to be very agreeable to us, since society is somewhat scanty in this accursed desert to which Messire d'Estourville has consigned his daughter and myself, like 2 wretched nuns, although neither she nor I have taken the vows, thank God. It isn't good for man to be alone, so saith Holy Writ, and when Holy Writ mentions man, woman is included. Is not that your opinion, young man? That goes without saying. And we are entirely alone, and therefore very doleful in this vast habitation. Why do you receive no visitors here? Ascanio asked. Jesus Dieu, it's worse than if we were nuns, as I told you. Nuns have parents at least, and friends who come and talk to them through the grating. They have the refectory where they can assemble and talk together. It's not very diverting, I know, but it's something nevertheless. But we have only Monsieur le Prévôt, who comes from time to lecture his daughter for growing too lovely, I think. It's her only crime, poor child, and to scold me because I don't watch her closely enough. God save the mark! When she doesn't see a living soul in the world except myself, and, aside from what she says to me, doesn't open her mouth except to pray. I beg you, therefore, young man, not to say to anyone that you have been admitted here, that you have inspected the Grand Nestle under my guidance, or that you talked with us for an instant at the Petit Nestle. What? Cried Ascanio, after our visit to the Grand Nestle. I am to return with you to the Petit. In that case I shall— He checked himself, realizing that his joy was carrying him too far. I think it would not be courteous, young man, after presenting yourself as you did to Mademoiselle Colombe, who is the mistress of the house in her father's absence, and after asking to speak with me alone, I do not think it would be courteous, I say, to leave the Hôtel de Nesle without taking leave of her. But if you prefer not to do so, you are quite at liberty, as you know, to go into the street directly from the Grand Nesle, which has its own exit." "No, no, no, indeed!" cried Ascanio eagerly. "Peste! I flatter myself, Dame Perrine, that I have been as well brought up as anybody on earth, and that I know what good breeding requires in one's treatment of ladies. But let us do what we have to do, Dame Perrine, without a moment's delay, for I am in very great haste." Indeed, now that Ascanio knew that he was to return by way of the Petit Nesle, he was in a great hurry to be done with the Grand. And as Dame Perrine was terribly afraid of being surprised by the provost when she least expected it, she had no inclination to delay Ascanio. So she took down a bunch of keys from behind a door and walked on before him. Let us, in company with Ascanio, east a hasty glance at this Hotel de Nesle, where the principal scenes of our narrative will be laid. The hotel, or rather the Séjour de Nesle, as it was more commonly called at that time, occupied, as our readers already know, the site on the left bank of the Seine, on which the Hotel de Nevers was subsequently built, to be in its turn succeeded by the Mint and the Institute. It was the last building in Paris toward the southwest, and beyond its walls nothing could be seen save the city moat and the verdant lawns of the Pré aux Clercs. It was built by Amaury, Lord of Nesle in Picardy, toward the close of the 8th century. Philippe le Bel bought it in 1308 and made it his royal residence. In 1520, the Tour de Nesle, of bloody and licentious memory, was separated from it when the quay, the bridge over the moat, and the Porte de Nesle were constructed, and thenceforth the grim tower stood alone upon the river bank, like a sinner doing penance. But the Séjour de Nesle luckily was so vast that the lopping off of part of it was not noticed. It was as large as a small village. A high wall, pierced by a broad ogive door, and a smaller servant's door protected it on the side of the quay. On entering, you found yourself at the wall at the left and one at the back. Passing through the door at the left, as Ascanio did, you came to a charming little building in the Gothic style of the 14th century. It was the Petit Nesle, which had its own separate garden. If, on the other hand, you passed through the door in the rear wall, you saw at your right the Grand Nesle, all of stone, and flanked by 2 turrets, with its high peaked roofs, surrounded by balustrades, its angular facade, its high windows with glass of many colors, and its 20 weather vanes crying in the wind. There was room enough to provide accommodation for 3 bankers of today. If you went on, you lost yourself in all sorts of gardens, and you found among them a tennis court, a bowling green, a foundry, and an arsenal. And still farther on the stable yards, stables, cattle sheds, and sheepfolds, there was accommodation for the establishments of 3 farmers of today. The whole property, it should be said, was sadly neglected, and consequently in very bad condition, for Rimbaud and his 2 assistants hardly sufficed to take proper care of the garden belonging to the Petit Nesle, where Colombe raised flowers and Dame Perrine vegetables. But the whole was of vast extent, well lighted, and substantially built, and with a slight outlay of trouble and money, it could be made the finest workshop in the world. Even if the place had been infinitely less suitable, Ascanio would have been none the less enchanted with it, as his principal desire was to be brought near to Colombe. His visit to the larger building was made very short. In less time than it takes to write it, the active youth saw everything that there was to see, and formed an opinion upon everything that he saw. Dame Perrine, finding it impossible to keep pace with him, good-naturedly handed him the keys, which he faithfully restored to her when his investigation was at an end. "Now, Dame Perrine," said he, "I am at your service." "Very good. Let us return for a moment to the Petit Nesle, as you agree with me that it is the proper thing to do." "I should say as much. It would be extremely discourteous to do otherwise." "But not a word to Colombe of the object of your visit." "Mon Dieu! What shall I say to her, then?" cried Ascanio. "You're easily embarrassed, my handsome lad." Did you not tell me that you are a goldsmith? Indeed, yes. Very well, talk to her about jewels. That is a subject that always gladdens the heart of the most virtuous maiden. She is or is not a true daughter of Eve, and if she is a true daughter of Eve, she loves anything that glitters. Besides, she has so little diversion in her solitude, poor child, that it would be a blessing to entertain her a little. To be sure, the most suitable entertainment for a girl of her age would be a good marriage, and Master Robert never comes hither that I do not whisper in his ear, "Find a husband for the poor dear, pray find a husband for her," without stopping to consider what conjectures as to the relations between herself and the provost might be set on foot by this declaration of her familiar manner of addressing him. Dame Perrine led the way back to the Petite Nesle and to the room where they had left Colombe. Colombe was still absorbed in thought, and in the same attitude in which we left her. But no one knows how many times she had raised her head and fixed her eyes upon the door through which the comely youth had gone from her sight. Anyone who had observed these oft-repeated glances might have thought that she was expecting him. But as she saw the door turning upon its hinges, Colombe went about her work once more so earnestly that neither Dame Perrine nor Ascanio could suspect that it had been interrupted. How she had divined that the young man was following the duenna is something that might have been explained by magnetism, if magnetism had then been invented. I bring back with me our donor of holy water, my dear Colombe, for he it is, as I thought. I was about to show him out by the door of the Grand Nestle, when he reminded me that he had not taken leave of you. It was true enough, for you didn't say one little word to each other before. However, neither of you is dumb, God be praised. Dame Perrine, faltered Colombe, greatly embarrassed. Well, what is it? You must not blush like that. Monsieur Ascanio is an honorable young man, as you are a virtuous young woman. Furthermore, it seems that he is an artist in jewels, precious stones, and such gewgaws as suit the fancy of most pretty girls. He will come and show them to you, my child, if you wish. I need nothing, murmured Colombe. Possibly not at this moment, but it is to be hoped that you will not die a recluse in this accursed solitude. We are but 16 years old, Colombe, and the day will come when we shall be a lovely fiancée, to whom all sorts of jewels will be presented, and after that a great lady, who must have all sorts of finery. When that time comes, it will be as well to give the preference to this youth's as to those of some other artist who surely will not be comparable to him. Colombe was on the rack. Ascanio, to whom Dame Perrine's forecasts of the future were but moderately pleasing, noticed her suffering, and came to the rescue of the poor child, to whom direct conversation was 1,000 times less embarrassing than this monologue, by a self-constituted interpreter. "Oh, mademoiselle," said he, "do not deny me the great privilege of bringing some of my handiwork to you. It seems to me now as if I made them for you, and as if when making them I was thinking of you." "Oh, believe it, I pray you, for we artists in jewels sometimes mingle our own thoughts with the gold and silver and precious stones. In the diadems with which your heads are crowned, the bracelets which encircle your white arms, the necklaces which rest so lovingly upon your shoulders, in the flowers, the birds, the angels, the chimeras which we make to tremble at your ears, we sometimes embody our respectful adoration. It is our duty as an historian to state that at these soft words Colombe's heart dilated, for Ascanio, mute so long, was speaking at last, and speaking as she had dreamed that he would speak, for without raising her eyes the girl could feel his burning glance fixed upon her, and there was nothing, even to the unfamiliar tone of his voice, which did not impart a singular charm to these words, which sounded so strangely in Colombe's ears, and a profound and irresistible meaning to the flowing, harmonious language of love, which maidens understand before they can speak it. "I know," Ascanio continued, with his eyes still fixed upon Colombe, I know that we can add nothing to your beauty. God is made none the richer by decking out his altar. But we can at least surround your graceful form with those things which are attractive and beautiful like itself. And when we pour humble artificers of splendor and enchantment from the depths of our obscurity, see you pass by in a blaze of glory, we console ourselves for being so far below you by the thought that our art has helped to raise you to the height whereon you stand. "Oh, monsieur," replied Colombe, covered with confusion, "your lovely things will probably be always unfamiliar to me, or at least useless. I live in solitude and obscurity, and so far is it from being the case that the solitude and obscurity are oppressive to me, that I confess that I love them. I confess that I would like to live here always, and yet I also confess that I would like well to see your jewels, not for myself but for them, not to wear them but to admire them." Trembling with fear lest she had said too much, and perhaps with a longing to say even more, Colombe bowed and left the room so swiftly that to the eyes of a man more knowing in such matters her exit would have worn the aspect of a flight. "Well, well," exclaimed Dame Perrine, "that's not a long way from something like coquetry. There is no doubt, young man, that you talk like a book. Yes, yes, one can but believe that you Italians have secret means of fascinating people. No stronger proof is needed than this, that you have enlisted me on your side at once, and upon honor I find myself wishing that Messieurs le Prévôt will not deal too hardly with you. Au revoir, young man, and bid your master be on his guard. Warn him that Monsieur d'Estourville is as hard of heart as the devil, and wields great influence at court. For which reason, if your master will take my advice, he will abandon all thought of living at the Grand Nesle, and especially of taking forcible possession of it. As for you, but we shall see you again, shall we not? Above all, do not believe Colombe, the property of her deceased mother, is sufficient to enable her to indulge in baubles 20 times more costly than those you offer her. And look you, bring also some less elaborate articles. It may occur to her to make me a little present. I am not yet, thank God, so old that I need decline a little flirtation. You understand, do you not?" Deeming it necessary, the better to make her meaning clear, to enforce her words with a gesture, she laid her hand upon the young man's arm. Ascanio jumped, like one suddenly awakened from a sound sleep. Indeed, it seemed to him as if it were all a dream. He could not realize that he was under Colombe's roof, and he doubted whether the white apparition whose melodious voice was still whispering in his ear, whose slender form had just vanished from his sight, was really she for one glance from whose eyes he would have given his life that morning. Overflowing with his present happiness and his future prospects, he promised Dame Perrine whatever she wished, without even listening to what she asked him to do. What mattered it to him? Was he not ready to give all that he possessed to see Colombe once more? Thinking that to prolong his visit would be unbecoming, he took leave of Dame Perrine, promising to return the next day. As he left the Petite Nesle, Ascanio almost collided with 2 men who were about to enter. By the way in which one of them stared at him, even more than by his costume, he felt sure that it was the provost. His suspicion was changed to certainty when he saw them knock at the same door by which he had just come out, and he regretted that he had not sooner taken his leave, for who could say that his imprudence would not be visited upon Colombe? To negative the idea that his visit was of any importance, assuming that the provost noticed it, Ascanio walked away without once turning to look back toward the only corner of the world of which he would at that moment have cared to be king. When he returned to the studio, he found Benvenuto absorbed in thought. The man who stopped them in the street was Primaticcio, and he was on his way, like the honorable confrère he was, to inform Cellini that, during the visit François I paid him that morning, the imprudent artist had succeeded in making a mortal enemy of Madame la Duchesse d'Étampes. 7. A lover and a friend! one of the two men who entered the Hotel de Nesle as Ascanio emerged therefrom was indeed Messire Robert de Stourville, Provost of Paris. Who the other was, we shall learn in a moment. 5 minutes after Ascanio's departure, while Colombe was still listening and dreaming in her bedroom whither she had fled, Dame Perrine hurriedly entered and informed the young woman that her father was awaiting her in the adjoining room. "My father!" cried Colombe in alarm. Mon Dieu, she added in an undertone. "Can it be that he met him?" "Yes, your father, my dear child," rejoined Dame Perrine, replying to the only portion of the sentence that she heard, "and with him another old man whom I do not know." "Another old man!" exclaimed Colombe, shuddering instinctively. "Mon Dieu! Dame Perrine, what does it mean? It is the first time in 2 or 3 years that my father has not come hither alone." However, notwithstanding her alarm, she could but obey, knowing as she did her father's impatient disposition, so she summoned all her courage and returned to the room she had just left with a smile upon her lips. Despite this feeling of dread, which she experienced for the first time and could not explain, she loved Monsieur de Stourville as a daughter should love her father, and although his demeanor toward her was far from expansive, the days on which he visited the Hotel de Nesle were marked as red-lettered days among the uniformly gloomy days of her life. Colombe went forward with outstretched arms and her mouth half open, but the provost gave her no time either to embrace him or to speak. He took her hand and led her to the stranger who was leaning against the flower-laden mantel. "My dear friend," he said, "I present my daughter to you. Colombe," he added, "this is Comte d'Orbec, the king's treasurer and your future husband." Colombe uttered a feeble exclamation, which she at once stifled, out of regard for the requirements of courtesy, but feeling her knees giving way beneath her, she leaned against the back of a chair for support. Fully to understand the horror of this unexpected presentation, especially in Colombe's then frame of mind, it is necessary to know what manner of man this Comte d'Orbec was. Monsieur Robert de Stourville, Colombe's father, was certainly far from handsome. There was in his bushy eyebrows, which he drew together at the least obstacle, physical or moral, that he encountered, a savage expression, and in his whole thick-set figure something heavy and awkward, which caused one to feel but slightly prepossessed in his favor. But beside Comte d'Orbec he seemed like Saint Michael the Archangel beside the dragon. The square head and the strongly accentuated features of the provost did at least indicate resolution and force of character, while his small, piercing gray lynx eyes denoted intelligence. But Comte d'Orbec, lean and withered, with his long arms like spider's claws, his mosquito-like voice and his snail-like movements, was not only ugly, he was absolutely hideous. It was the ugliness of the beast and the villain in one. It was the ugliness of the beast and the villain in one. His head was carried on one side, and his face wore a villainous smile and a treacherous expression. So it was that Colombe, at the sight of this revolting creature who was presented to her as her future husband, when her heart and her thoughts and her eyes were still filled with the comely youth who had just gone from that very room, could not, as we have seen, wholly repress an exclamation of dismay. But her strength failed her, and she stood there pale and speechless, gazing terror-stricken into her father's face. "I beseech you to pardon Colombe's confusion, dear friend," the provost continued. "In the first place, she is a little barbarian who has not been away from here these 2 years past, the air of the time being not over-healthy, as you know, for attractive maids. Secondly, I have made the mistake of not informing her of our plans, which would have been time lost, however, since what I have determined upon needs no person's approval before being put in execution. And lastly, she knows not who you are, and that with your name, your great wealth, and the favor of Madame d'Etampes, you are in a position where everything is possible. But upon reflection she will—" "Enough, my dear fellow, enough in God's name," interposed the Count. "Come, come, my child," he added, addressing Colombe with familiar and insolent assurance, which formed a striking contrast to poor Ascanio's timidity. Come, compose yourself and call back to your cheeks a little of the lovely coloring that so becomes you. Mon Dieu, I know what a young girl is, you know, and a young woman too, for that matter, for I have already been married twice, my dear. Good lack! You must not be disturbed like this. I don't frighten you, I hope, eh? Added the Count fatuously, passing his fingers through his scanty mustache and imperial. Your father did wrong to give me the title of husband so suddenly, which always agitates a youthful heart a little when it hears it for the first time. But you will come to it, little one, and will end by saying it yourself with that sweet little mouth of yours. Well, well, you are growing paler and paler. God forgive me. I believe she is fainting. As he spoke, Dorbeck put out his arms to support her, but she stood erect and stepped back as if she feared his touch no less than a serpent's, finding strength to utter a few words.
"Pardon, monsieur, pardon, father," she faltered. "Forgive me, it is nothing. But I thought, I hoped." "What did you think? What did you hope?"
Come, tell us quickly, rejoined the provost, fixing his sharp eyes, snapping angrily upon his daughter. That you would allow me to stay with you always, father, replied Colombe. Since my poor mother's death, you have no one else to love you and care for you, and I had thought— Hold your peace, Colombe, retorted the provost imperatively. I am not old enough as yet to need a keeper, and you have arrived at the proper age to have an establishment of your own. Bon Dieu, interposed Dorbeck, joining once more in the conversation. Accept me without so much ado, my love. With me you will be as happy as one can be, and more than one will envy you, I swear. Mordieu, I am rich, and I propose that you shall be a credit to me. You shall go to court, and shall wear jewels that will arouse the envy. I will not say of the Queen, but of Madame d'Etampes herself. I know not what thoughts these last words awoke in Colombe's heart, but the color returned to her cheeks, and she made hold to answer the Count, despite her father's harsh and threatening glance. I will ask my father, Monseigneur, at least to give me time to reflect upon your proposal. What's that? Cried Monsieur de Stourville violently. Not an hour, not a minute. You are from this moment the Count's betrothed, understand that, and you would be his wife this evening were it not that he is obliged to pay a visit to his estates in Normandy, and you know that my wishes are commands. Reflect indeed. Sarpejou, Dorbeck, let us leave her ladyship. From this moment, my friend, she is yours, and you may claim her when you will. And now let us go and inspect your future abode. Dorbeck would have been glad to tarry and add a word to what he had already said, but the provost passed his arm through his, and led him away grumbling. He contented himself therefore with saluting Colombe with his wicked smile, and went out with Monsieur Robert. Behind them, Dame Perrine entered through another door. She had heard the provost speaking in a loud voice, and guessed that he was, as usual, scolding his daughter. She arrived in time to receive Colombe in her arms. "Oh, mon Dieu," sobbed the poor child, putting her hand over her eyes as if to avoid the sight of the odious Dorbeck, absent though he was. "Oh, mon Dieu, is this to be the end? Oh, my golden dreams, oh, my poor hopes, all is lost, and naught remains for me but to die." We need not ask if this lament, added to Colombe's weakness and pallor, terrified Dame Perrine, and at the same time aroused her curiosity. As Colombe sadly needed to relieve her overburdened heart, she described to her worthy governess, weeping the while the bitterest tears she had ever shed, the interview between her father, Comte Dorbeck, and herself. Dame Perrine agreed that the suitor was not young or handsome, but as the worst misfortune, in her opinion, that could happen to a woman was to remain single, she insisted that it was better, when all was said, to have an old and ugly but wealthy and influential husband than none at all. But this doctrine was so offensive to Colombe's heart that she withdrew to her own room, leaving Dame Perrine, whose imagination was most active, to build innumerable castles in the air in anticipation of the day when she should rise from the rank of Mademoiselle Colombe's governess to that of Comtesse d'Orbec's dame de compagnie. Meanwhile, the provost and the count were beginning their tour of inspection of the Grand Nesle, as Dame Perrine and Ascanio had done an hour earlier. Curious results would follow if walls, which are commonly supposed to have ears, had also eyes and a tongue, and could repeat to those who enter what they have seen and heard on the part of those who have gone before. But as the walls held their peace, and simply looked at the provost and the treasurer, laughing, perhaps, after the manner of walls, it was the treasurer who spoke. "On my word," he said, as they crossed the courtyard leading from the Petite to the Grand Nesle, "on my word, the little one will do very well. She is just such a woman as I need, my dear d'Estorville, virtuous, well-bred, and ignorant. When the first storm has passed over, time will straighten out everything, believe me. I know how it is. Every little girl dreams of a young, handsome, clever, and wealthy husband. Mon Dieu, I have at least half of the requisite qualities. Few men can say as much, so that's a great point in my favor. Passing from his future wife to the property he was to occupy, and speaking with the same shrill, greedy accent of the one as of the other. This old Nesle, he continued, is a magnificent habitation on my honor, and I congratulate you upon it. We shall be marvelously comfortable here, my wife and I, and my whole treasury. Here we will have our own apartments, there will be my offices, and over yonder the servants' quarters. The place as a whole has been allowed to run to seed, but with the expenditure of a little money which we will find a way to make His Majesty pay, we will give a good account of ourselves. By the way, d'Estorville, are you perfectly sure of retaining the property? You should take steps to perfect your title to it. So far as I now remember, the king did not give it you after all." "He did not give it me, true," replied the provost with a laugh, "but he let me take it, which is much the same thing." "Very good, but suppose that some other should play you the trick of making a formal request for it from him." "Ah! Such a one would be very ill received, I promise you, when he should come to take possession, and, being sure as I am of Madame d'Etampes' support and yours, I would make him sorely repent his pretensions. No, no, my dear fellow, my mind is at ease, and the Hôtel de Nesle belongs to me as truly as my daughter Colombe belongs to you. Go, therefore, without fear on that score, and return quickly." As the provost uttered these words, the truth of which neither he nor his interlocutor had any reason to doubt, a third personage, escorted by Rumbold the gardener, appeared upon the threshold of the door leading from the quadrangular courtyard into the gardens of the Petit Nesle. It was the Vicomte de Marmin. He also was a suitor for Colombe's hand, but by no means a favored one. He was a fair-haired scamp with a pink face, consequential, insolent, garrulous, forever boasting of his relations with women, who often used him as a cloak for their serious amours, overflowing with pride in his post of secretary to the king, which permitted him to approach His Majesty in the same way in which his greyhounds and parrots and monkeys approached him. The provost, therefore, was not deceived by his apparent favor and the superficial familiarity of his relations with His Majesty, which favor and familiarity he owed, so it was said, to his decidedly unmoral additions to the duties of his post. Furthermore, the Vicomte de Marmin had long since devoured all his patrimony, and had no other fortune than the liberality of François. How it might happen any day that this liberal disposition would cease, so far as he was concerned, and Messire Robert d'Estorville was not fool enough to rely, in matters of such importance, upon the caprice of a very capricious monarch. He had therefore gently denied the suit of the Vicomte de Marmin, admitting to him confidentially and under the seal of secrecy that his daughter's hand had long been promised to another. Thanks to this confidential communication, which supplied a motive for the provost's refusal, the Vicomte de Marmagne and Monsieur Robert de Stourville had continued to be in appearance the best friends in the world, although from that day the Viscount detested the provost, and the provost was suspicious of the Viscount, who could not succeed in concealing his rancor beneath an affable and smiling exterior from a man so accustomed as Monsieur Robert to peer into the dark corners of courts and the deepest depths of men's hearts. So it was that whenever the Viscount made his appearance, the provost expected to find in him, notwithstanding his invariably affable and engaging demeanor, a bearer of bad news, which he would always impart with tears in his eyes, and with the feigned, premeditated grief which squeezes out poison upon a wound, drop by drop. As for Comte d'Orbec, the Vicomte de Marmin had well-nigh come to an open rupture with him. It was one of the rare instances of court enmities visible to the naked eye. D'Orbec despised Marmagne, because Marmagne had no fortune and could make no display. Marmin despised D'Orbec, because D'Orbec was old and had consequently lost the power of making himself agreeable to women. In fine, they mutually detested each other because, whenever they met upon the same path, one of them had taken something from the other. So it was that when they met on this occasion, the two courtiers greeted each other with that cold, sardonic smile which is never seen save in palace antechambers, and which means, "Ah, if we weren't a pair of cowards, how long ago one of us would have ceased to live." Nevertheless, as it is the historian's duty to set down everything, good and bad alike, it is proper to state that they confined themselves to this salutation and this smile, and that Comte d'Orbec, escorted by the provost, and without exchanging a word with Marmin, left the house immediately by the same door by which his enemy entered. Let us hasten to add that, notwithstanding the hatred which kept them asunder, these two men were ready, in case of need, to unite temporarily to destroy a third. Comte d'Orbec having taken his leave, the provost found himself tete-a-tete with the Vicomte de Marmin. He walked toward him with a joyous countenance, in striking contrast to the melancholy visage with which the other awaited him. "Well, my dear provost," said Marmagne, to open the conversation, "you seem in extremely good spirits." "While you, my dear Marmagne," rejoined the provost, "seem sadly depressed." "Simply because, as you know, my poor d'Estourville, my friend's misfortunes afflict me as keenly as my own." "Yes, yes, I know your heart," said the provost. "And when I saw you in such a joyous mood with your future son-in-law, Comte d'Orbec, for your daughter's betrothal to him is no longer a secret, and I congratulate you upon it, my dear d'Estourville. You know that I told you long ago that Colombe's hand was promised, my dear Marmagne." "Yes, but, upon honor, I cannot understand how you can consent to part from such a fascinating child." "Oh, I do not propose to part from her," replied Monsieur Robert. "My son-in-law, Comte d'Orbec, will bring his whole establishment across the Seine, and will take up his abode at the Grand Nesle, while I shall spend my unoccupied moments at the Petit." "My poor friend!" exclaimed Marmagne, shaking his head with an air of profound sadness, and placing one hand upon the provost's arm, while with the other he wiped away a tear which did not exist. "Why, poor friend?" demanded Messer Robert. "Come, what have you to tell me now? Am I the first, pray, to tell you the unpleasant news? What is it? Speak out!" "You know, my dear provost, that we must take things philosophically in this world, and there is an old proverb which we poor weak mortals should keep constantly in mind, for it sums up the accumulated wisdom of all nations." "What is the proverb? Say what you have to say." "Man proposes, my dear friend, man proposes, and God disposes. In God's name, what have I proposed for him to dispose of?" Say on, I beg you, and let us have done with it. You have intended the Grand Nestle for the residence of your daughter and son-in-law. Most assuredly, and I trust that they will be installed there within 3 months. Undeceive yourself, my dear Provost, undeceive yourself. The Hôtel de Nesle is no longer your property at this moment. Pardon me for afflicting you thus, but I thought, knowing your somewhat hasty nature, that it would be better for you to learn the news from the mouth of a friend who would spare your feelings in the telling as much as possible, rather than from some malicious fellow who would take a keen delight in your misfortune and brutally east it in your fee, alas. No, my friend, the Grand Nestle is yours no longer. Who has taken it from me, I pray to know? His Majesty. His Majesty himself, so you see that the disaster is irreparable. When was it done? This morning. If I had not been detained by my duties at the Louvre, you would have been sooner apprised of it. You are mistaken, Marmain. It's some false report set afloat by my enemies, and which you are in too great haste to repeat. I would be glad for many reasons if it were so, but unfortunately I was not told of it. I heard it. You heard it? What? I heard the king with his own month present the Grand Nesle to another. Who is this other? An Italian adventurer, a paltry goldsmith, whose name you perhaps have heard, an intriguing rascal named Benvenuto Cellini, who came from Florence some 2 months since, whom the king has taken upon his shoulders for some unknown reason, and to whom he paid a visit today with his whole court at the Cardinal of Ferrara's hotel, where this pretended artist has established his studio. And you say that you were present, Viscount, when the king presented the Grand Nesle to this wretch? I was, replied Marmagne, pronouncing the words very slowly and distinctly, and dwelling upon them with evident relish. Oh, said the provost, very good. I am ready for your adventurer. Let him come and take possession of his royal gift. Do you mean that you would offer resistance? To be sure. To an order of the king, to an order of God or the devil, to any order, in short, which should undertake to eject me from this place. Softly, Provost, softly, said Marmagne, over and above the king's wrath, to which you expose yourself. This Benvenuto Cellini is in himself more to be feared than you think. Do you know who I am, Viscount? First of all, he stands very high in His Majesty's good graces, only for the moment to be sure, but it is none the less true. Do you know that I, the Provost of Paris, represent His Majesty at the Châtelet, that I sit there beneath a canopy in a short coat and a cloak with a collar, with my sword at my side, a hat with waving plumes on my head, and in my hand a staff covered with blue velvet? Secondly, I will tell you that this accursed Italian makes no scruple of offering combat, as if he stood on equal terms with them, to princes, cardinals, and popes. Do you know that I have a private seal which imparts the fullest authority to those documents to which it is affixed? It is said, furthermore, that the damned bully wounds or kills recklessly everyone who ventures to oppose him. Do you not know that a bodyguard of 24 men-at-arms is at my orders night and day? They say that he attacked a goldsmith against whom he had a grudge, although he was surrounded by a guard of 60 men. You forget that the Hôtel de Nesle is fortified, that the walls are crenellated, and there are machicoulis above the doors, to say nothing of the city fortifications which render it impregnable on one side. It is said that he is as thoroughly at home in the science of sieges as Bayard or Antonio de Leyra. As to that we shall see. I am sorely afraid. I will bide my time. Look you, my dear friend, will you allow me to offer you a little advice? Say on, so that it be brief. Do not try to struggle with one who is stronger than you. Stronger than I, a paltry Italian mechanic. Viscount, you exasperate me. You may find reason to repent, 'pon honor. I speak whereof I know. Viscount, you try my temper. Consider that the fellow has the king on his side, and I have Madame d'Etampes. His Majesty may take it ill of you to resist his will. I have already done it, monsieur, and successfully. Yes, I know, in the matter of the toll at the bridge of Mantes. But what? One risks nothing, or very little at all events, in resisting a weak, good-natured king, while one risks everything in entering into a contest with a powerful, formidable opponent like Benvenuto Cellini. By Mahomet's belly, Viscount, do you propose to drive me mad? On the contrary, my purpose is to make you discreet. Enough, Viscount, enough. Ah, the villain shall pay dear, I swear, for these moments that your friendship has caused me to pass. God grant it, Provost, God grant it. Very good, very good. You have nothing else to tell me? No, no, I believe not, the Viscount replied, as if he were trying to recall some item of news which would make a fitting pendant to the other. Very well, adieu, cried the Provost. Adieu, my poor friend. Adieu. At all events I have given you warning. Adieu. I shall have no reason to reproach myself, that consoles me. Adieu. Adieu. Good luck attend you. But I must say that I express that wish with but little hope of its being gratified. Adieu, 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 adieu. And the Vicomte de Morman, sighing as if his heart would burst, and with grief-stricken face took his departure, gesticulating mournfully after he had pressed the Provost's hand as if he were saying farewell to him forever. The Provost followed him, and with his own hand secured the street door behind him. It will readily be understood that this friendly conversation had heated Messieurs de Stourville's blood and stirred his bile to an extreme degree. He was looking around in search of someone upon whom he might vent his ill humor, when he suddenly remembered the young man whom he had seen emerging from the Grand Nestle as he entered with Comte d'Aubec. As Rimbaud was at hand, he had not far to seek for one who could answer his questions touching that stranger, so he summoned the gardener with one of those imperative gestures which admit no delay, and asked him what he knew about the young man. The gardener replied that the individual to whom his master referred had presented himself in the king's name to inspect the Grand Nesle, that he did not consider it his duty to take anything upon himself, and therefore referred him to Dame Perrine, who good-naturedly showed him over the whole establishment. The provost thereupon rushed to the Petite Nestle to demand an explanation from the worthy duenna, but she unfortunately had just gone out to purchase the weekly supply of provisions. There remained Cologne, but as the provost could not believe that she had seen the youthful stranger, after the forcible and explicit terms in which he had forbidden Dame Perrine to allow good-looking young men to approach her, he did not even speak to her on the subject. As his duties required him to return to the Grand Châtelet, he departed, ordering Romboldt, on pain of instant dismissal, to admit no person to the Grand or Petite Nestle, whoever he might be, or in whosesoever name he might come, especially the miserable adventurer who had been admitted previously. So it was that when Ascanio presented himself on the following day with his wares, in accordance with Dame Perrine's suggestion, Rimbaud simply opened a small window and informed him through the bars that the Hôtel de Nesle was closed to everybody, particularly to him. Ascanio, as may be imagined, withdrew in despair, but we hasten to say that he did not for a moment attribute this extraordinary reception to Cologne. The maiden had bestowed but one glance upon him, had uttered but one sentence, but that glance was so eloquent of shy affection, and there was such a wealth of loving melody in that one sentence, that it had seemed to Ascanio since he parted from her as if an angel's voice were singing in his heart. He fancied, therefore, and with good reason, that, as he had been seen by the provost was the author of that terrible order of which he was the victim. 8 preparations for attack and defense. Ascanio had no sooner returned to the studio on the previous day, and made his report to Benvenuto touching that part of his expedition which related to the topography of the Hotel de Nesle. Then the goldsmith, seeing that it met his requirements in every respect, hastened to the bureau of Seigneur de Neufville, the first secretary of the king's treasury, to obtain from him documentary evidence of the royal gift. Seigneur de Neufville demanded until the following day to assure himself of the validity of Master Benvenuto's claims, and, although the latter considered him extremely impertinent to refuse to take his word for it, he realized the reasonableness of the demand, and assented, resolved, however, not to allow Monsieur de Neufville a half-hour's grace on the following day. He was punctual to the minute, and was at once admitted to the secretary's presence, which he considered a favorable augury. "Well, Monseigneur," he said, "is the Italian a liar, or did he tell you the truth?" "The whole truth, my dear friend. That is very fortunate, and the king has ordered me to hand you a deed of gift in proper form. It will be welcome." "And yet," continued the secretary hesitatingly, "well, what more is there? Let us hear. And yet, if you would allow me to offer you some good advice—" "Good advice, the devil! That's a rare article, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Say on, say on. I should advise you to seek another location for your studio than the Grand Nestle." "Indeed," retorted Benvenuto dryly. "Think you that it is not a convenient location? It is indeed, and truth compels me to state that you would have great difficulty in finding a better." "Very well, what is the matter then?" "That it belongs to a personage of too much importance for you to come in collision with him without danger." "I myself belong to the noble King of France," rejoined Cellini, "and I shall never flinch so long as I act in his name." "Very good. But in our country, Master Benvenuto, every nobleman is king in his own house, and in seeking to eject the provost from the house which he occupies you risk your life." "We must all die sooner or later," was Cellini's sententious reply. "You are determined, then, to kill the devil before the devil kills me. Trust me for that, Monsieur le Secrétaire. Let the provost look well to himself, as all those must do who assume to oppose the king's wishes, especially when Master Benvenuto Cellini has it in charge to carry them out." Thereupon Monsieur Nicolas de Neufville made an end of his philanthropic observations, but alleged all sorts of formalities to be complied with before delivering the deed. But Benvenuto tranquilly seated himself, declaring that he would not stir until the document was placed in his hands, and that he was determined to stay the night there, if necessary, having foreseen that possibility, and taken the precaution to say to his people that he might not return. Taking note of this determination, Monsieur Nicolas de Neufville, regardless of consequences, delivered the deed of gift to Benvenuto Cellini, taking pains, however, to advise Monsieur Robert de Stourville of what he had been compelled to do, in part by the king's will, in part by the goldsmith's persistence. Benvenuto returned to his domicile without saying anything to anybody of what he had done, locked up the deed in the drawer in which he kept his precious stones, and calmly resumed his work. The information transmitted to the provost by the secretary convinced Messire Robert that Benvenuto, as the Vicomte de Montmagny had said that he would do, persisted in his purpose to take possession of the Hotel de Nesle peaceably or by force. The provost, therefore, prepared to maintain his rights, sent for his 24 sergeants-at-arms, posted sentinels upon the walls, and went to the Châtelet only when the duties of his office absolutely compelled him to do so. Days passed, however, and Cellini, tranquilly occupied with the work he had in hand, made not the least demonstration. But the provost felt certain that this apparent tranquillity was only a ruse, and that his foe proposed to wait until he had grown weary of watching, and then take him unawares. And so Messire Robert, with eyes and ears always on the alert, his mind always in a state of extreme tension, and engrossed with warlike thoughts, was finally reduced by this condition of affairs, which was neither peace nor war, to a state of feverish expectation and anxiety which threatened, if it were prolonged, to make him as mad as the governor of the castle of San Angelo. He could not eat or sleep, and grew perceptibly thinner. From time to time he would abruptly draw his sword and begin to make passes at a wall, shouting, "Let him come on! Let him come on, the villain! Let him come on! I am ready for him!" But Benvenuto did not come on. D'Estourville had his calmer moments, too, during which he would succeed in persuading himself that the goldsmith's tongue was longer than his sword, and that he would never dare to carry out his damnable schemes. It was at one of these moments that Colombe, happening to come out of her room, observed all the warlike preparations, and asked her father what was the occasion of them. "A scoundrel to be chastised, that's all," the provost replied. As it was the provost's business to chastise, Colombe did not even ask who the scoundrel was whose chastisement was preparing, being too deeply preoccupied with her own thoughts not to be content with this brief explanation. In very truth, Messire Robert, with a single word, had made a fearful change in his daughter's life. That life, hitherto so calm, so simple, so obscure and secluded, that life of peaceful days and tranquil nights, was like a lake whose surface is suddenly ruffled by a tempest. She had felt at times before that her soul was sleeping, that her heart was empty, but she thought that her solitude was the cause of her melancholy, and attributed the emptiness of her heart to the fact that she had lost her mother in her infancy. And now, without warning, her existence, her thoughts, her heart and her soul were filled to overflowing but with grief. Ah! How she then sighed for the days of ignorance and tranquillity, when the commonplace but watchful friendship of Dame Perrine was almost sufficient for her happiness, the days of hope and faith, when she reckoned upon the future as one reckons upon a friend, the days of filial trust and confidence, when she believed in the affection of her father. Alas! Her future now was the hateful love of Comte d'Orbec. Her father's affection was simply ambition so disguised. Why, instead of being the only inheritor of a noble name and vast fortune, was she not the child of some obscure bourgeois of the city who would have cared for and cherished her? In that case she might have fallen in with this young artist, in whose speech there was so much to move and fascinate, this handsome Ascanio, who seemed to have such a wealth of happiness and love to bestow. But when the rapid beating of her heart and her flushed cheeks warned her that the stranger's image had filled her thoughts too long, she condemned herself to the task of banishing the lovely dream, and succeeded in placing before her eyes the desolating reality. Since her father had made known to her his matrimonial plans, she had expressly forbidden Dame Perrine to receive Ascanio, upon one pretext or another, threatening to tell her father everything if she disobeyed, and as the governess, fearing to be accused of complicity with him, had said nothing of the hostile projects of Ascanio's master, poor Colombe believed herself to be well protected in that direction. It must not be supposed, however, that the sweet-natured child was resigned to the idea of obeying her father's commands. No, her whole being revolted at the thought of an alliance with this man, whom she would have hated had she really known what hate was. Beneath her beautiful pale brow she revolved 1,000 thoughts, hitherto unknown to her mind, thoughts of revolt and rebellion which she looked upon almost as crimes, and for which she asked God's forgiveness upon her knees. Then it occurred to her to go and throw herself at the king's feet, but she had heard it whispered that the same idea had occurred to Diane de Poitiers under much more terrible circumstances, and that she left her honor there. Madame d'Etampes might protect her too if she chose. But would she choose? Would she not greet the complaints of a mere child with a contemptuous smile? Such a smile of mockery and contempt she had seen upon her father's lips when she begged him to keep her with him, and it made a terrible impression upon her. Thus Colombe had no refuge but God, and she knelt before her prie-dieu 100 times a day, imploring the Omnipotent to send succor to her weakness before the end of the 3 months which still separated her from her formidable fiancé, or, if she could hope for no relief on earth, to allow her at least to join her mother in heaven. Ascanio's existence, meanwhile, was no less troublous and unhappy than that of his beloved. 20 times since Rimbaud had made known to him the order which forbade his admission to the Hôtel de Nesle had he loitered dreaming about the lofty walls which separated him from his life, in the morning before anybody had risen, and at night after everybody was asleep. But not once, either openly or furtively, did he try to make his way into the forbidden garden. He still had that virginal respect of early youth, which protects the woman whom one loves against the very passion which she may have to fear at a later period. But this did not prevent Ascanio, as he worked away at his carving and chasing, from indulging in many an extravagant dream, to say nothing of those he dreamed in his morning and evening promenades, or during his troubled sleep at night. These dreams were concerned more especially with the day, at first so much dreaded, now so eagerly desired by him, when Benvenuto should assume possession of the Hôtel de Nesle, for Ascanio knew his master, and that all this apparent tranquillity was that of a volcano breeding an eruption. Cellini had given out that the eruption would take place on the following Sunday. Ascanio had no doubt, therefore, that on the following Sunday Cellini's undertaking would be accomplished. But so far as he was able to judge in his walks around the Séjour de Nesle, the undertaking would not be accomplished without some difficulty, thanks to the guard which was constantly maintained upon the walls, and Ascanio had observed about the hotel all the indications of a fortified post. If there should be an attack, there would be a defense, and as the fortress seemed little disposed to capitulate, it was clear that it must be taken by assault. It was at that decisive moment that Ascanio's chivalrous nature might expect to find an opportunity to display itself. There would be a battle, there would be a breach in the walls to carry, and perhaps there would be a conflagration. Something of that sort was what he longed for. A conflagration, most of all, a conflagration whereby Column's life would be endangered. Then he would dart up the tottering staircases, among the burning rafters, and over the crumbling walls. He would hear her voice calling for help. He would seek her out, take her in his arms, dying and almost unconscious, and bear her away to safety through the roaring sea of flame, her heart against his, and inhaling her breath. Then, having brought her safely through 1,000 dangers, he would lay her at the feet of her despairing father, who would reward his gallant conduct by giving her to the man who had saved her life. Or else, as he bore her in his arms over a frail plank thrown across the flaming chasm, his foot would slip, and they would fall together and die in each other's arms, their hearts blending in one last sigh, in a first and last kiss. This latter alternative was not to be despised by one who had so little hope in his heart as Ascanio, for next to the felicity of living for each other, the greatest happiness is to die together. Thus it will be seen that all our friends were passing through some very agitated days and nights, with the exception of Benvenuto Cellini, who seemed entirely to have forgotten his hostile designs upon the Hôtel de Nesle, and of Scozzone, who knew nothing of them. The whole week passed away thus, and Benvenuto Cellini, having worked conscientiously throughout the 6 days that composed it, and having almost completed the clay model of his Jupiter, donned his coat of mail on the Saturday about 5 o'clock, buttoned his doublet over it, and, bidding Ascanio accompany him, bent his steps toward the Hôtel de Nesle. When they reached the spot, Cellini made the circuit of the walls, spying out the weak spots and meditating his plan of siege. The attack offered more than one difficulty, as the provost had said to his friend Marmagna, as Ascanio had informed his master, and as Benvenuto was now able to see for himself. The Château de Nesle was crenellated and machicolated, was defended by a double wall on the riverside, and furthermore by the city moats and ramparts on the side of the Pré aux Clercs. It was one of those massive and imposing feudal structures which were equal to the task of defending themselves by their mass alone, provided that the doors were securely fastened, and of repelling without outside assistance the assaults of tire-lanes and lariners, as they were called in those days, or of the king's men, if need were. This was often the case at that interesting epoch, when one was generally compelled to do police duty for himself. Having made his reconnaissance according to all the ancient and modern rules of strategy, and deeming it to be his duty to summon the place to surrender before laying siege to it, he knocked at the little door by which Ascanio had once entered. For him, as for Ascanio, the small window opened, but it was the martial countenance of an archer instead of that of the pacific gardener which appeared in the opening.
"What do you want?"
The archer demanded of the stranger who dared to knock at the door of the Hotel de Nesle. "To take possession of the hotel which has been given to me, Benvenuto Cellini," replied the goldsmith. "Very good, wait," rejoined the fellow, and he went at once to notify Messier de Stourville, as he had been ordered to do. A moment later he returned, accompanied by the provost, who did not show himself, but stood listening, with bated breath, in a corner, surrounded by part of his garrison, in order to judge the better of the gravity of the affair. "We do not know what you mean," said the archer. "If that be so," said Cellini, "hand this document to Messier le Prévôt. It is a certified copy of the deed of gift." And he passed the parchment through the window. The sergeant disappeared a second time, but as he had simply to put out his hand to hand the copy to the provost, the window opened again almost immediately. "Here is his answer," said the sergeant, passing through the bars the parchment torn in pieces. "Very good," rejoined Cellini with perfect tranquillity. "Au revoir." He returned to his studio, highly gratified by the attention with which Ascanio had followed his scrutiny of the place, and the young man's judicious suggestions as to the coup de main. They were to attempt at some time, and he assured his pupil that he would have made a distinguished general, were it not that he was destined to become a still more distinguished artist, which, in Cellini's view, was infinitely preferable. The next morning the sun rose in all his glory. Benvenuto had requested his workmen to come to the studio, although it was Sunday, and not one of them failed to appear. "My children," said the master, "it is undoubtedly true that I engaged you to work at the goldsmith's trade and not to fight. But during the 2 months that we have been together we have learned to know one another so well that, in a serious emergency, I feel that I can count upon you, as you all and always can count upon me. You know what I have in contemplation. We are but poorly accommodated here, with but little air and little space, and our elbows are too cramped to allow us to undertake great works, or even to use the forge with any degree of vigor. The king, in the presence of you all, deigned to bestow upon me a larger and more commodious abode. But, as he has no leisure to bestow upon trifling details, he left it to me to install myself therein. Now the present possessor does not choose to give over to me this property which his majesty has so generously presented to me, therefore we must take it. The provost of Paris, who retains possession in the face of his majesty's order, it would seem that such things are of common occurrence in this land, does not know the man with whom he has to do. As soon as I am refused, I demand. As soon as I am resisted, I take by force. Are you disposed to assist me? I do not conceal from you that there will be danger in so doing. There is a battle to be fought, there are walls to be scaled, and other harmless amusements to be indulged in. There is nothing to fear from the police or the patrol, because we act by His Majesty's authority, but it may mean death, my children. Therefore, let those who wish to go elsewhere do so without hesitation. Let those who wish to remain here not be ashamed to say as much. I ask for none but bold and resolute hearts. If you leave me to go alone with Pagello and Ascanio, have no fear on our behalf. I know not how I shall go to work, but I do know this, that I will not be disappointed for that. But, by the blood of Christ, if you lend me your hearts and your arms, as I hope you will, woe to the provost and the provostry. Now that you are fully instructed in the matter, speak, will you follow me?" They all shouted with one voice, "Anywhere, master, wherever you choose to lead us. Bravo, my children! Then you are all in for the sport?" "All!" "Then let the tempest howl," cried Benvenuto. "At last we are to have a little diversion. I have been rusty long enough. Up, up, brave hearts and swords! Ah, thank God! We are soon to give and receive a few lusty blows. Look you, my dear boys, look you, my gallant friends, we must arm ourselves, we must agree upon a plan, let them be ready to look to themselves, and vive la joie. I will give you all that I possess in the way of weapons, offensive and defensive, in addition to those that are hanging on the wall where everyone can choose at will. Ah! What we really need is a good culverin, but there's its value in arquebuses, hackbutts, pikes, swords, and daggers, and there are coats of mail galore and cuirasses and helmets. Come, haste, haste, and let us dress for the ball. The provost shall pay for the music." "Hurrah!" cried all his companions. Thereupon the studio was the scene of a commotion. A tumult, wonderful to look upon. The verve and enthusiasm of the master infected every heart and every face. They tried on cuirasses, brandished swords, tested the point of daggers, laughed and sang, as if a masquerade or festival of some sort were in progress. Benvenuto ran hither and thither, handing a boot to this one, buckling the belt of another, and feeling the blood course hotly and freely through his veins, as if this were the life he truly loved. The workmen meanwhile indulged in jokes at one another's expense, commenting freely upon the bellicose demeanor and awkward attitudes of their fellows. "Look, master," cried one of them. "Look at Simon le Gaucher putting his sword on the same side as we. On the right, man, on the right." "See, Jehan," retorted Simon, holding his halberd as he'll hold his cross when he's a bishop. "There's Pagolo putting on a double coat of mail," said Jehan. "Why not?" replied Pagolo. "Herman the German is arraying himself like a knight in the days of the Emperor Barbarossa." In fact, the youth referred to by the appellation of Herman the German, a somewhat pleonastic title, as his name alone was so distinctively Germanic in sound as to indicate that its owner belonged to someone of the circles of the Holy Empire. Herman, we say, had covered himself from head to foot with iron, and resembled one of the gigantic statues which the sculptors of that artistic age were accustomed to carve upon tombs. Benvenuto, although the physical strength of this redoubtable comrade from beyond the Rhine had become proverbial in the studio, remarked that he would be likely to experience some difficulty in moving, being so, rather than increased. Herman's only reply was to leap upon a table as lightly as if he were clad in velvet, take down an enormous hammer, wave it around his head, and strike the anvil 3 such terrific blows that each of them drove it an inch into the ground. There was nothing to say to such a reply, so Benvenuto waved his hand and nodded his head respectfully in token of satisfaction. Ascanio alone made his toilet apart from the others. He could not avoid a feeling of uneasiness as to the results of the enterprise upon which they were about to embark, for it might well be that Cologne would not forgive him for attacking her father, especially if the struggle should lead to some grave catastrophe, and he would find himself farther removed from her heart, although nearer to her eyes. Scozzone, half joyous, half anxious, wept one moment and laughed the next. The change of location and the prospect of a battle were by no means unpleasing to her. But as for blows and wounds, that was another matter. The preparations for the combat made the frolicsome creature dance for joy, but its possible results made the woman that was in her tremble. Benvenuto at last noticed her, smiling and weeping at the same time, and he went to her side. "Thou wilt remain here, Scorzone, with Ruperta," he said, "and prepare lint for the wounded and a good dinner for those who come safely through it." "Oh, no, no," cried Scorzone. "Oh, pray let me go with you. With you I have courage enough to defy the provost and all his myrmidons, but alone here with Ruperta I should die of anxiety and fear." "Oh, I could never consent to that," replied Benvenuto. "It would trouble me too much to think that some mishap might befall thee. Thou wilt pray for us, dear child, while awaiting our return." "Listen, Benvenuto," rejoined the maiden, as if struck by a sudden thought. "You understand, of course, that I cannot endure the thought of remaining quiet here while you are fighting yonder, wounded, perhaps dying. But there is a way of satisfying both of us. Instead of praying for your safety here in the studio, I will go and pray in the church nearest to the spot. In that way I shall be out of danger, and shall know the result immediately, whether it be a victory or a defeat." "Very well, so be it," replied Benvenuto. "It is understood, of course, that we shall not go forth to kill others, or to be killed ourselves, without first fulfilling the pious duty of listening to Mass. We will go together to the church of the Grands Augustins, which is nearer than any other to the Hotel de Nesle, and will leave thee there, little one." These arrangements determined upon, and the preparations for the affray at an end, they drank a glass of Burgundy to the success of their enterprise. To their weapons, offensive and defensive, they added hammers, tongs, ladders, and ropes, and left the studio, not after the manner of an army corps, but 2 by 2, at sufficiently long intervals not to attract attention. It was not that a coup de main was a more unfrequent occurrence in those days than an émeute or a change of ministry in these days of ours, but, truth to say, it was not customary to select the Sabbath day or the hour of noon for this sort of diversion, and it required all Benvenuto's audacity, reinforced by his consciousness that right was on his side, to venture upon such an undertaking. One after another our heroes arrived at the Grands Augustins, and, having given their weapons and tools into the charge of the sacristan, who was a friend of Simon le Gaucher, they entered the church to listen devoutly to the blessed sacrifice of the Mass, and to implore God's help in exterminating as many archers as possible. Truth compels us to state, however, that despite the gravity of the impending crisis, despite his exemplary piety, and despite the importance of the matters to which his prayers had reference, Benvenuto had no sooner entered the church than his actions indicated that his mind was upon something very different. His distraction was due to the fact that just behind him, but on the other side of the nave, sat a young girl reading from an illuminated missal, a young girl so adorably lovely that she might well have confused the thoughts of a saint, much more of a sculptor. Under such circumstances the artist sadly interfered with the devotions of the Christian. The gallant Cellini could not resist the desire to have someone to join him in his admiration, and as Catherine, who was at his left, would certainly have frowned upon his inattention, he turned to Ascanio, who was at his right, with the purpose of bidding him turn his eyes toward the lovely picture. But Ascanio's eyes needed no bidding in that direction. From the moment that he entered the church, his gaze was riveted upon the maiden, and his eyes never left her face. Benvenuto, seeing that he was absorbed in contemplation of the same object, simply nudged him with his elbow. "Yes," said Ascanio, "yes, it is Colombe." "Oh, master, is she not beautiful?" It was indeed Colombe, her father, not anticipating an attack at high noon, had given her permission, not without some reluctance, to go to the Augustins to pray. Colombe, it is true, was very earnest in her request, for it was the only consolation that remained to her. Dame Perrine was by her side. "Ah, Sha, who is Colombe?" was Benvenuto's very natural query. "Ah, yes, you do not know her. Colombe is the daughter of the provost, Messire d'Estourville himself." "Is she not beautiful?" he said again. "No," rejoined Benvenuto. "No, it's not Colombe." T is Hebe Ascanio, the goddess of youth, the Hebe whom my great King Francois has ordered at my hands, the Hebe of whom I have dreamed, for whom I have prayed to God, and who has come down from above in response to my prayer. Regardless of the incongruity of the idea of Hebe reading her missal and pouring out her heart in prayer, Benvenuto continued his hymn to beauty simultaneously with his devotion and his military plans. The goldsmith, the Catholic, and the strategist predominated in his mind by turns. Our Father who art in heaven. Look, Ascanio, what clean-cut, expressive features. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. How fascinatingly graceful the undulating outline of her figure. Give us this day our daily bread. And thou sayest that such a lovely child is the daughter of that rascally provost whom I propose to exterminate with my own hand? And forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us, even though I have to burn down the hotel to do it. Amen. And Benvenuto crossed himself, having no doubt that he had just concluded a most expressive rendering of the Lord's Prayer. The Mass came to an end while he was still absorbed in these heterogeneous ideas, which might seem somewhat profane in the case of a man of different temperament at a different epoch, but which were altogether natural in so reckless a nature as Cellini's, at a time when Clement Marot was putting the 7 penitential psalms into gallant verse. As soon as the ite missa est was pronounced, Benvenuto and Catherine exchanged a warm grasp of the hand. Then, while the girl, wiping away a tear, remained on the spot where she was to await the result of the combat, Cellini and Ascanio, their eyes still fixed upon Colombe, who had not once looked up from her book, went with their companions to take a drop of holy water, after which they separated to meet in a deserted cul-de-sac about halfway from the church to the Hotel de Nesle. Catherine, in accordance with the prearranged plan, remained to the celebration of High Mass, as did Colombe and Dame Perrine, who had simply arrived a little early, and had listened to the first service only as a preparation for the more solemn ceremony to follow. Nor had they any reason to suspect that Benvenuto and his apprentices were upon the point of cutting all the lines of communication with the house they had so imprudently quitted. 9. Trust and parry. The decisive moment had arrived. Benvenuto divided his men into 2 detachments. One was to attempt, by every possible means, to force the door of the hotel. The other was to cover the operations of the first, and to keep from the walls, with arquebus shots or with their swords, any of the besieged who might appear upon the battlements, or who might attempt a sortie. Benvenuto took command of this last detachment in person, and selected our friend Ascanio for his lieutenant. At the head of the other he placed Hermann, the good-humored, gallant German, who could flatten an iron bar with a hammer and a man with his fist. He chose for his second-in-command little Jehan, a rascal of 15 years, as active as a squirrel, mischievous as a monkey, and impudent as a page, for whom the Goliath had conceived a very deep affection, for the reason, doubtless, that the playful youngster was forever tormenting him. Little Jehan proudly took his place beside his captain, to the great chagrin of Pagolo, who in his double cuirass was not unlike the statue of the commandeur in the rigidity of his movements. Having thus made his dispositions and reviewed his men and inspected their weapons for the last time, Benvenuto addressed a few words to the brave fellows who were about to face danger, perhaps death, in his cause with such good will. Then he grasped each man's hand, crossed himself devoutly, and cried, "Forward!" The 2 parties at once took up their line of march, and, skirting the Quai des Augustins, which was deserted at that hour in that spot, they very soon arrived at the Hotel de Nesle. Thereupon Benvenuto, unwilling to attack his enemy without first going through all the formalities prescribed by custom in such cases, went forward alone, waving a white handkerchief at the end of his sword, to the same small door as before, and knocked. As before, he was questioned through the barred opening as to the object of his visit. Benvenuto repeated the same formula, saying that he had come to take possession of the chateau given him by the king. But he was less fortunate than on the former occasion, in that he was not honored with any reply at all. Thereupon, facing the door, he exclaimed in loud, distinct tones, "To thee, Robert de Stourville, Provost of Paris, do I, Benvenuto Cellini, goldsmith, sculptor, painter, and engineer, make known that His Majesty Francois the Thursday making for Darnay Emicel, has in his good pleasure, as it was his right to do, given to me absolutely the Grand Nestle. As thou dost insolently maintain thy hold upon it, and, in contravention of the royal will, dost refuse to deliver it to me, I hereby declare to thee, Robert de Stourville, Seigneur de Villebon, Provost of Paris, that I have come to take possession of the Grand Nestle by force. Defend thyself, therefore, and, if evil comes of thy refusal, know that thou wilt be held answerable therefor on earth and in heaven, before man and before God." With that, Benvenuto paused and waited, but not a sound came from behind the walls. He thereupon loaded his arquebus, and ordered his men to make ready their weapons. Then, assembling the leaders Hermann, Ascanio, and Johann in council, he said to them, "You see, my children, that it is not possible to avoid the conflict. Now it is for us to decide in what way we shall begin the attack." "I will break in the door," said Hermann, "and do you follow me in, that's all." "With what will you do it, my Samson?" queried Cellini. Hermann looked about and saw on the quay a piece of timber which 4 ordinary men would have found it difficult to lift. "With that beam," he said. He walked to where it lay, coolly picked it up, placed it under his arm, and fixed it there like a rein in its socket, then returned to his general. Meanwhile, a crowd was beginning to collect, and Benvenuto, excited thereby, was on the point of giving orders for the attack to begin, when the captain of the king's archers, notified doubtless by some conservative citizen, appeared at the corner of the street, accompanied by 5 or 6 mounted men. This captain was a friend of the provost, and although he knew perfectly well what was toward, he rode up to Benvenuto, hoping to intimidate him doubtless, and while his people checked Hermann's advance, he said, "What is your desire, and why do you thus disturb the peace of the city?" "The man who really disturbs the peace," replied Cellini, "is he who refuses to obey the king's orders, not he who executes them." "What do you mean?" inquired the captain. "I mean that I hold a deed in due form, delivered to me by Monsieur de Neufel, Secretary of the Royal Treasury, wherein His Majesty grants to me the Hôtel du Grand Nesle. But the people who are in possession refuse to recognize this deed, and thereby keep me from my own. Now, in one way or another, I have got it into my head that, since Scripture says that we must render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, Benvenuto Cellini is entitled to take what belongs to Benvenuto Cellini." "Yes, and instead of preventing us from taking possession of our property, you ought to lend us a hand," cried Pagolo. "Be silent, rascal," said Benvenuto, stamping angrily. "I have no need of anybody's assistance. Dost thou understand?" "You are right in theory, but wrong in practice," rejoined the captain. "How may that be?" demanded Benvenuto, who felt that the blood was beginning to rise in his cheeks. "You are right to wish to enter into possession of your property, but you are wrong to undertake to do it in this way, for you will not gain much, I promise you, fighting walls with your swords. If I were to give you a little friendly advice, it would be to apply to the offices of justice and carry your grievance to the Provost of Paris, for example. With that, adieu and good luck to you." And the captain of the king's archers rode away with a sneering laugh, whereupon the crowd laughed too. "He laughs best who laughs last," said Benvenuto Cellini. "Forward, Hermann, forward." Hermann took up his joist once more, and while Cellini, Ascanio, and 2 or 3 of the most skillful marksmen of the party, arquebus in hand, stood in readiness to fire upon the wall, he rushed forward like a living catapult against the small door, which they deemed to be easier to burst in than the large one. But when he approached the wall, a shower of stones began to rain down upon him, although no defenders could be seen, for the provost had ordered stones to be piled on top of the wall, and it was necessary only to push lightly against the piles to send them down upon the heads of the besiegers. The latter, being thus warmly received, recoiled a step or two, but although taken entirely by surprise by this alarming method of defense, no one was wounded save Pagallo. He was so overburdened with his double cuirass that he could not fall back so quickly as the others, and was wounded in the heel. Hermann himself was no more disturbed by this shower of pebbles than an oak tree by a hailstorm, and kept on to the door, where he at once set to work and began to deal such blows against it that it soon became evident that, stout as it was, it could not long withstand such treatment. Benvenuto and his men meanwhile stood ready with their arquebuses to fire upon anybody who might appear upon the wall, but no one appeared. The Grand Nestle seemed to be defended by an invisible garrison, and Benvenuto raged inwardly at his inability to do anything to assist the dauntless German. Suddenly he happened to glance at the old Tour de Nesle, which stood by itself, as we have said, on the other side of the quay, and bathed its feet in the Seine. "Wait, Hermann," cried Cellini. "Wait, my good fellow. The Hotel de Nesle is ours as surely as my name is Benvenuto Cellini, and I am a goldsmith by trade." Motioning to Ascanio and his 2 companions to follow him, he ran to the tower, while Hermann, in obedience to his orders, stepped back out of range of the stones, and awaited the fulfillment of the general's promise, leaning upon his timber as a Swiss would lean upon his halberd. As Benvenuto anticipated, the provost had neglected to station a guard in the old tower, so that he took possession of it unopposed, and, running up the stairs, 4 at a leap, reached the summit in a moment. The terrace overlooked the walls of the Grand Nesle, as a steeple overlooks a town, so that the besieged, who a moment before were sheltered by their ramparts, suddenly found themselves entirely unprotected. The report of an arquebus and the hissing of a bullet, followed by the fall of an archer, warned the provost that the face of affairs was in all probability about to change. At the same moment Hermann, realizing that he would now have a free field, resumed his joist and began to batter away again at the door, which the besieged had strengthened somewhat during the momentary suspension of hostilities. The crowd, with the marvelous instinct of self-possession always noticeable in such bodies, realized that shooting was to form part of the entertainment, and that spectators of the tragedy about to be enacted were likely to be splashed with blood, and they no sooner heard the report of Benvenuto's arquebus and the cry of the wounded archer than they dispersed like a flock of pigeons. A single individual remained. This was no other than our friend Jacques Aubry, the student, who had kept the appointment made the preceding Sunday with Ascanio, in the hope of enjoying his game of tennis. He had but to east a glance over the battlefield to understand what was going on. It is not difficult to divine the determination arrived at by Jacques Aubry from what we have already seen of his character. To play at tennis or with firearms was equally sport to him, and as he guessed that the besiegers were most likely to be his friends, he enlisted under their banner. "Well, my boys," he said, walking up to the group which was waiting for the door to be burst in to rush into the citadel, "we are having a bit of a siege, are we?" "Peste! You're not attacking a cabin, and it's a good deal of an undertaking for so few of you to try to take a strong place like this." "We are not alone," said Pagallo, who was dressing his heel, and he pointed to Benvenuto and his 3 or 4 companions, who were keeping up such a well-sustained fire upon the wall that the stones were falling much less freely than at first. I see, Master Achilles," said Jacques Aubry, "for you are like him in being wounded in the heel, in addition to 1,000 other points of similarity, no doubt." "I see, yes, there's my friend Ascanio, and the master doubtless on top of the tower yonder." Very true, said Pagallo. And that fellow banging away at the door so lustily is one of you also, isn't he? That's Herman, said little Jehan proudly. Pest! How he goes on, said the student. I must go and congratulate him. He sauntered along with his hands in his pockets, regardless of the bullets whistling above his head, to the brave German who kept at his task with the regularity of a machine. Do you need anything, my dear Goliath? Said Jacques Aubrey. I am at your service. I am thirsty, replied Herman without pausing in his work. Pest! I can well believe it. That's thirsty work you're doing there, and I wish I had a cask of beer to offer you. Water, said Herman. Water! Do you mean that mild beverage will satisfy you? So be it. The river is at hand, and you shall be served in a moment. Jacques ran to the river, filled his helmet with water, and took it to the German. He leaned his beam against the wall, swallowed at a draught all that the helmet contained, and handed it back to the student empty. Thanks, he said, and, taking up the beam once more, he resumed his work. An instant later he said, Go and tell the master to be in readiness, for we are getting on famously here. Jacques Aubrey started for the tower, and in a very few moments he stood between Ascanio and Benvenuto, who were keeping up such a brisk and effective fire that they had already shot down 2 or 3 men, and the provost's archers were beginning to think twice before showing themselves upon the walls. Meanwhile, as Herman had sent word to Benvenuto, the door was beginning to yield, and the provost resolved to make one last effort. He cheered on his men to such good purpose that the stones began to rain down once more. But 2 or 3 arquebus shots speedily calmed anew the ardor of the besieged, who, despite all Monsieur Robert's promises and remonstrances, coyly remained out of range. Thereupon Messire Robert himself appeared, alone, carrying in his hands an enormous stone, and made ready to hurl it down upon Herman's head. But Benvenuto was not the man to allow his retainer to be taken by surprise. As soon as he caught sight of the provost rashly venturing where no one else ventured to go, he put his weapon to his shoulder. It would have been all up with Monsieur Robert had not Ascanio, just as Cellini pulled the trigger, thrown up the barrel with a quick motion of his hand accompanied by a sharp exclamation, so that the bullet whistled harmlessly through the air. Ascanio had recognized Colombe's father. As Benvenuto turned furiously upon him to demand an explanation, the stone, thrown with all the force the provost could impart to it, fell full upon Herman's helmet. Even the enormous strength of the modern Titan was not equal to the task of sustaining such a blow. He relaxed his hold of the timber, threw out his arms as if seeking something to cling to, and, finding nothing within reach, fell to the ground unconscious with a terrible crash. Besieged and besiegers simultaneously set up a shout. Little Jehan and 3 or 4 comrades who were near Herman ran to him to carry him away from the wall and look to his injuries. But the large and small doors of the Hôtel de Nesle opened at the same moment, and the provost, at the head of 12 or 15 men, darted upon the wounded man, cutting and slashing vigorously, as did all his followers, so that Jehan and his comrades were forced to retreat, although Benvenuto was shouting to them to hold their ground, and that he would come and help them. The provost seized the opportunity. 8 of his men lifted Herman, who was still unconscious, by the arms and legs, and 7 took up a position to protect their retreat, so that while Cellini, Ascanio, and their 3 or 4 comrades on the terrace of the tower were hurrying down the 4 or 5 flights of stairs which lay between them and the street, Herman and his bearers re-entered the Grand Nesle. When Cellini, arquebus in hand, appeared at the door of the tower, the door of the hotel was just closing behind the last of the provost's men-at-arms. There was no disguising the fact that this was a check, and a serious check at that. Cellini, Ascanio, and their comrades had, it is true, disabled 3 or 4 of the besieged, but the loss of these 3 or 4 men was much less disastrous to the provost than was the loss of Herman to Cellini. The besiegers were dazed for a moment. Suddenly Ascanio and Cellini looked at each other as if by a common impulse. "I have a plan," said Cellini, looking to the left, "that is to say, toward the city. "And so have I," Ascanio rejoined, looking to the right, "that is to say, toward the fields. I have devised a plan to bring the garrison out of the castle, and I a plan to open the door for you if you do bring them out. How many men do you need? A single one will suffice. Choose." "Will you come with me, Jacques Aubry?" said Ascanio. "To the end of the world, my dear fellow, to the end of the world. But I shouldn't be sorry to have some sort of a weapon, the end of a sword, for instance, or a suspicion of a dagger, 4 or 5 inches of steel to feel my way with if occasion requires." "Oh, take Pagolo's sword," said Ascanio. "He can't use it, for he's nursing his heel with his right hand and crossing himself with the other." "And here's my own dagger to complete your outfit," said Cellini. "Strike with it all you please, young man, but do not leave it in the wound. It would be altogether too handsome a present to the wounded man, for the hilt was carved by myself, and is worth 100 golden crowns if it is worth a sou." "And the blade?" queried Jacques Aubry. "The hilt is very valuable, no doubt, but at such a time the blade is of the greatest importance to my mind." "The blade is priceless," rejoined Benvenuto. "With it I killed my brother's murderer." "Bravo!" cried the student. "Come, Ascanio, let's be off." "I am ready," said Ascanio, winding 5 or 6 lengths of rope around his body and putting one of the ladders over his shoulder. "I am ready." The 2 venturesome youths walked along the quay 100 yards or thereabouts, then turned to the left and disappeared around the corner of the wall of the Grand Nesle behind the city moat. Let us leave Ascanio to carry out his scheme and follow Cellini in the development of his. The objects upon which his eyes rested when, as we have said, he looked toward the left, that is, in the direction of the city, were 2 women standing amid a group of timid spectators at some little distance, 2 women in whom he thought he recognized the provost's daughter and her governess. They were in fact Colombe and Dame Perrine, who, after hearing mass, set out to return to the Petite Nesle, and had come to a standstill in the crowd, trembling with alarm on account of what they had heard of the siege that was in progress, and of what they saw with their own eyes. But Colombe no sooner perceived that there was a momentary cessation of hostilities, which left the road open for her, than, heedless of the entreaties of Dame Perrine, who begged her not to risk her safety in the tumult, she went forward resolutely, impelled by her anxiety for her father, and leaving Dame Perrine entirely free to follow her or to remain where she was. As the duenna was really deeply attached to her charge, she determined to accompany her, notwithstanding her fright. They left the group just as Ascanio and Jacques Aubry turned the corner of the wall. Now Benvenuto Cellini's plan may be divined. As soon as he saw the 2 women coming toward him, he himself stepped forward to meet them, and gallantly offered his arm to Colombe. "Have no fear, madame," he said. "If you will deign to accept my arm, I will escort you to your father." Colombe hesitated, but Dame Perrine seized the arm on her side, which Benvenuto had forgotten to offer her. "Take his arm, my dear, take it," she said, "and let us accept this noble knight's protection. Look, look, there is Monsieur le Prévôt leaning over the wall. He is anxious about us, no doubt." Colombe took Benvenuto's arm, and the 3 walked to within a step or 2 of the door. There Cellini stopped, and said to the provost in a loud voice, making sure that Colombe's arm and Dame Perrine's were safely within his own, "Monsieur le Prévôt, your daughter who is here desires to enter. I trust that you will open the door to her, unless you prefer to leave so charming a hostage in your enemy's hands." 20 times within 2 hours the provost, behind his ramparts, had thought of his daughter, whom he had so imprudently allowed to go out, being in considerable doubt as to the possibility of admitting her again. He was hoping that she would be warned in time, and would be wise enough to go to the Grand Châtelet and await results, when he saw Cellini leave his companions and go to meet 2 women in whom he recognized Colombe and Dame Perrine. "The little fool!" he muttered beneath his breath. but I can't leave her in the midst of these miscreants." He opened the wicket and showed his face behind the grating. "Well," said he, "what are your terms?"
"These,"
said Benvenuto. "I will allow Madame Colombe and her governess to enter, but only on condition that you come forth with all your men, and we will then decide our dispute by a fair fight in the open. They who remain in possession of the battlefield shall have the Hotel de Nesle, vi victis, as your compatriot Brennus said." "I accept," said the provost, "on one condition." "What is it?" "That you and your people stand back to give my daughter time to come in, and my archers time to go out." "Agreed," said Cellini. "But do you come out first, and let Madame Colombe go in afterward. When she is safely inside, you will throw the key over the wall to her, and thus leave yourself no opportunity to retreat." "Agreed," said the provost. "Your word?" "On the faith of a gentleman." "And yours?" "On the faith of Benvenuto Cellini." These terms being agreed upon, the door opened, and the provost's retainers filed out, and drew up in 2 rows before the door, Messire d'Estourville at their head. They were 19 in all. On the other side, Benvenuto, without Ascanio, Hermann, and Jacques Aubry, had but 8 men remaining, and of these Simon le Gaucher was wounded, luckily in the right hand. But Benvenuto was not given to counting his foes. It will be remembered that he did not hesitate to attack Pompeo single-handed, although he was attended by a dozen sbirri. He was only too glad, therefore, to abide by his agreement, for he desired nothing so much as a general and decisive action. "You may go in now, madame," he said to his fair prisoner. Colombe flew across the space which lay between the 2 camps as swiftly as the bird whose name she bore, and threw herself panting into the provost's arms. "Father! Father!" she cried, weeping. "In heaven's name, do not expose yourself. Go inside," said the provost sharply, taking her by the arm and leading her to the door. "'Tis your folly that reduces us to this extremity." Colombe passed through the door, followed by Dame Perrine, to whom fear had lent, if not wings, as to her lovely ward, at least legs, which she thought she had lost 10 years before. The provost closed the door behind them. "The key, the key!" cried Cellini. True to his promise, the provost took the key from the lock and threw it over the wall, so that it fell into the courtyard. "And now," cried Benvenuto, rushing upon the provost and his troop, "every man for himself and God for us all." A terrible struggle ensued, for before the provost's people had time to lower their weapons and fire, Benvenuto with his 7 workmen was in their midst, slashing to right and left with the terrible sword which he handled in such masterly fashion, and which, forged by his own hand, met few coats of mail or breastplates able to resist it. The soldiers thereupon cast aside their useless arquebuses, drew their swords, and began to cut and thrust in return. But, despite their numbers and their gallantry, in less time than it takes to write the words, they were scattered all about the square, and 2 or 3 of the bravest, wounded so severely that they could fight no longer, were forced to fall back. The provost saw the danger, and being a brave man who in his time had achieved some fame as a fighting man, he rushed forward to confront this redoubtable Benvenuto Cellini, whom nobody seemed able to withstand. "To me," he cried, "to me, infamous robber, and let us decide the affair. What say you?" "Oh, I could ask nothing better," replied Benvenuto. "If you will bid your people not to interfere with us, I am your man." "Stand where you are," said the provost to his men. "Let not one of you stir," said Cellini to his. And the combatants on either side stood rooted in their places, silent and motionless, like the Homeric warriors who ceased their own fighting in order to miss no part of a contest between 2 renowned chiefs. Thereupon the provost and Cellini, each of whom already held his naked sword in his hand, attacked each other at the same instant. The provost was a clever fencer, but Cellini's skill in that direction was of the very first order. For 10 or 12 years past, the provost had not once had occasion to draw his sword. On the other hand, during those same 10 or 12 years, hardly a day had passed that Benvenuto had not had or made an occasion to draw his. At the outset, therefore, the provost, who had counted a little too much upon his own prowess, became conscious of his enemy's superiority. Cellini, for his part, meeting with a resistance which he hardly anticipated from a man of the robe, exerted all the energy, activity, and cunning of which he was capable. It was a marvelous thing to watch his sword, which, like the triple sting of a serpent, threatened the head and the heart at the same instant, flying from place to place, and hardly giving his adversary time to parry, much less to make a single thrust. And so the provost, realizing that he had to do with one stronger than himself, began to give ground, still defending himself, however. Unluckily for Messer Robert, his back was toward the wall, so that a very few steps brought him up against the door, for which he instinctively aimed, although he was well aware that he had thrown the key over the wall. When he reached that point, he felt that he was lost, and like a wild boar at bay, he summoned all his strength and delivered 3 or 4 lusty blows in such rapid succession that it was Benvenuto's turn to parry. Once indeed he was a second too late, and his adversary's blade grazed his breast despite the excellent coat of mail he wore. But, like a wounded lion bent upon speedy vengeance, Benvenuto, the moment that he felt the sharp point of the sword, gathered himself for a spring, and would have run the provost through with a deadly lunge, had not the door behind him suddenly given way at that moment, so that Messieurs de Stourville fell over backwards, and the sword came in contact with the individual who had saved him by opening the door so unexpectedly. But the result was different from what might have been expected, for the wounded man said nothing, while Benvenuto gave utterance to a terrible cry. He had recognized Ascanio in the man whom he had unintentionally wounded. He had no eyes for Hermann or for Jacques Aubry, who stood behind his victim. Like a madman, he threw his arms around the young man's neck, seeking the wound with his eyes and his hand and his mouth, and crying, "Slain, slain, slain by my hand! Ascanio, my child, I have killed thee," and roaring and weeping, as lions roar and weep. Meanwhile, Hermann extricated the provost, unharmed, from between Ascanio's and Cellini's legs, and, taking him under his arm as he might have done with a baby, deposited him in a little house where Rimbaud kept his gardening tools. He locked the door upon him, drew his sword, and assumed a posture indicative of his purpose to defend his prisoner against anyone who might undertake to recapture him. Jacques Aubry made but one bound from the pavement to the top of the wall, brandishing his dagger triumphantly and shouting, "Blow, trumpets, blow! The Grand Nestle is ours!" How all these surprising things had come to pass, the reader will discover in the following chapter. XOF, the advantage of fortified towns. The Hôtel de Nesle, on the side bounded by the Préau clerks, was doubly defended by its walls and by the city moat, so that on that side it was considered impregnable. Now Ascanio very sensibly reflected that it is seldom deemed necessary to guard what cannot be taken, and he determined to make an attack upon the point where the besieged had not thought of providing against one. With that object in view, he set out with his friend Jacques Aubry, not dreaming that, as he disappeared in one direction, Cologne would appear in the other, and provide Benvenuto with a means of compelling the provost to adopt a course which he was most reluctant to adopt. Ascanio's scheme was very difficult of execution, and very dangerous in its possible results. He proposed to cross a deep moat, scale a wall 25 feet high, and at the end, perhaps, fall into the midst of the enemy. Not till he arrived at the brink of the moat and of his enterprise did he realize the difficulty of crossing the one and carrying through the other, and then his determination, firm as it was at the outset, wavered for an instant. Jacques Aubry halted some 10 or 12 paces behind his friend, and stood tranquilly gazing from the wall to the moat. Having measured them both with his eye, he said, "I beg you, my dear fellow, to have the kindness to inform me why you bring me hither, unless it be to fish for frogs. Ah, yes. You glance at your ladder. Very good. I understand. But your ladder is only 12 feet long, while the wall is 25 feet high and the moat 10 wide, which makes a difference of 23 feet if my reckoning is correct. Ascanio was taken aback for a moment by this unanswerable arithmetic, but suddenly he cried, striking his forehead with his hand, "Ah, I have an idea! Look!" "Where?" "There," said Ascanio. "There." "That's not an idea you are pointing at," rejoined the student, "but an oak tree." There was, in truth, a huge oak growing near the outer edge of the moat, the upper branches of which gazed inquisitively over the wall of the Séjour de Nesle. "What? Don't you understand?" cried Ascanio. "Yes, yes! I begin to see through it now. Yes, it's the very thing, I see it all. The oak and the wall form part of the arch of a bridge which your ladder will complete, but the abyss yawns beneath, my friend, and an abyss full of mud. The devil, we mustn't forget that. I am wearing my best clothes, and Simone's husband is beginning to grumble about giving me credit. Help me to hoist the ladder, said Ascanio. That's all I ask of you. Aha, said the student, and I am to stay below, thanks. Each of them seized a branch, and they were soon in the tree. By their united strength they succeeded in pulling the ladder up after them to the top of the tree, where they lowered it like a drawbridge, and found to their intense satisfaction that while one end rested firmly upon a stout branch, the other end extended 2 or 3 feet beyond the wall. "But when we are upon the wall, what are we to do?" Aubrey inquired. "Why, when we're upon the wall we will pull the ladder after us, and go down by it." "Very good. There is only one trifling difficulty, and that is that the wall is 25 feet high, and the ladder only 12. "I have provided for that," said Ascanio, unwinding the rope from his body. He then made one end fast to the trunk of the tree, and threw the other over the wall. "Ah! Great man, I understand you," cried Aubrey, "and I am proud and happy to break my neck with you." "Very well, what do you propose to do?" "Go across," and Aubrey prepared to cross the space that lay between them and the wall. "No, no," said Ascanio, "it is my place to go first." "Which finger is wet?" said Aubrey, holding out his hand to his companion with 2 fingers open and 2 closed. "So be it," said Ascanio, touching one of the 2 closed fingers. "You have won," said Aubrey. "Go on, but keep cool. Don't get excited. Never fear." Ascanio started out upon the flying bridge, while Jacques Aubrey steadied it by sitting upon the end. The ladder was a frail support, but the daring youth was light. The student, hardly daring to breathe, thought that he wavered for an instant, but he passed quickly over the narrow space that separated him from the wall and arrived there safe and sound. He was still in very great danger if any of the besieged should happen to espy him, but his anticipations were verified. "No one in sight!" he shouted to his companion. "No one!" "If that is so," said Aubrey, "on with the dance." And he ventured upon the narrow, trembling path, while Ascanio, putting his whole weight upon the other end of the ladder, repaid the service rendered him. As he was as light and as active as Ascanio, he was at his side in an instant. Both of them sat astride the wall and drew the ladder across. They then made fast the other end of the rope to it and lowered it, swinging it out so that the lower end would rest on the ground at a safe distance from the wall. Lastly, Ascanio, who had won the privilege of making experiments, took the rope in both hands and slid down until his feet rested upon the topmost round of the ladder. Another second, and he was on the ground. Jacques Aubrey followed him with similar good fortune, and the 2 friends found themselves in the garden. It was plainly advisable for them to act at once. All their maneuvering had taken considerable time, and Ascanio was fearful lest his absence and Aubrey's had been prejudicial to the master's interests. Drawing their swords as they ran, they hastened to the door leading into the not change their position. When they reached the door, Ascanio put his eye to the keyhole and saw that the courtyard was empty. "Benvenuto has succeeded," he cried. "The garrison has gone out. The hotel is ours." And he tried to open the door, which proved to be locked. Both of the young men put forth all their strength in an effort to force it. "This way! This way!" exclaimed a voice which found an echo in Ascanio's heart. "This way, monsieur." He turned and saw Colombe at a window on the ground floor. In 2 bounds he was at her side. "Aha!" exclaimed Jacques Aubry, following him. "It seems that we have friends in the citadel. Aha! You didn't tell me that, my boy." "Oh, save my father, Monsieur Ascanio," cried Colombe, without any indication of surprise at the young man's appearance, and as if his presence were the most natural thing in the world. "They are fighting outside, do you know, and it's all for me, all on my account. Oh, mon Dieu, grant that they kill not one another." "Have no fear," said Ascanio, darting into the apartment which had a door leading into the little courtyard. "Have no fear, I will answer for everything." "Have no fear," said Jacques Aubry, following at his heels. "Have no fear, we will answer for everything." As he entered the room, Ascanio heard his name called a second time, but by a voice much less musical than the other. "Who calls me?" he said. "I, my young friend," the same voice replied, with a most pronounced Teutonic accent. "Pardieu!" cried Aubry. "'Tis our Goliath. What the deuce are you doing in that hen-roost?" He added, looking through the window of the gardener's shed, at which he saw a face which he recognized as Hermann's. "I have found myself here, but I know not how I have here come. Draw the bolt, that I may go and fight. Quick, quick, quick! My hand itches." "There you are," said the student, rendering Hermann the service he requested. Meanwhile, Ascanio was hurrying toward the door opening on the quay, where he could hear a tremendous clashing of swords. When naught but the thickness of the wood separated him from the combatants, he feared that, if he showed himself at that moment, he might fall into the hands of his enemies, so he first looked out through the grated wicket. There he saw Cellini facing him, eager, excited, and thirsting for the blood of his antagonist, and realized that Messire Robert was lost. He picked up the key which lay on the ground, opened the door quickly, and thinking of nothing save his promise to Colombe, received in his shoulder the blow which, but for him, would inevitably have transfixed the provost. We have already witnessed the result of that occurrence. Benvenuto, in desperation, threw himself upon Ascanio's neck. Hermann imprisoned the provost in the same cage from which he had just been set free himself, and Jacques Aubry, perched upon the rampart, flapped his wings and crowed lustily in honor of the victory. The victory was, in very truth, complete. The provost's people, when their master was made prisoner, did not even try to dispute it, but laid down their arms. Accordingly, the goldsmiths all entered the courtyard of the Grand Nestle, thenceforth their property, and secured the door behind them, leaving the archers and sergeants outside. Benvenuto, however, took no part in the latter proceedings. He still held Ascanio in his arms, having removed his coat of mail, torn away his doublet, and finally reached the wound and was stanching the flow of blood with his handkerchief. "My Ascanio, my child," he said again and again, "wounded, wounded by me. What will thy mother in heaven say? Forgive me, Stephana, forgive me. Art thou in pain? Tell me. Does my hand hurt thee? Will this accursed blood never stop? A surgeon, quickly. Pray, will not someone call a surgeon?" Jacques Aubry ran out of the courtyard at the top of his speed. "It is nothing, dear master, it is nothing," said Ascanio. "A mere scratch on my arm. Don't feel so terribly, for I assure you it's nothing." The surgeon, brought to the hotel by Jacques Aubry 5 minutes later, confirmed Ascanio's assurance that the wound was not dangerous, although quite deep, and at once set about bandaging it. "Ah, what a weight you lift from my heart," said Cellini. Then I am not thy murderer, dear child. But what is the matter, my Ascanio? Thy pulse is beating madly, and the blood rushing to thy face. Oh, Monsieur le Chirurgien, we must take him away from here. The fever is laying hold of him. No, no, master, said Ascanio. On the contrary, I feel much better. Leave me here, I implore you. My father, suddenly inquired a voice behind Benvenuto, which made him jump. What have you done with my father? Benvenuto turned and saw Colombe, pale and rigid, seeking the provost with her glance, as she asked for him with her voice. Oh, he is safe and sound, mademoiselle. Safe and sound, thanks be to heaven, cried Ascanio. Thanks be to this poor boy who received the blow intended for him, said Benvenuto. For you may truly say that this gallant fellow saved your life, Monsieur le Prévôt. How's this? Where are you, Messer Robert? Exclaimed Cellini, looking about for the provost, whose disappearance he could not understand. He is here, master, said Hermann. Where, pray? Here, in the little prison. Oh, Monsieur Benvenuto, cried Colombe, darting to the shed with a gesture of mingled entreaty and reproach. Open, Hermann, said Cellini. Hermann obeyed, and the provost appeared in the doorway, somewhat humiliated by his misadventure. Colombe threw herself into his arms.
Oh, father, father, she cried, are you not wounded?
Has no harm befallen you? And as she spoke, she looked at Ascanio. No, said the provost in his harsh voice. No, thank heaven, nothing has happened to me.
And, queried Colombe in a faltering tone, is it true that this youth—
I cannot deny that he arrived at just the right time.
Yes,
interposed Cellini, yes, at the right time to receive the sword thrust which I intended for you, Monsieur le Prévôt. Yes, Mademoiselle Colombe, yes, he added. You owe your father's life to this brave fellow, and if Monsieur le Prévôt doesn't proclaim it from the housetops, he is an ingrate as well as a liar. I trust that his rescuer will not have to pay too dearly for his gallantry, rejoined Colombe, blushing at her own audacity. Oh, mademoiselle, cried Ascanio, I would gladly have shed all my blood in such a cause. Well, well, Monsieur le Prévôt, said Cellini, see what tender emotions you have caused to spring up. But Ascanio may not be able to bear the excitement. The bandage is in place, and it would be well for him, I think, to take a little rest now. What Benvenuto had said to the provost of the service rendered him by the wounded man was no more than the truth, and as every truth has an innate strength of its own, the provost in his heart could but admit that he owed his life to Ascanio. He therefore put a good face on the matter and approached the wounded man, saying, Young man, an apartment in my hotel is at your service. In your hotel, Monsieur Robert, exclaimed Cellini with a laugh, for his good humor returned as his anxiety on Ascanio's account vanished. In your hotel. Why do you really wish to begin the battle over again? What? Cried the provost. Do you claim the right to turn my daughter and myself out of doors? By no means, monsieur. You now occupy the Petite Nestle. Very good. Keep the Petite Nestle, and let us live on such terms as good neighbors should. Be good enough, monsieur, to make no opposition to Ascanio's being at once made comfortable in the Grand Nestle, where we will join him this evening. Thereafter, if you prefer war— Oh, father! Oh, father! Cried Colombe. No, peace, said the provost. There can be no peace without conditions, Monsieur le Prévôt. Do me the honor to accompany me to the Grand Nestle, or the favor to receive me at the Petit, and we will draw up our treaty. I will go with you, monsieur, said the provost. So be it. Mademoiselle, said d'Estorville then to his daughter, be good enough to return to your apartments and await my return there. Colombe, notwithstanding the harsh tone in which this command was uttered, presented her forehead to her father to kiss, and with a courtesy addressed to everybody present, so that Ascanio might come in for a share of it, she withdrew. Ascanio followed her with his eyes until she disappeared. As there was nothing further to detain him in the courtyard, he asked to be taken inside. Hermann thereupon took him under the arms, as if he were a child, and transported him to the Grand Nesle. "On my word, Messire Robert," said Benvenuto, who had also looked after the maiden while she was in sight, "on my word! You were very judicious to send my late prisoner away, and I thank you for the precaution. On my honor I do. I am free to say that Mademoiselle Colombe's presence might have been prejudicial to my interests by making me too weak and too willing to forget that I am a victor, to remember simply that I am an artist, that is to say, a lover of every perfect form and of all divine beauty." Monsieur d'Estourville acknowledged the compliment by a decidedly ungracious contortion of his features. He followed the goldsmith, however, without outwardly manifesting his ill humor, but mumbling dire threats beneath his breath. Cellini, to put the finishing touch to his mortification, begged him to go over his new abode with him. The invitation was conveyed in such courteous terms that it was impossible to decline. The provost therefore accompanied his neighbor, who showed him no mercy, and left not a corner of the garden nor a room in the chateau unvisited. "Ah, this is truly magnificent," said Benvenuto when they had finished the tour of inspection, during which they were actuated by widely opposed emotions. "Now, Monsieur le Prévôt, I can understand and excuse your repugnance to give up this property, but I need not say that you will be most welcome whenever you may choose, as today, to do me the honor of calling upon me in my poor abode. You forget, monsieur, that I am here today for no other purpose than to listen to your conditions and state my own. I am ready to listen." "How so, Messire Robert? On the contrary, I am at your service, but if you choose to allow me first to make known my wishes to you, you will then be free to give expression to your own. Say on." "First of all, the one essential clause. What is that? It is this article: I, Messire Robert d'Estourville, doth concede Benvenuto Cellini's right to the property called the Grand Nesle, doth freely abandon it to him, and doth renounce all claim thereto forever, for himself and his heirs." "Accepted," said the provost. "But if it should please the king to take from you what he has now taken from me, and to give to some other what he has now given to you, I am not to be held responsible." Said Cellini. "There's some mischievous mental reservation hidden in that, Monsieur le Prévôt. But no matter, I shall know how to retain what I have won. Let us pass to the next, part second. G. Orge D. Sproul, publisher, copyright, 1896, by Little Brown and Company. University Press, John Wilson and Son, Cambridge, USA. Ascanio, I the trafficker in his own honor." It was the day on which Colombe was to be presented to the Queen. The whole court was assembled in one of the state apartments at the Louvre. After hearing Mass, the court was to depart for Saint-Germain, and they were awaiting the coming of the King and Queen to go to the chapel. Except a few ladies who were seated, everybody was moving about from place to place, laughing and talking. There was the rustle of silks and brocades and the clash of swords. Loving and defiant glances were exchanged, together with arrangements for future meetings of amorous or deadly purport. It was a dazzling, bewildering scene of confusion and splendor. The costumes were superb and cut in the latest style. Among them, adding to the rich and interesting variety, were pages dressed in the Italian or Spanish fashion, standing like statues with arms akimbo and swords at their sides. It was a picture overflowing with animation and magnificence, of which all that we could say would be but a very feeble and colorless description. Bring to life all the dandified laughing cavaliers, all the sportive easy-mannered ladies who figure in the pages of Brantome and the Heptameron. Put in their mouths the crisp, clever, outspoken, idiomatic, eminently French speech of the 16th century, and you will have an idea of this seductive court, especially if you recall the saying of Francois I, "A court without women is a year without spring, or a spring without flowers." The court of Francois I was a perpetual spring, where the loveliest and noblest of earthly flowers bloomed. After the first bewilderment caused by the confusion and uproar, it was easy to see that there were two hostile camps in the throng. One, distinguished by lilac favors, was that of Madame d'Etampes. The other, whose colors were blue, hoisted the flag of Diane de Poitiers. Those who secretly adhered to the Reformed religion belonged to the first faction, the unadulterated Catholics to the other. Among the latter could be seen the dull, uninteresting countenance of the Dauphin, the intelligent, winning, blonde features of Charles d'Orléans, the king's second son, flitted here and there through the ranks of the faction of Madame d'Etampes. Conceive these political and religious antipathies to be complicated by the jealousy of women and the rivalry of artists, and the result will be a grand total of hatred, which will sufficiently explain, if you are surprised at them, a myriad of scornful glances and threatening gestures, which all the courtier-like dissembling in the world cannot conceal from the observation of the spectator. The two deadly enemies, Anne and Diane, were seated at the opposite ends of the room, but, notwithstanding the distance between them, not 5 its way to the ears of the other, and the retort, forwarded by the same couriers, returned as quickly by the same road. Amid all these silk and velvet-clad noblemen, in an atmosphere of clever sayings, in his long doctor's robe, stern-featured but indifferent, walked Henri Estienne, devotedly attached to the cause of the Reformation. While not 2 steps away, and equally oblivious of his surroundings, stood the Florentine refugee, Pietro Strozzi, pale and melancholy, leaning against a pillar, and gazing doubtless in his heart at far-off Italy, whither he was destined to return in chains, there to have no repose save in the tomb. We need not say that the nobly born Italian, a kinsman through his mother of Catherine de' Medicis, was heart and soul devoted to the Catholic party. There, too, talking together of momentous affairs of state, and stopping frequently to look each other in the face as if to give more weight to what they were saying, were old Montmorency, to whom the king had given less than 2 years before the office of constable, vacant since the fall of Bourbon, and the Chancellor Poyet, bursting with pride over the new tax he had imposed, and the ordinance of Villers, Cotterettes, just countersigned by him. Mingling with none of the various groups, taking part in no conversation, the Benedictine and Cordelier Francois Rabelais, with a smile which showed his white teeth, watched and listened and sneered, while Triboulet, his Majesty's favorite jester, rolled his humpback and his biting jests around between the legs of the guests, taking advantage of his pygmy-like stature to bite here and there without danger, if not without pain. Clement Marot, resplendent in a brand-new coat as valet de chambre to the king, seemed fully as uncomfortable as on the day of his reception at the Hôtel d'Étampes. It was evident that he had in his pocket some poor, fatherless sonnet, which he was seeking to dress in the guise of an impromptu conception. But alas! We all know that inspiration comes from on high, and we cannot control it. A ravishing idea had come to his mind unbidden upon the name of Madame Diane. He struggled against it, but the muse is a mistress, not a lover. The lines formed themselves without his assistance. The rhymes matched themselves to one another, as if by some magic power which he could not control. In fine, the wretched verses tormented him more than we can say. He was devoted to Madame d'Etampes beyond question, and to Marguerite de Navarre. That, too, was incontestable, as was the fact that the Protestant party was the one toward which his sympathies leaned. It may even be that he was in search of an epigram against Madame Diane when this madrigal in her honor came to his mind, but come it did. And how, we pray to know, when such superb lines were evolved in his brain in laudation of a Catholic, could he forbear, despite his zeal for the Protestant cause, to confide them in a whisper to some appreciative friend of literary tastes? That is what poor Marat did. But the injudicious Cardinal de Tournon, to whose bosom he entrusted his verses, deemed them so beautiful, so magnificent, that, in spite of himself, he passed them on to M. le Duc de Lorraine, who lost no time in telling Madame Diane of them. Instantly there was a great whispering among the partisans of the blue, in the midst of which Marat was imperatively summoned and called upon to repeat them. The lilacs, when they saw Moreau making his way through the crowd toward Madame Diane, hastened in the same direction, and crowded around the poet, enchanted and terrified at the same time. At last the Duchesse d'Etampes herself left her place, being curious, as she said, to see how that knave Moreau, who had so much wit, would set about praising Madame Diane. Poor Clement Marot, as he was about to begin, after bowing low to Diane de Poitiers, who smiled upon him, turned his head slightly to glance about and caught the eye of Madame d'Etampes. She also smiled upon him, but the smile of the one was gracious, and of the other awe-inspiring. And so it was with a trembling and uncertain voice that poor Marat, burning up on one side and frozen on the other, repeated the following verses. Être peubles bien souvent je désire, non pour connaître herbes divinement, car la douleur que mon ségur voit oxyre ne se guérit par herbe aucunement. Non pour avoir à ma place au firmament, non pour sans art rencontrer amour laisir, car amoureux ne veut être rebelle. Être phébus seulement je désire, pour être aimé de Dion la belle. Marot had barely littered the last syllable of this charming madrigal when the blues applauded vociferously while the lilacs preserved a deathly silence. Thereupon, emboldened by the applause on the one hand, and chagrined by the frigid reception accorded his effusion on the other, he boldly presented the chef to Madame de Poitiers. "To Diane the fair," he said in an undertone, bowing to the ground before her. "You understand, madame, fair in your own right, and by contrast." Diane thanked him with her sweetest smile, and Moreau turned away. "One may venture to write verses in praise of a fair one after having done the same in honor of the fairest," said the ill-fated poet apologetically as he passed Madame d'Etampes. "You remember Madame de France la plus belle?" Anne replied with a withering glance. Two groups, composed of acquaintances of the reader, stood aloof from the throng during this incident. In one were Ascanio and Cellini. Benvenuto was weak enough to prefer the Divina Commedia to airy conceits. The other group consisted of Comte d'Aubec, the Vicomte de Marmin, Monsieur de Stourville, and Colombe, who had implored her father not to mingle with the crowd, with which she then came in contact for the first time, and which caused her no other sensation than terror. Comte d'Aubec gallantly refused to leave his fiancée, who was to be presented by the provost to the Queen after Mass. Ascanio and Colombe, although they were equally bewildered by their strange surroundings, had spied each other at once, and from time to time stealthily exchanged glances. The two pure-hearted, timid children, both of whom had been reared in the solitude which makes noble hearts, would have been isolated and lost, indeed, in that gorgeous and corrupt throng, had they not been so situated that they could see and thereby mutually strengthen and encourage each other. They had not met since the day they confessed their love. Half a score of times Ascanio had tried to gain admission to the petite Nestle, but always in vain. The new servant, presented to Cologne by Comte d'Orbec, invariably answered his knock instead of Dame Thérèse, and dismissed him unceremoniously. Ascanio was neither rich enough nor bold enough to try to buy the woman. Furthermore, he had naught but sad news, which she would learn only too soon, to impart to his beloved, the news of the master's avowal of his own passion for Cologne, and the consequent necessity, not only of doing without his support, but perhaps of having to contend against him. As to the course to be pursued, Ascanio felt, as he had said to Cellini, that God alone could now save him. And being left to his own resources, he had, in his innocence, resolved to attempt to soften Madame d'Etampes. When a hope upon which one has confidently relied is blasted, one is always tempted to have recourse to the most desperate expedients. The all-powerful energy of Benvenuto not only had failed Ascanio, but would undoubtedly be turned against him. Ascanio determined, therefore, with the trustfulness of youth, to appeal to what he believed he had discovered of grandeur and nobleness and generosity in the character of Madame d'Etampes, in an attempt to arouse the sympathy of her by whom he was beloved with his suffering. Afterward, if that last fragile branch slipped from his hand, what could he do, a poor, weak, friendless child, but wait? That was why he had accompanied Benvenuto to court. The Duchesse d'Etampes had returned to her place. He joined the throng of her courtiers, reached a position behind her, and finally succeeded in making his way to her chair. Chancing to turn her head, she saw him. "Ah, is it you, Ascanio?" she said coldly. "Yes, Madame la Duchesse. I came hither with my master, Benvenuto, and my excuse for venturing to address you is my desire to know if you were hopelessly dissatisfied with the drawing of the lily which you kindly ordered me to prepare, and which I left at the Hôtel d'Etampes the other day." "No, in very truth, I think it most beautiful," said Madame d'Etampes, somewhat mollified, "and connoisseurs to whom I have shown it, notably Monsieur de Guise here, are entirely of my opinion. But will the can promise that it will? Will my gems be sufficient?" "Yes, madam, I hope so." "I should have liked, however, to place on the heart of the flower a large diamond, which would glisten there like a drop of dew, but it would be too great an expense, perhaps, to incur for a work entrusted to an humble artist like myself." "Oh, we can indulge in that extravagance, Ascanio. But a diamond of that size would be worth some 200,000 crowns, madame." "Very well, we will reflect thereon. But," added the Duchess, lowering her voice, "confer a favor upon me, Ascanio. I am at your service, madame." "A moment since, while listening to Mahot's insipid trash, I spied Comte d'Orbec at the other end of the room. Find him out, if you please, and say to him that I would speak with him." "What, madame?" exclaimed Ascanio, turning pale at the Count's name. "Did you not say that you were at my service?" continued Madame d'Etampes haughtily. "Moreover, my reason for asking you to undertake this commission is that you are interested in the subject of the conversation I wish to have with Comte d'Orbec, and it may well give you food for reflection, if they who are in love do ever reflect." "I will obey you, madame," said Ascanio, apprehensive lest he should displease her at whose hands he hoped to obtain salvation. "Very good. Pray address the Count in Italian. I have my reasons for requesting you to do so, and return to me with him." Ascanio, to avoid the danger of any further collision with his redoubtable foe, walked away, and asked a young nobleman wearing a lilac favor if he had seen Comte d'Orbec and where he was. "There he is," was the reply, "that old ape whispering with the Provost of Paris, and standing so near that lovely girl." The lovely girl was Cologne, at whom all the dandies were gazing with admiring curiosity. The old ape seemed to Ascanio as repulsive a creature as a rival could desire. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he walked up to him, and to Colombe's unbounded amazement accosted him in Italian, requesting him to go with himself to Madame d'Etampes. The Count excused himself to his fiancée and friends, and made haste to obey the Duchess's command, followed by Ascanio, who did not take his leave until he had bestowed a significant reassuring glance upon poor Colombe, who was confounded by the extraordinary message, and more than all else by the sight of the messenger. "Ah, Count, good morning," said Madame d'Etampes, as her eye fell upon Dorbeck. "I am charmed to see you, for I have matters of importance to discuss with you. Messieurs," she added, addressing those who were standing near, "we have still a quarter of an hour to await the coming of their Majesties, and if you will allow me, I will seize the opportunity to talk with my old friend Comte Dorbeck." All the noblemen who had crowded about the Duchess hastened to stand discreetly aside, in obedience to this unceremonious dismissal, and left her with the king's treasurer in one of the window embrasures, as large as one of our salons of today. Ascanio was about to do as the rest did, but, at a sign from the Duchess, he remained. "Who is this young man?" queried the Count. "An Italian page who does not understand a word of French. You may speak before him exactly as if we were alone." "Very well, madame," rejoined Dorbeck. "I have obeyed your orders blindly, without even seeking to know your motives. You expressed a wish that my future wife should be presented to the Queen today. Colombe is here with her father, but now that I have complied with your command, I confess that I should be glad to understand it. Do I presume too much, madame, in asking you for some little explanation? You are the most devoted of my faithful friends, Dorbeck. Happily, there is still much that I can do for you, but I do not know if I shall ever be able to pay my debt to you. However, I will try. This treasurership which I have given you is simply the cornerstone upon which I propose to build your fortune, Count." "Madame," said Dorbeck, bowing to the ground, "I am about to speak frankly to you, therefore, but before all, let me offer my congratulations. I saw your Colombe just now. She is truly ravishingly beautiful, a little awkward, but that adds to her charm. And yet, between ourselves, I have racked my brain in vain. I know you, and I cannot understand with what object you, a serious, prudent man, but slightly enamored, I fancy, of youth and beauty, are entering into this marriage. I say with what object, for there must necessarily be something underneath it. You are not the man to take such a step at random. Dame, one must settle down, madame, and the father is an old villain who has ducats to leave to his daughter. But how old is he, pray? Oh, some 55 or 6 years. And you, Count? About the same age, but he is so used up. I begin to understand and to recognize your fine hand. I knew that you were above mere vulgar sentiment, and that yonder child's fascinations did not constitute the attraction for you. Fie, madam. I have never even thought of them. If she had been ugly, it would have been all the same. She happens to be pretty, so much the better. Oh, that's all right, Count. Otherwise I should despair of you. And now that you have found me, madame, will you deign to inform me? Oh, it is simply that I am indulging in some beautiful dreams for you, the Duchess interposed. Where I would like to see you, Dorbeck, do you know, is in Poyet's place, for I detest him, she added with a malevolent glance at the Chancellor, who was still walking with the constable. What, madame, one of the most exalted posts in the realm? Well, are you not yourself an eminent man, Count? But alas, my power is so precarious, my throne is upon the brink of an abyss. Even at this moment I am in mortal terror. The king has for a mistress the wife of a nobody, a petty judge named Ferron. If the woman were ambitious, we should be ruined. I ought to have taken the initiative myself in this whim of His Majesty's. Ah, I shall never find another like the little Duchesse de Brissac, whom I presented to him. A sweet woman of no force of character, a mere child. I shall always weep for her. She was not dangerous, and talked to the king of nothing but my perfections. Poor Marie. She assumed all the burdens of my position and left me all the benefits. But this Ferronière, as they call her, why, it requires all my power to draw Francois I away from her. I have exhausted my whole arsenal of seductions, and am driven, alas, to my last entrenchment habit. How so, madame? Mon Dieu, yes. I devote myself almost exclusively to his mind now, for his heart is elsewhere. You can understand how much I need an auxiliary. Where can I find her? A devoted, sincere friend of whom I can be sure. Ah, I would repay her with such quantities of gold and such a host of honors. Seek out such a one for me, Dorbeck. You know how closely the king and the man are allied in the person of our sovereign, and to what lengths the man can lead the king on. If we could be, not rivals, but allies, not mistresses, but friends, if, while one held sway over Francois, the other might hold sway over Francois I, France would be ours, Count, and at what a moment! Just as Charles V is about to plunge into our net of his own free will, when we can hold him to ransom on such terms as we choose, and take advantage of his imprudence to assure ourselves a magnificent future in case of accident. I will explain my plans to you, Dorbeck. This Diane who pleases you so much would no longer threaten our fortunes, and the Chevalier de France might become. But here is the king. Such was the way of Madame de Tompe. She rarely explained her meaning, but left it to be guessed. She would sow ideas in a man's mind, and set avarice, ambition, and natural perversity at work, and then she would conveniently interrupt herself. A great and useful art, which cannot be too highly commended to many poets and innumerable lovers. So it was that Comte d'Aubec, eager in the pursuit of gain and honors, corrupt to the last degree and worn out by years and dissipation, perfectly understood the Duchess, whose eyes more than once during the interview had wandered toward Cologne. Ascanio's noble and straightforward nature was quite incapable of sounding the depths of this mystery of iniquity and infamy. But he had a vague foreboding that this strange and ominous conversation concealed some terrible peril for his beloved, and he gazed at Madame de Tompe in terror. An usher announced the king and queen. In an instant everybody was standing, hat in hand. "God have you in his keeping, messieurs," said Francois as he entered the room. "I have some weighty news which I must make known to you at once. Our dear brother, the Emperor Charles V, is at this moment en route for France, if he has not already passed the frontier. Let us prepare, messieurs, to welcome him worthily. I need not remind my loyal nobility of the obligations imposed upon us by the laws of hospitality at such a time. We proved at the Field of the Cloth of Gold that we knew how kings should be received. Within the month Charles V will be at the Louvre." "And I, my lords," said Queen Eleonora in her sweet voice, "thank you in advance in my royal brother's name for the welcome you will accord him." The nobles replied with shouts of "Vive le roi!" "Vive la reine!" "Vive l'empereur!" At that moment something wriggled its way along between the legs of the courtiers toward the king. It was Triboulet. "Sire," said the fool, "will you permit me to dedicate to your majesty a work I am about to print?" "With all the pleasure in the world, fool," the king replied, "but I must first know the title of the work and how far advanced it is." "Sire, the work will be entitled The Almanac of Fools, and will contain a list of the greatest idiots that the world has ever seen. As to the progress I have made with it, I have already inscribed upon the "Who might this illustrious worthy be, whom you give me for cousin, and select for King of Fools? Charles V, sire." "Charles V!" cried the king. "And why Charles V?" Because there is no other than Charles V in the world who, after detaining you a prisoner at Madrid as he did, would be insane enough to pass through your Majesty's dominions. But suppose that he does pass through the very heart of my dominions without accident. In that case, said Triboulet, I promise to erase his name and put another in its place. Whose name will that be? Queried the king. Yours, sire, for in allowing him to pass you will show yourself a greater fool than he. The king roared with laughter. The courtiers echoed his merriment. Poor Eleonora alone turned pale. Very good, said Francois. Put my name in place of the emperor's at once, for I have given my word of honor, and I'll stand to it. As to the dedication, I accept it, and here is the price of the first copy that appears. With that the king tossed a well-filled purse to Triboulet, who caught it in his teeth and hopped away on all fours, growling like a dog with a bone. Madame, said the provost of Paris to the queen as he stepped forward with Colombe, will your majesty permit me to avail myself of this joyful moment to present to you under happy auspices my daughter Colombe, whom you have condescended to receive as one of your maids of honor. The kindly queen addressed a few words of congratulation and encouragement to poor abashed Colombe, at whom the king meanwhile was gazing in admiration. By my halidome, Monsieur le Prévôt, said Francois, smiling, do you know that it's nothing less than high treason to have kept such a pearl so long buried and out of sight, a pearl so well adapted to shine in the garland of beauties who surround the majesty of our queen? If you are not punished for the felony, Messire Robert, you may thank the mute intercession of those lovely downcast eyes. Thereupon the king, with a graceful salutation to the charming girl, passed on to the chapel, followed by the whole court. Madame, said the Duke of Medina Sidonia, offering his hand to the Duchesse d'Etampes, shall we not allow the throng to pass and remain a little behind? We shall be more conveniently situated here than elsewhere for a word or two of importance which I have to say to you in private. I am at your service, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur, replied the Duchess. Do not go, Comte Aubec. You may say anything, Monsieur de Medina, before this old friend who is my second self and this young man who speaks nothing but Italian. Their discretion is of no less consequence to you than to me, madame, and if you feel sure of them. But we are alone, and I will go straight to the point without digression or concealment. You understand that His Sacred Majesty has determined to pass through France, that he is in all probability already within her boundaries. He is well aware, however, that his path lies between two long lines of enemies, but he relies upon the chivalrous loyalty of the king. You have yourself advised him so to rely, madam, and I frankly admit that, having vastly more power than any titular minister, you have enough influence over Francois to set a trap for the emperor, or guarantee his safety, according as your advice is friendly or unfriendly. But why should you turn against us? It is neither for the state's interest nor your own to do so. Go on, monseigneur. You have not said all that you have to say, I fancy. No, madame. Charles V is a worthy successor of Charlemagne, and what a disloyal ally might demand from him as ransom he proposes to bestow as a gift, and to leave neither hospitality nor friendly counsel unrewarded. Superb, he will act with no less discretion than grandeur. King Francois the First has always ardently desired the Duchy of Milan, madame, and Charles will consent to cede that province, a never-ending subject of contention between France and Spain, in consideration of an annual rent charge. I understand, said the Duchess. The Emperor's finances are in a straitened condition. As everybody knows, on the other hand, the Milanese is ruined by a score of wars, and His Sacred Majesty would not be sorry to transfer his claim from a poor to an opulent debtor. I refuse, Monsieur de Medina. You must yourself understand that such a proposition could not be acceptable. But, madame, overtures have already been made to His Majesty on the subject of this investiture, and he seemed delighted with the idea. I know it, but I refuse. If you can dispense with my consent, so much the better for you. Madame, the Emperor is especially desirous to know that you are in his interest, and whatever you may desire. My influence is not merchandise to be bought and sold, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Oh, madam, who implied such a thing? Hark ye, you assure me that your master desires my support, and between ourselves he is wise. Very well. To promise it to him I demand less than he offers. Follow me closely. This is what he must do. He must promise Francois I the investiture of the Duchy of Milan, but as soon as he has left France behind, he must remember the violated Treaty of Madrid and forget his promise. Why, that would mean war, madam. Stay a moment, Monsieur de Medina. His Majesty will cry out and threaten, no doubt. Thereupon Charles will consent to make the Milanese an independent state, and will give it, free of all tribute, to Charles d'Orléans, the king's second son. In that way the emperor will not aggrandize a rival. That will be worth a few crowns to him, monseigneur, and I think that you can have nothing to say against it. As to any personal desires I may have, as you suggested a moment since, if His Sacred Majesty enters into my plans, he may let fall in my presence, at our first interview, a bauble of more or less brilliancy, which I will pick up, if it is worth the trouble, and retain as a souvenir of the glorious alliance concluded between the successor of the Kaisers, King of Spain and the Indies, and myself. The Duchess turned to Ascanio, who was as terrified by her dark and mysterious schemes as the Duke of Medina was disturbed by them, and as Comte d'Orbec seemed delighted. "All this for you, Ascanio," she whispered. "To win your heart I would sacrifice France." "Well, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur," she continued aloud, "what have you to say to that?" "The Emperor alone can decide upon a matter of such gravity, madame. Nevertheless, everything leads me to believe that he will acquiesce in an arrangement which almost terrifies me. It seems so favorable to us. If it will set your mind at rest, I will say to you that it is in reality equally favorable to me, and that is why I undertake to make the king accept it. We women have our own political schemes, more profound sometimes than yours, but I can promise you that mine are in no wise inimical to your interests. Indeed, how could they be? Meanwhile, however, pending the decision of Charles V, you may be sure that I shall not lose an opportunity to act against him, and that I shall do my utmost to induce His Majesty to detain him as a prisoner." "What, madam, is this your way of beginning an alliance? Go to, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur. Can a statesman like yourself fail to see that the most essential thing for me is to put aside all suspicion of undue influence, and that to espouse your cause openly would be the surest method of ruining it? Moreover, I do not propose that anyone shall ever be able to betray me or denounce me. Let me be your enemy, Monsieur le Duc, and let me talk against you. What does it matter to you? Do you not know what mere words amount to? If Charles V refuses to accept my terms, I will say to the king, 'Sire, trust to my generous womanly instinct. You must not recoil before just and necessary reprisals.' And if the emperor accepts, I will say, 'Sire, trust to my feminine, that is to say, feline sharpness. You must resign yourself to commit an infamous but advantageous act.'" "Ah, madame," said the Duke of Medina, bowing low, "what a pity it is that you should be a queen. You would have made such a perfect ambassador." With that the Duke took leave of Madame d'Etampes and walked away, enchanted with the unexpected turn the negotiations had taken. "Now it is my purpose to speak plainly and without circumlocution," said the Duchess to Comte d'Orbec when she was alone with Ascanio and him. "You know 3 things, Count. First, that it is most important for my friends and myself that my power should at this moment be put beyond question and beyond the reach of attack. Secondly, that when this arrangement is once carried through, we shall have no occasion to dread the future, that Charles d'Orléans will fill the place of Francois I, and that the Duke of Milan, whom I shall have made what he is, will owe me much more gratitude than the King of France, who has made me what I am. Thirdly, that your Colombe's beauty has made a vivid impression upon His Majesty." "Very well. I address myself now, Count, to the superior individual who is not influenced by vulgar prejudices. You hold your fate in your own hands at this moment. Do you choose that Trésorier d'Orbec should succeed Chancelier Poyet, or, in more positive terms, that Colombe d'Orbec should succeed Marie de Brissac?" Ascanio in his horror made a movement which d'Orbec did not notice, as he met the searching gaze of Madame d'Etampes with a villainous leer. "I desire to be Chancellor," he replied briefly. "Good. Then we are both saved. But what of the Provost?" "Oh," said the Count, "you can find some fat office for him. Only let it be lucrative rather than honorable, I beg. It will all fall to me when the gouty old rascal dies." Ascanio could contain himself no longer. "Madame!" he exclaimed in a voice of thunder, stepping forward. He had no time to say more. The Count had no time to be astonished, for the folding doors were thrown open and the whole court flocked in. Madame d'Etampes roughly seized Ascanio's hand and drew him aside with her, as she said in his ear in a suppressed voice, trembling with passion, "Now do you see, young man, how one becomes a king's plaything, and whither life sometimes leads us in our own despite?" She said no more. Her words were interrupted by the uproarious good humor and witty sallies of the king and courtiers. Francois I was radiant, for Charles V was coming. There would be receptions, fêtes, surprises, a glorious part for him to play. The whole world would have its eyes fixed upon Paris and its king. He looked forward with childish joy to the performance of the drama of which he held all the threads. It was his nature to look at everything on the brilliant rather than on the serious side, to aim more at effect than anything else, and to look upon battles as tournaments, and upon royalty as an art. With a mind well stored with strange, poetic, adventurous ideas, Francois I made of his reign a theatrical performance, with the world for playhouse. On this day, as he was on the eve of dazzling a rival and Europe, his clemency and benignity were more charming than ever. As if reassured by his smiling face, Triboulet rolled up to him just as he passed through the door. "Oh, sire, sire!" cried the fool dolefully. "I come to take my leave of you. Your Majesty must make up your mind to lose me, and I weep for you more than for myself. What will become of your Majesty without poor Triboulet, whom you love so dearly?" "What, you are going to leave me, fool, at this moment when there is but one fool for 2 kings? Yes, sire, at this moment when there are 2 kings for 1 fool. But I do not propose to have it so, Triboulet. I order you to remain. In that case, pray see that Monsieur de Vieilleville is informed of your royal pleasure, for I but told him what people say of his wife, and for so simple a matter he swore that he would cut off my ears in the first place, and then tear out my soul, if I had one," added the impious villain whose tongue your Majesty should order to be cut out for such blasphemy. "La, la," rejoined the king, "have no fear, my poor fool. The man who should take your life would be very sure to be hanged a quarter of an hour after." "Oh, sire, if it makes no difference to you." "Well, what? Have him hanged a quarter of an hour before. I much prefer that." The whole assemblage roared with laughter, the king above all the others. As he walked on, he passed Pietro Strozzi, the noble Florentine exile. "Signor Pietro Strozzi," he said, It is a long time, altogether too long, I confess, since you requested letters of naturalization at our hands. It is a disgrace to us that, after having fought so valiantly in Piedmont for the French, and like a true Frenchman, you do not yet belong to us, since your country by birth denies you. This evening, Signor Pietro, Monsieur le Maçon, my secretary, will take steps to hasten the issuance of your letters of naturalization. Do not thank me, for my honor and your own Charles V must find you a Frenchman. Ah, there you are, Cellini, and you never come empty-handed. What have you under your arm, my friend? But stay a moment. It shall not be said, I've faith, that I did not surpass you in munificence. Messieurs, Antoine le Marchand, you will see that letters of naturalization are issued to my good friend Benvenuto at the same time with the great Pietro Strozzi's, and you will issue them without expense to him. A goldsmith cannot put his hand upon 500 ducats so readily as a Strozzi. Sire, said Benvenuto, I thank your majesty, but I pray you to forgive my ignorance. What are these letters of naturalization? What? Exclaimed Antoine le Maçon with great gravity, while the king laughed like a madman at the question. Do you not know, Master Benvenuto, that letters of naturalization are the greatest honor his majesty can bestow upon a foreigner? That you thereby become a Frenchman? I begin to understand, sire, and I thank you again, said Cellini. But pardon me, as I am already at heart your majesty's subject. Of what use are these letters? Of what use are the letters? Ah, rejoined Francois, still in the best of humor. Why, they are of this use, Benvenuto, that now that you are a Frenchman, I can make you Seigneur du Grand Nesle, which was not possible before. Monsieur le Maçon, you will add to the letters of naturalization the definitive deed of the chateau. Do you understand now, Benvenuto, of what use the letters of naturalization are? Yes, sire, and I thank you 1,000 times. One would say that our hearts understood each other without words, for this favor which you bestow upon me today is a step toward a very, very great favor which I shall perhaps dare to ask at your hands some day, and is, so to say, a part of it. You know what I promised you, Benvenuto. Bring me my Jupiter, and ask what you will. Yes, your majesty has a good memory, and I hope your word will prove to be as good. Yes, your majesty, you have it in your power to gratify a wish, upon which my life in a measure depends, and you have already, by a sublime instinct worthy of a king, made its gratification more easy. It shall be done, my eminent artist, according to your wish, but, meanwhile, allow us to see what you have in your hands. It is a silver salt dish, sire, to go with the ewer and the basin. Show it me quickly, Benvenuto. The king scrutinized, carefully and silently as always, the marvelous piece of work which Cellini handed him. What a blunder, he said at last. What a paradox! What? Sire, cried Benvenuto, disappointed beyond measure, your majesty is not pleased with it? Certainly not, monsieur. Why, you spoil a lovely idea by executing it in silver. It must be done in gold, Cellini. I am very sorry for you, but you must begin again. Alas, sire, said Benvenuto sadly, be not so ambitious for my poor works. The richness of the material will destroy these treasures of my thought, I greatly fear. More lasting glory is to be attained by working in clay than in gold, sire, and the names of us goldsmiths survive us but a little while. Necessity is sometimes a cruel master, sire, and men are always greedy and stupid. Who can say that a silver cup for which your majesty would give 10,000 ducats might not be melted down for 10 crowns? How now, do you think that the King of France will ever pawn the dishes from his table? Sire, the Emperor of Constantinople pawned our Saviour's crown of thorns with the Venetians. But a King of France took it out of pawn, monsieur. Very true, but think of the possible risks, revolution and exile. I come from a country whence the Medicis have been thrice expelled and thrice recalled, and it is only kings like your majesty who are glorious in themselves, from whom their treasures cannot be taken away. No matter, Benvenuto, no matter. I desire my salt dish in gold, and my treasurer will hand you today 1,000 gold crowns of the old weight for that purpose. You hear, Comte d'Orbec, today, for I do not wish Cellini to lose a minute. Adieu, Benvenuto. Go on with your work. The king does not forget his Jupiter. Adieu, messieurs. Think of Charles V. While Francois was descending the staircase to join the queen, who was already in her carriage, and whom he was to accompany on horseback, divers incidents occurred which we must not omit to mention. Benvenuto walked up to Comte d'Orbec and said to him, "Be good enough to have the gold ready for me, Monsieur le Trésorier." In obedience to His Majesty's commands, I go at once to my house for a bag, and shall be at your office in a half-hour. The Count bowed in token of acquiescence, and Cellini took his departure alone, after looking around in vain for Ascanio. At the same time, Marmagnan was speaking in an undertone with the provost, who still held Colombo's hand. "This is a magnificent opportunity," he said, "and I shall go at once and summon my men. Do you tell d'Orbec to detain Cellini as long as possible." With that he disappeared, and Monsieur de Storville went to d'Orbec and whispered a few words in his ear, after which he said aloud, "Meanwhile, Count, I will take Colombe back to the Hôtel de Nesle." "Very good," said d'Orbec, "and come and let me know the result this evening." They separated, and the provost slowly walked away with his daughter toward the Hôtel de Nesle, followed without their knowledge by Ascanio, who did not lose sight of them, but kept his eyes fixed fondly upon his Colombe. Meanwhile, the king was mounting a superb sorrel, his favorite steed, presented to him by Henry VIII. "We are to make a long journey together today," he said. "Gentil, joli petit cheval, bon à monter, duc à descendre." "Faith, there are the first two lines of a quatrain," he added. "Cap them for me, Marot, or you, Master Melin de Saint-Gelais." Marot scratched his head, but Saint-Gelais anticipated him, and with extraordinary promptness and success continued, "Sans que tu sois un bucéphale, tu portes plus grand qu'Alexandre." He was applauded on all sides, and the king, already in the saddle, waved his hand gracefully in acknowledgment of the poet's swift and happy inspiration. Moreau returned to the apartments of the Queen of Navarre, more out of sorts than ever. "I don't know what the matter was with them at court today," he grumbled, "but they were all extremely stupid." 4 vieilluries of brigands. Benvenuto crossed the Seine in all haste, and procured not a bag, as he had told Comte d'Orbec that he should, but a small wicker basket given him by one of his cousins, a nun at Florence. As he was determined to make an end of the affair that day, and it was already 2 o'clock, he did not wait for Ascanio, whom he had completely lost sight of, nor his workmen, who had gone to dinner, but started at once for Rue Freud-Manteau, where Comte d'Orbec had his official residence, and although he kept his eyes open, he saw nothing on the way to cause him the least uneasiness. When he reached the treasurer's abode, that dignitary informed him that he could not deliver his gold to him at once, as there were certain indispensable formalities to be gone through with, a notary to be summoned, and a contract to be drawn up. The Count apologized with 1,000 expressions of regret, knowing Cellini's impatient nature, and was so courteous withal that it was impossible to be angry, and Benvenuto resigned himself to wait, believing in the reality of these obstacles to a speedy delivery of the gold. Cellini desired to take advantage of the delay to send for some of his workmen, that they might accompany him home and help him to carry the gold. D'Orbec quickly volunteered to send one of his servants to the Hôtel de Nesle with the message. Then he led the conversation around to Cellini's work and the king's evident partiality for him, to anything, in short, likely to incline Benvenuto to be patient, which was the less difficult of accomplishment, as he had no reason for wishing ill to the Count, and no suspicion that the Count had any reason for being hostile to him. There was his desire to supplant him with Cologne, but no one knew of that desire save Ascanio and himself. He therefore met the treasurer's friendly overtures graciously enough. Further time was necessary to select gold of the degree of fineness which the king desired him to have. The notary was very slow in coming. A contract is not drawn up in a moment. In short, when, after the final exchange of courtesies, Benvenuto made ready to return to his studio, night was beginning to fall. He questioned the servant who was sent for his companions, and was told that they were unable to come, but that he would gladly carry the gold for him. Benvenuto's suspicions were aroused, and he declined the offer, courteous as it was. He placed the gold in his little basket, then passed his arm through the two handles, and as there was barely room for his arm, the cover was securely pressed down, and he carried it much more easily than if it had been in a bag. He had a stout coat of mail with sleeves beneath his coat, a short sword at his side, and a dagger in his belt. He set out on his homeward journey at a quick pace, but cautiously nevertheless. Just before he started, he noticed several servants speaking together in low tones, and that they left the house in a great hurry, but they made a show of going in a different direction from that taken by him. Today, when one can go from the Louvre to the Institute by the Pont des Arts, Benvenuto's homeward journey would be but a stride, but at that time it was a long walk. He was obliged, starting from Rue Freud-Manteau, to follow the quay as far as the Châtelet, cross the Pont des Maillets, go across the city by Rue Saint-Barthélemy, cross to the left bank by the Pont Saint-Michel, and from there go down the river to the Grand Nesle by the deserted quay. The reader need not wonder that, in those days of thieves and cutthroats, Benvenuto, notwithstanding his courage, felt some anxiety touching so considerable a sum as that he carried upon his arm. And if he will go forward with us 200 or 300 yards in advance of Benvenuto, he will see that his anxiety was not unjustifiable. When it began to grow dark, about an hour before, 4 men of forbidding appearance, wrapped in great cloaks, stationed themselves upon the Quai des Augustins at a point abreast of the church. The river bank was bordered with walls only at that spot, and was absolutely deserted at that moment. While they stood there, they saw no one pass but the provost, on his way back to the Châtelet after escorting Cologne to the Petit Nesle, and him they saluted with the respect due the constituted authorities. They were talking in low tones in a recess formed by the church, and their hats were pulled well down over their eyes. 2 of them are already known to us, the bravos employed by Vicomte de Marmin in his ill-fated expedition against the Grand Nesle. Their names were Ferrante and Fracasso. Their companions, who earned their livelihood at the same honorable calling, were named Procope and Maledent. In order that posterity may not quarrel over the nationality of these 4 valiant captains, as it has done for 3,000 years over that of old Homer, we will add that Maledent was a Picard, Procope a Bohemian, and that Ferrante and Fracasso first saw the light beneath the soft skies of Italy. As to their distinctive callings in time of peace, Procope was a jurist, Ferrante a pedant, Fracasso a dreamer of dreams, and Maledent a fool. It will be seen that the fact that we are ourselves a Frenchman does not blind us to the character of the only one of these 4 toilers who happened to be our compatriot. In battle all 4 were demons. Let us listen for a moment to their friendly and edifying conversation. We may be able to judge therefrom what manner of men they were, and what danger was impending over our good friend Benvenuto. "At all events, Fracasso," said Ferrante, "we shan't be hampered today with that great red-faced Viscount, and our poor swords can leave their scabbards without his crying, 'Retreat!' the coward, and forcing us to turn tail." "Very true," rejoined Fracasso. "But as he leaves us all the risk of the combat, for which I thank him, he ought to leave us all the profit too. By what right does the red-haired devil reserve 500 crowns for his own part? I admit that the 500 that remain make a very pretty prize. 125 for each of us does us honor. Indeed, when times are hard, I sometimes find it necessary to kill a man for 2 crowns. For 2 crowns, Holy Virgin, cried Maladant. Shame! That brings discredit on the profession. Don't say such things when I am with you, for anyone who overheard you might confound us with each other, my dear fellow. What would you have, Maladent? Said Fracasso in a melancholy tone. Life has its crosses, and there are times when one would kill a man for a bit of bread. It seems to me, my good friends, that 250 crowns are worth just twice as much as 125. Suppose that after we have killed our man, we refuse to settle with that great thief of a Marmain. You forget, brother, rejoined Procope seriously, that would be to disregard our agreement, to defraud our patron, and we must be loyal in everything. Let us hand the Viscount the 500 crowns to the last sou, as agreed. That is my advice. But, distinguimus, let us make a distinction. When he has pocketed them, and when he realizes that we are honorable men, I fail to see why we shouldn't fall upon him and take them from him. Well thought of, exclaimed Ferrante in a judicial tone. Procope was always distinguished for uprightness of character conjoined with a vivid imagination. Mon Dieu! That is because I have studied law a little, said Procope modestly. But, continued Ferrante with the air of pedantry which was habitual to him, let us not involve ourselves in too many plans at once. Secte ad terminum emus. Let the Viscount sleep in peace. His turn will come. This Florentine goldsmith is the one we have to deal with at the moment. For greater security, it was desired that 4 of us should set upon him. Strictly speaking, one only should have done the deed and pocketed the price. But the concentration of capital is a social plague, and is much better that the money be divided among several friends. Let us dispatch him swiftly and cleanly. He is no ordinary man, as Fracasso and I have learned. Let us resign ourselves, therefore, for greater security, to attack him all 4 at once. It cannot be long now before he comes. Attention! Be cool, quick of foot and eye, and beware of the Italian thrusts he'll be sure to try on you. I know what it is, Ferrante, said Maladent disdainfully, to receive a sword cut, whether with the edge or the point. Once on a time I made my way at night into a certain chateau in the Bourbonnais on business of a personal nature, being surprised by the dawn before I had fully night. No place seemed to me so appropriate for that purpose. As the arsenal of the chateau, there were quantities of stands of arms and trophies there, and helmets, cuirasses, armlets and cuisses, shields and targets. I removed the upright upon which one of the suits of armor hung, put myself in its place, and stood there motionless upon my pedestal with lowered visor. This is very interesting, interposed Ferrante. Go on, Maladant. How can we better employ this period of waiting to perform one exploit than in listening to tales of other feats of arms? Go on. I did not know, continued Maladant, that a cursed suit of armor was used by the young men of the family to practice fencing upon. But soon 2 strapping fellows of 20 came in, took down a lance and a sword each, and began to cut and thrust at my casing with all their heart. Well, my friends, you may believe me or not, but under all their blows with lance and sword, I never flinched. I stood there as straight and immovable as if I had really been of wood and riveted to my base. Fortunately, the young rascals were not of the first force. The father arrived in due time and urged them to aim at the joints in my armor, but Saint Maladant, my patron, whom I invoked in a whisper, turned their blows aside. At last that devil of a father, in order to show the youngsters how to carry away a visor, took a lance himself, and at the poor fellow, said Fracasso sadly, how could it be otherwise? Fancy, if you please, that when they saw my colorless face, they took me for the ghost of their great-grandfather, and father and son scuttled away as if the devil was at their heels. Need I say more? I turned my back and did as much for my own part, and you see I came out of it with a whole skin. Very good, but the important thing in our trade, friend Maladant, said Procope, is not only to receive blows manfully, but to deal them handsomely. It's a fine thing when the victim falls without a sound. In one of my expeditions in Flanders, I had to rid one of my customers of 4 of his intimate friends who were traveling in company. He proposed at first that I should take 3 comrades, but I told him that I would undertake it alone, or not at all. It was agreed that I should do as I chose, and that I should have the stipend 4 times over, provided that I delivered 4 dead bodies. I knew the road they were to take, and I awaited their coming at an inn which they must of necessity pass. The innkeeper had formerly belonged to the fraternity, and had left it for his present occupation, which allowed him to plunder travelers without risk, but he retained some kindly sentiments for his former brethren, so that I had no great difficulty in winning him over to my interest in consideration of 1/10 of the reward. With that understanding we awaited our 4 horsemen, who soon appeared around a bend in the road, and alighted in front of the inn preparatory to filling their stomachs and resting their horses. The landlord said to them that his stable was so small that, unless they went in one at a time, they could hardly move there, and would be in each other's way. The first who entered was so slow about coming out that the second lost patience and went to see what he was doing. He also was in no hurry to reappear, whereupon the third, weary of waiting, followed the other 2. After some little time, as the fourth was expressing his astonishment at their delay, mine host remarked, "Ah, I see what it is. The stable is so extremely small that they have gone out through the door at the rear." This explanation encouraged my last man to join his companions and myself, for you will have guessed that I was in the stable. I allowed him, however, the satisfaction of uttering one little cry to say farewell to the world, as there was no longer any danger. In Roman law, Ferrante, would not that he called trucidatio per divisionem nescis? But deuce take it, added Procope, changing his tone, our man doesn't come. God grant that nothing has happened to him. It will, he pitched dark very soon. Suadenque cadentia sidera somnos, added Fracasso. And by the way, my friends, take care that Benvenuto doesn't in the dark resort to a trick which I once put in practice myself. It was during my sojourn on the banks of the Rhine. I always loved the banks of the Rhine. The country there is so picturesque and at the same time so melancholy. The Rhine is the river of dreamers. I was dreaming then upon the banks of the Rhine, and this was the subject of my dreams. A nobleman named Schreckenstein, if my memory serves me, was to be put to death. It was no easy matter, for he never went out without a strong escort. This is the plan upon which I finally resolved. I donned a costume like that worn by him, and one dark evening I lay in wait for him and his escort. When I saw them coming through the solitude and darkness, obscuris sub nocta, I made a desperate attack upon Schreckenstein, who was walking a little ahead, but I was clever enough to strike off his hat with its waving plumes, and then to change my position so that I was standing where he should have been. Thereupon I stunned him with a violent blow with my sword hilt, and began to shout amid the clashing of swords and the shouts of the others, "Help! Help! Death to the brigands!" So that Schreckenstein's men fell furiously upon their master and left him dead upon the spot, while I glided away into the bushes. The worthy nobleman could at least say that he was killed by his friends. "It was a bold stroke," said Ferrante, "but if I were to cast a backward glance upon my vanished past, I could find a still more audacious exploit there. Like you, Fracasso, I had to deal with a chief of partisans, always well mounted and escorted. It was in a forest in the Abruzzi. I stationed myself in an enormous oak tree upon a great branch which stretched out over the road at a point which the personage in question must pass, and there I waited, musing. The sun was rising, and its first rays fell in long shafts of pale light down through the moss-grown branches. The morning air was fresh and keen, enlivened by the songs of birds. Suddenly, "Shh!" Procope interrupted him. "I hear footsteps! Attention! It's our man!" "Good," muttered Maledont, glancing furtively about. "All is silent and deserted hereabout. Fortune is on our side." They stood without speaking or moving. Their dark, threatening faces could not be distinguished in the gathering gloom. But one might have seen their gleaming eyes, their hands playing nervously with their rapiers, and their attitude of breathless suspense. In the half-darkness they formed a striking dramatic group, which no pencil but Salvator Rosa's could adequately reproduce. It was, in fact, Benvenuto coming on at a rapid pace. As we have said, his suspicions were aroused, and with his piercing glance he maintained a constant watch in the darkness. As his eyes were accustomed to the uncertain light, he saw the four bandits issue from their ambush when he was still 20 yards away, and had time to throw his cloak over his basket and draw his sword before they were upon him. Furthermore, with the self-possession which never abandoned him, he backed against the church wall and thus faced all of his assailants. They attacked him savagely. He could not retreat, and it was useless to cry out as the chateau was 500 yards away. But Benvenuto was no novice in deeds of arms, and he received the cutthroats with vigor. His mind remained perfectly clear, and a sudden thought flashed through it as he plied his sword. It was evident that this ambuscade was directed against him, and no other. If, therefore, he could succeed in throwing them off the track, he was saved. He began, therefore, as the blows rained down upon him, to joke them upon their pretended mistake. "What fit has seized you, my fine fellows? Are you mad? What do you expect to make out of an old soldier like me? Is it my cloak that you want? Does my sword tempt you? Stay you! If you want my good sword, you must earn it. Sang Dieu! By my soul, for thieves who seem to have served their apprenticeship, your scent is bad, my children." With that he charged upon them, instead of falling back before them, but only took 1 or 2 steps away from the wall and immediately placed his back against it once more, incessantly slashing and thrusting, taking pains to throw aside his cloak several times, so that, if they had been warned by Comte Orbec's servants, whom he had seen leave the house, and who had seen him count the money, they would at least conclude that he had not the gold upon him. Indeed, his assured manner of speaking, and the ease with which he handled his sword with 1,000 crowns under his arm, caused the bravos to entertain some doubts. "Damnation! Do you suppose we have made a mistake, Ferrante?" said Fracasso. "I fear so. The man seemed not so tall to me, or even if it is he hasn't the gold, and that damned Viscount deceived us."
"I have gold!" cried Benvenuto, thrusting and parrying vigorously all the while.
"I have no gold save a handful of gilded copper, but if you are ambitious to secure that, my children, you will pay dearer for it than if it were gold belonging to another, I promise you." "Deuce take him," said Procope. "He's really a soldier. Could any goldsmith fence so cleverly as he? Expend all your wind on him if you choose, you fellows. I don't light for glory." And Procope began to heat a retreat, grumbling to himself while the attack of the others relaxed in vigor by reason of their doubts as well as of his absence. Benvenuto, with no such motive for weakening, seized the opportunity to drive them back and to start for the chateau, backing before his assailants, but fighting all the time and defending himself manfully. The savage boar was luring the hounds with him to his den. "Come, my brave fellows, come with me," he said. "Bear me company as far as the entrance to the Pré aux Clercs, the Maison Rouge, where my sweetheart, whose father sells wine, is expecting me tonight. The road isn't very safe, so they say, and I should be glad to have an escort." Upon that pleasantry, Fracasso also abandoned the chase and went to join Procope. "We are fools, Ferrante," said Maladant. "This isn't your Benvenuto." "Yes, yes, I say it is himself," cried Ferrante, who had at last discovered the basket bulging out with money under Benvenuto's arm as a too sudden movement disarranged his cloak. But it was too late. The chateau was within 100 feet or less, and Benvenuto was shouting in his powerful voice, "Hotel de Nesle! Ho, help, help!" Fracasso had barely time to retrace his steps, Procope to hasten up, and Ferrante and Maladant to redouble their efforts. The workmen who were expecting their master were on the alert. The door of the chateau was flung open at his first shout, and Herman the Colossus, little Jehan, Simon le Gaucher, and Jacques Aubry came running out armed with pikes. At that sight the bravos turned and fled. "Wait, wait, my dear young friends," Benvenuto shouted to the fugitives. "Won't you escort me a little farther? Oh, the bunglers, who couldn't take from one lone man 1,000 golden crowns, which tired his arm." The brigands had in fact succeeded in inflicting no other injury than a slight scratch upon their opponent's hand, and they made their escape shamefaced, and Fracasso howling with pain. Poor Fracasso at the very last lost his right eye, and was one-eyed for the rest of his days, a circumstance which accentuated the tinge of melancholy which was the most prominent characteristic of his pensive countenance. "Well, my children," said Benvenuto to his companions when the footsteps of the bravos had died away in the distance, "we must have some supper after that exploit. Come all and drink to my escape, my dear rescuers. But God help ink, I do not see Ascanio among you. Where is Ascanio?" The reader will remember that Ascanio left the Louvre before his master. "I know where he is," said little Jehan. "Where is he, my boy?" asked Benvenuto. "Down at the end of the garden where he has been walking for half an hour. The student and I went there to talk with him, but he begged us to leave him alone." "Strange," said Benvenuto. "How did he fail to hear my shout? How is it that he did not hasten to me with the others? Do not wait for me, but sup without me, my children." "Ah, there you are, Scozzone. Oh, mon Dieu! What is this they tell me, that someone tried to murder you, master? Yes, yes, there was something like that." "Mon Dieu!" cried Scozzone. "It was nothing, my dear girl, nothing," said Benvenuto consolingly, for poor Catherine had become as pale as death. "Go now and bring wine, of the best for these gallant fellows. Take the keys of the cellar from Dame Ruperta, Scozzone, and select it yourself." "Why, you are not going out again?" said Scozzone. "No, never fear. I am going to find Ascanio in the garden. I have important matters to discuss with him." Scozzone and the others returned to the studio, and Benvenuto walked toward the gate leading to the garden. The moon was just rising, and the master saw Ascanio very plainly, but instead of walking, the young man was climbing a ladder set against the wall between the gardens of the Grand and Petit Nesle. When he reached the top, he pulled the ladder up after him, lowered it on the other side, and disappeared. Benvenuto passed his hand over his eyes like a man who cannot believe what he sees. Forming a sudden resolution, he went straight to the foundry and up into his cell, stepped to the window-sill, and leaped to the wall of the Petit Nesle. From there, with the aid of a stout vine, he dropped noiselessly into Colombe's garden. It had rained in the morning, and the ground was so damp that his footfalls were deadened. He put his ear to the ground, and questioned the silence for some moments. At last he heard subdued voices in the distance which guided his steps. He at once rose and crept cautiously forward, feeling his way and stopping from moment to moment. Soon the voices became more distinct. Benvenuto walked toward them, and at last, when he reached the second path which crossed the garden, he recognized Colombe, or rather divined her presence in the shadow, dressed in white, and sitting beside Ascanio on the bench we already know. They were talking in low tones, but distinctly and with animation. Hidden from their observation by a clump of trees, Benvenuto drew near and listened. "An autumn night's dream," It was a beautiful autumn evening, calm and clear. The moon had driven away almost all the clouds, and the few which remained were scattered here and there over the star-strewn sky. Around the group, talking and listening in the garden of the Petite Nesle, everything was calm and silent, but within their hearts all was sadness and agitation. "My darling Colombe," said Ascanio, while Benvenuto, standing cold and pale behind him, seemed to be listening with his heart rather than with his ears. "My dearest love, why, alas, did our paths meet? When you know all that I have to tell you of misery and horror, you will curse me for being the bearer of such news." "Nay, my dear," replied Colombe, "whatever you may have to tell me, I shall bless you, for in my eyes you are as one sent by God. I never heard my mother's voice, but I feel that I should have listened to her as I listened to you. Go on, Ascanio, and if you have terrible things to tell me, your voice will at least comfort me a little." "Summon all your courage and all your strength," said Ascanio. Thereupon he told her all that had taken place in his presence between Madame d'Etampes-Becampe and Comte d'Orbec. He described the whole plot, a combination of treason against the kingdom and designs upon the honor of an innocent child. He subjected himself to the agony of explaining the infamous bargain made by the treasurer to that ingenuous soul. Aghast at this revelation of wickedness, he must needs to make the maiden, whose heart was so pure that she did not blush at his words, understand the cruel refinements of torture and ignominy which hatred and baffled love suggested to the favorite. All that was perfectly clear to Colombe's mind was that her lover was filled with loathing and dismay, and, like the slender vine which has no other support than the sapling to which it clings, she trembled and shuddered with him. "My dear," she said, "you must make known this fearful plot against my honor to my father. My father does not suspect our love. He owes you his life, and he will listen to you. Oh, never fear. He will rescue me from the clutches of Comte d'Orbec." "Alas," was Ascanio's only reply. "Oh, my love!" cried Colombe, who understood all the apprehension contained in her lover's exclamation. "Oh, can you suspect my father of complicity in so hateful a design? That would be too wicked, Ascanio. No, my father knows nothing, suspects nothing, I am sure, and although he has never shown me any great affection, he would never with his own hand plunge me into shame and misery." "Forgive me, Colombe," rejoined Ascanio, "but your father is not accustomed to see misery in increased wealth. A title would conceal the shame, and in his courtier-like pride he would deem you happier as a king's mistress than as an artist's wife. It is my duty to hide nothing from you, Colombe. Comte d'Orbec told Madame la Duchesse d'Etampes that he would answer for your father." "Just God, is it possible?" cried the poor girl. "Was such a thing ever seen, Ascanio, as a father who sold his daughter? Such things are seen in all countries and at all times, my poor angel, and more than ever at this time and in this country. Do not picture to yourself the world as fashioned after the image of your heart, or society as taking pattern by your virtue. Yes, Colombe, the noblest names of France have shamelessly farmed out the youth and beauty of their wives and daughters to the royal lust. It is looked upon as a matter of course at court, and your father, if he cares to take the trouble to justify himself, will not lack illustrious precedents. I beg you to forgive me, my beloved, for bringing your chaste and spotless soul so abruptly in contact with this hideous reality, but I cannot avoid the necessity of showing you the snare that is laid for you." "Ascanio, Ascanio," cried Colombe, hiding her face against the young man's shoulder, "my father also turns against me. Oh, simply to repeat it kills me with shame. Where can I fly for shelter? Where but to your arms, Ascanio? Yes, it is for you to save me now." Have you spoken to your master, to Benvenuto, who is so strong and great and kindly, judging by your description of him, and whom I love because you love him?" "Nay, do not love him, Colombe," cried Ascanio. "Why not?" whispered the girl. "Because he loves you, because instead of the friend upon whom we thought we could rely, he is one enemy the more we have to contend against, an enemy, you understand, and the most formidable of all our enemies. Listen." Thereupon he told her how, as he was on the point of making a confidant of Benvenuto, the goldsmith described to him his ideal love, and added that the favorite sculptor of Francois I, by virtue of the king's word of honor to which he had never proved false, could obtain whatever he chose to ask after the statue of Jupiter was cast. As we know, the boon that Benvenuto proposed to ask was Colombe's hand. "O God, we have none to look to for succor but thee," said Colombe, raising her white hands and her lovely eyes to heaven. "All our friends are changed to enemies. Every haven of refuge becomes a dangerous reef. Are you certain that we are so utterly abandoned?" "Only too certain," replied Ascanio. "My master is as dangerous to us as your father, Colombe. Yes," he continued, wringing his hands, "I am almost driven to hate him, Benvenuto, my friend, my master, my protector, my father, my God. And yet I ask you, Colombe, why I should hear him ill will. Because he has fallen under the spell to which every exalted mind that comes in contact with yours must yield, because he loves you as I love you. His crime is my own, after all. But you love me, Colombe, and so I am absolved. What shall we do? For 2 days I have been asking myself the question, and I do not know whether I begin to detest him, or whether I love him still. He loves you, it is true, but he has loved me so dearly, too, that my poor heart wavers and trembles in its perplexity like a reed shaken in the wind. What will he do? First of all, I shall tell him of Comte d'Orbec's designs, and I hope that he will deliver us from them. But after that, when we find ourselves face to face as enemies, when I tell him that his pupil is his rival, Colombe, his will, which is omnipotent as fate, will perhaps be as blind. He will forget Ascanio to think only of Colombe. He will turn his eyes away from the man he once loved, to see only the woman he loves, for I feel myself that between him and you I should not hesitate. I feel that I would remorselessly sacrifice my heart's past for its future, earth for heaven, and why should he act differently? He is a man, and to renounce his love would be more than human. We must therefore fight it out. But how can I, feeble and alone as I am, resist him? But no matter, Colombe. Even if I should come some day to hate him I have loved so long and so well, I tell you now that I would not for all the world subject him to the torture he inflicted upon me the other morning when he declared his love for you." Meanwhile, Benvenuto, standing like a statue behind his tree, felt the drops of icy sweat roll down his forehead, and his hand clutched convulsively at his heart. "Poor Ascanio, dear heart," returned Colombe. "You have suffered bitterly already, and have much to suffer still, but let us face the future calmly. Let us not exaggerate our griefs, for the prospect is not altogether desperate. Including God, there are 3 of us to make head against misfortune. You would rather see me Benvenuto's wife than Comte d'Orbec's, would you not? But you would also prefer to see me wedded to the Lord than to Benvenuto? Very well. If I am not yours, I will belong to none but the Lord. Be sure of that, Ascanio. Your wife in this world, or your betrothed in the other. That is my promise to you, Ascanio, and that promise I will keep, never fear." "Thanks, thou angel from heaven, thanks," said Ascanio. "Let us forget the great world around us and concentrate our lives upon this little thicket where we now are. Colombe, you haven't told me yet that you love me. Alas! It would almost seem that you are mine because you could not do otherwise." "Hush, Ascanio, hush!" Do you not see that I am trying to sanctify my happiness by making it a duty? I love you, Ascanio. I love you." Benvenuto could no longer find strength to stand. He fell upon his knees with his head against a tree. His haggard eyes were fixed vacantly on space, while, with his ear turned toward the young people, he listened with feverish intentness. "Dear Columb," echoed Ascanio, "I love you, and something tells me that we shall be happy, and that the Lord will not abandon the loveliest of all his angels. Mon Dieu, mon Dieu." In this atmosphere of joy which surrounds me, I forget the circle of grief which I must enter when I leave you. "We must think of tomorrow," said Colomb. "Let us help ourselves, Ascanio, so that God may help us. It would be disloyal, I think, to leave your master Benvenuto in ignorance of our love, for he would perhaps incur great risk in contending against Madame d'Etampes and Comte d'Aubec. It would not be fair. You must tell him everything, Ascanio." "I will obey you, dearest Colomb, for a word from you, as you must know, is law to me. My heart also tells me that you are right, always right, but it will be a terrible blow for him. Alas! I judge from my own heart. It is possible that his love for me may turn to hatred. It is possible that he will turn me out of doors. In that case, how can I, a stranger without friends or shelter, resist such powerful enemies as the Duchesse d'Etampes and the king's treasurer? Who will help me to defeat the plans of that terrible couple? Who will fight on my side in this unequal struggle? Who will hold out a helping hand to me?" "I," said a deep, grave voice behind them. "Benvenuto!" cried the apprentice, without even turning round. Colomb shrieked and sprang to her feet. Ascanio gazed at his master, wavering between affection and wrath. "Yes, it is I, Benvenuto Cellini," continued the goldsmith. "I, whom you do not love, mademoiselle. I, whom you no longer love, Ascanio, and who come to save you both, nevertheless." "What do you say?" cried Ascanio. "I say that you must come and sit down again, here by my side, for we must understand one another. You have no need to tell me aught. I have not lost a word of your conversation. Forgive me for listening after I came upon you by chance, but you understand. It is much better that I should know all. You have said some things very sad and terrible for me to hear, but some kind things too. Ascanio was sometimes right and sometimes wrong. It is very true, mademoiselle, that I would have disputed you with him. But since you love him, that's the end of it. Be happy. He has forbidden you to love me, but I will force you to it by giving you to him." "Dear master," cried Ascanio. "You suffer, monsieur, do you not?" said Colomb, clasping her hands. "Ah, thanks, thanks," said Benvenuto, as his eyes filled with tears, but restraining his feelings with a mighty effort. "You see that I suffer." He would not have noticed it, ungrateful boy. "But nothing escapes a woman's eyes. Yes, I will not tell you a falsehood. I do suffer, and why not, since you are lost to me? But at the same time I am happy, because I am able to serve you. You will owe everything to me, and that thought comforts me a little. You were wrong, Ascanio. My Beatrice is jealous and will brook no rival. You, Ascanio, must finish the statue of Hebe. Adieu, my sweetest dream, the last." Benvenuto spoke with effort in a broken voice. Colombe leaned gracefully toward him and put her hand in his. "Weep, my friend, weep," she said softly. "Yes, yes," said Cellini, bursting into tears. He stood for some time without speaking, weeping bitterly and trembling with emotion from head to foot. His forceful nature gladly sought relief in tears too long held back. Ascanio and Colombe looked on in respectful silence at this exhibition of bitter grief. "Except on the day when I wounded you, Ascanio, except at the moment when I saw your blood flow, I have not wept for 20 years, he said at last, recovering his self-control. "But it has been a hard blow to me. I was in such agony just now behind those trees that I was tempted for a moment to plunge my dagger in my heart and end it all. The only thing that held my hand was your need of me, and so you saved my life. All is as it should be, after all. Ascanio has 20 years more of happiness to give you than I have, Colombe. And then he is my child. You will be very happy together, and it will rejoice my father's heart. Benvenuto will succeed in triumphing over Benvenuto himself, as well as over his enemies. It is the lot of us creators to suffer, and perhaps each one of my tears will cause some lovely statue to spring up, as each of Dante's tears became a sublime strain. You see, Colombe, I am already returning to my old love, my cherished sculpture. That love will never forsake me. You did well to bid me weep. All the bitterness has been washed from my heart by my tears. I am sad still, but I am kind once more, and I will forget my pain in my efforts to save you. Ascanio took one of the master's hands and pressed it warmly in his own. Colombe took the other and put it to her lips. Benvenuto breathed more heavily than he had yet done. Shaking his head, he said with a smile, "Do not make it harder for me, but spare me, my children. It will be better never to speak of this again. Henceforth, Colombe, I will be your friend, nothing more. I will be your father. The rest is all a dream. Now let us talk of the danger which threatens you, and of what we are to do. I overheard you a moment since discussing your plans. Mon Dieu! You are very young, and neither of you has an idea of what life really is. You offer yourselves in the innocence of your heart to the cruel blows of destiny, unarmed, and you hope to vanquish malignity, avarice, all the vile passions of which man is capable with your kind hearts and your smiles. Dear fools, I will be strong and cunning and implacable in your stead. I am wanted to it, but you, God created you for happiness and tranquility, my lovely cherubs, and I will see to it that you fulfill your destiny. Ascanio, anger shall not furrow thy calm brow. Grief, Colombe, shall not disturb the pure outlines of thy face. I will take you in my arms, soft-eyed, charming pair. I will bear you so through all the mire and misery of life, and will not set you down until you have arrived safe and sound at perfect joy, and then I'll gaze at you and be happy in your happiness. But you must have blind confidence in me. I have my own peculiar ways, abrupt and hard to understand, and which may perhaps alarm you a little, Colombe. I conduct myself somewhat after the manner of artillery, and I go straight to my goal, heedless of what I may meet on the road. Yes, I think more of the purity of my intentions, I confess, than of the morality of the means I use. When I set about modeling a beautiful figure, I care but little whether the clay soils my fingers. The figure finished, I wash my hands, and that's the end of it. Do you then, mademoiselle, with your refined and timorous heart, leave me to answer to God for my acts. He and I understand each other. I have a powerful combination to deal with. The Count is ambitious, the Provost avaricious, and the Duchess very subtle. They are each and all very powerful. You are in their power, and in their hands, and two of them have rights over you. It may perhaps be necessary to resort to craft and violence. I shall arrange it, however, so that you and Ascanio will have no part in a contest in every way beneath you. Come, Colombe, are you ready to close your eyes and allow yourself to be led? When I say, do this, will you do it? Remain there, will you remain? Go, will you go? What does Ascanio say? Asked Colombe. Colombe, returned the apprentice, Benvenuto is great and good. He loves us and forgives the injury we have done him. Let us obey him, I implore you. Command me, master, said Colombe, and I will obey you as if you were sent by God himself. Very well, my child. I have but one thing more to ask you. It will cost you dear, perhaps, but you must make up your mind to it. Thereafter your part will be confined to waiting, and allowing circumstances and myself to do our work. In order that both of you may have more perfect faith in me, and that you may confide unhesitatingly in one whose life may not be unspotted, but whose heart has remained pure, I am about to tell you the story of my youth. All stories resemble one another, alas, and sorrow lies at the heart of every one. Ascanio, I propose to tell you how my Beatrice, the angel of whom I have spoken to you, came to be associated with my existence. You shall know who she was, and you will wonder less, no doubt, at my determination to abandon Cologne to you, when you realize that by that sacrifice I am but beginning to pay to the child the debt I owe the mother. Your mother, a saint in paradise, Ascanio. Beatrice would say blessed, Stephana would say crowned. You have always told me, master, that you would tell me your whole story some day. Yes, and the moment has come to redeem my promise. You will have even more confidence in me, Cologne, when you know all the reasons I have for loving our Ascanio. Thereupon Benvenuto took a hand of each of his children in his own, and told them what follows, in his grave, melodious voice, beneath the glimmering stars and the peaceful silence of the night. For, Stephana, 20 years since I was 20 years old, as you are now, Ascanio, and I was at work with a Florentine goldsmith named Raphael del Moro. He was a good workman, and did not lack taste, but he cared more for rest than for work, allowing himself to be inveigled into attending parties with disheartening facility, and, although he had little money, himself leading astray those who were in his studio. Very often I was left alone in the house, singing over some piece of work I had in hand. In those days I sang as Scozzoni does. All the sluggards in the city came as a matter of course to Master Raphael for employment, or rather in quest of pleasure, for he had the reputation of being too weak ever to quarrel. One grows rich slowly with such habits as his, so he was always hard up and soon came to be the most discredited goldsmith in Florence. I am wrong. He had a confrère who had even less custom than he, although he was of a noble family. But it was not for irregularity in meeting his obligations that Gismondo Gaddi was cried down, but for his notorious lack of talent and his sordid avarice. As everything entrusted to him left his hands imperfect or spoiled, and not a customer, unless he happened to be a stranger, ventured into his shop, Gismondo undertook to earn his living by usury, and to loan money at enormous interest to young men desirous of discounting their future prospects. This profession succeeded better than the other, as Gaddi always demanded good security, and went into nothing without reliable guarantees. With that exception he was, as he himself said, very considerate and long-suffering. He loaned to everybody, compatriots and foreigners, Jews and Christians. He would have loaned to St. Peter upon the keys of paradise, or to Satan upon his estates in hell. Need I say that he loaned to my poor Raphael del Moro, who consumed every day his provision for the morrow, but whose sterling integrity never wavered? Their constant connection in business and the social ostracism to which both were subjected tended to bring the two goldsmiths together. Del Moro was deeply grateful for his confrère's untiring amiability in the matter of advancing money. Gaddi thoroughly esteemed an honest and accommodating debtor. They were, in a word, the best friends in the world, and Gismondo would not have missed for an empire one of the parties with which Del Moro regaled him. Del Moro was a widower, but he had a daughter of 16 named Stephana. From a sculptor's point of view, Stephana was not beautiful, and yet her appearance was most striking. Beneath her forehead, which was almost too high and not smooth enough for a woman, one could see her brain at work, so to speak. Her great moist eyes, of a velvety black hue, moved you to respect and deep emotion as they rested upon you. An ivory pallor overspread her face, which was lightened by a melancholy yet charming expression, like the faint sunshine of an autumn morning. I forget a crown of luxurious raven locks, and hands a queen might have envied. Stephana ordinarily stood bending slightly forward, like a lily swayed by the wind. You might at times have taken her for a statue of melancholy. When she stood erect, when her lovely eyes sparkled, when her nostrils dilated, when her arm was outstretched to emphasize a command, you would have adored her as the Archangel Gabriel. She resembled you, Ascanio, but you have less weakness of resolution and capacity for suffering. The immortality of the soul was never more clearly revealed to my eyes than in that slender, graceful body. Del Moro, who feared his daughter almost as much as he loved her, was accustomed to say that he had consigned to the tomb only the body of his wife, that Stephana was her dead mother's soul. I was at this time an adventurous youth, an impulsive, giddy-pated creature. I loved liberty before everything. I was bubbling over with life, and I expended my surplus energy in foolish quarrels and foolish love affairs. I worked nevertheless with no less passion than I put into my pleasures, and despite my vagaries, I was Raphael's best workman and the only one in the establishment who earned any money. But what I did well, I did by instinct, almost by chance. I had studied the ancients to good purpose. For whole days I had gazed upon the bas reliefs and statues of Athens and Rome, making studies with pencil and chisel, and constant contact with these sublime artists of former days gave me purity and precision of outline, but I was simply a successful imitator. I did not create. Still, I say again, I was incontestably and easily the cleverest and most hard-working of Del Moro's comrades. I have since learned that the master's secret wish was that I should marry his daughter. But I was thinking little of settling down. I was enamored of independence, freedom from care, and an outdoor life. I was absent from the workshop whole days at a time. I would return completely overdone with fatigue, and yet in a few hours I would have overtaken and passed Raphael's other workmen. I would fight for a word, fall in love at a glance. A fine husband I should have made. Moreover, my feelings when I was with Stephana in no wise resembled those aroused by the pretty girls of Porta del Prato or Borgo Pinti. She almost overawed me. If I had been told that I loved her otherwise than as an elder sister, I should have laughed. When I returned from one of my escapades, I dared not look Stephana in the face. She was more than stern. She was sad. On the other hand, when fatigue or a praiseworthy, zealous impulse had detained me at home, I always sought Stephana's companionship, her sweet face and her sweet voice. My affection for her had in it something serious and sacred, which I did not at the time fully understand, but which was very pleasant to me. Very often, amid my wildest excesses, the thought of Stephana would pass through my mind, and my companions would ask me why I had suddenly become thoughtful. Sometimes, when I was in the act of drawing my sword or my dagger, I would pronounce her name as it were that of my patron saint, and I noticed that whenever that occurred I retired from the contest unhurt. But this tender feeling for the dear child, innocent, lovely, and affectionate as she was, lay dormant at the bottom of my heart as in a sanctuary. For her part, it is certain that she was as full of indulgence and kindly feeling for me as she was cold and dignified with my slothful comrades. She sometimes came to sit in the studio beside her father, and I would sometimes feel her eyes fixed on my face as she bent over my work. I was proud and happy in her preference, although I did not explain my feeling to myself. If one of my comrades indulged in a little vulgar flattery and informed me that my master's daughter was in love with me, I received his insolence so wrathfully that he never repeated it. An accident which befell Stephana proved to me how deeply she had become rooted in my heart. One day when she was in the studio looking at a piece of work, she did not take away her little white hand quickly enough, and a bungling workman, who was tipsy, I think, struck the little finger and the finger beside it with his chisel. The poor child shrieked at first, then, as if ashamed of it, smiled to reassure us, but her hand, as she held it up, was covered with blood. I think I should have killed the fellow had my mind not been concentrated upon her. Gismondo Gaddi, who was present, said that he knew a surgeon in the neighborhood, and ran to fetch him. The villainous medicaster dressed the wound and came every day to see Stephana, but he was so ignorant and careless that gangrene set in. Thereupon the ass pompously declared that, despite his efforts, Stephana's right arm would always be paralyzed. Raphael del Moro was in too straitened circumstances to be able to consult another physician, but when I heard the imbecile announce his decision, I refused to abide by it. I hurried to my room, emptied the purse which contained all my savings, and ran off to Giacomo Rastelli of Perugia, the Pope's surgeon, and the most eminent practitioner in all Italy. At my earnest entreaty, and as the sum I offered him was by no means contemptible, he came at once, exclaiming, "Oh, these lovers!" After examining the wound, he announced that he would answer for it, that Stephana would be able to use the right arm as well as the other within a fortnight. I longed to embrace the worthy man. He set about dressing the poor maimed lingers, and Stephana was at once relieved, but a day or two later it was necessary to remove the decayed bone. She asked me to be present at the operation, to give her courage, whereas I was entirely lacking in it myself, and my heart felt very small in my breast. Master Giacomo made use of some great instrument which caused Stephana terrible pain. She could not restrain her groans, which echoed in my heart. My temples were bathed in a cold perspiration. At last the torture exceeded my strength. The cruel tool which tortured those poor, delicate fingers tortured me no less. I rose, begging Master Giacomo to suspend the operation and to wait for me a quarter of an hour. I went down to the studio, and there, as if inspired by my good genius, I made an instrument of thin, sharp steel which would cut like a razor. I returned to the surgeon, who with that operated so gently and easily that the dear girl felt almost no pain. In 5 minutes it was all over, and a fortnight later she gave me the hand to kiss, which, as she said, I had preserved. But it would be impossible for me to describe the poignant emotion I passed through when I saw the suffering of my poor Résine, as I sometimes called her. Resignation was, in truth, the natural condition of her mind. Stephana was not happy. Her father's improvidence and recklessness distressed her beyond measure. Her only consolation was religion. Like all unhappy women, she was pious. Very often, as I entered some church to pray, for I have always loved God, I would spy Stephana in a corner weeping and praying. Whenever, as too frequently happened, Master del Moro's reckless extravagance left her penniless, she would appeal to me with a simple, trustful confidence which went to my heart. She would say, "Dear girl, with the simplicity characteristic of noble hearts, Benvenuto, I beg you to pass the night at work, to finish that reliquary, or that ewer, for we have no money at all." I soon adopted the habit of submitting to her every piece of work that I completed, and she would point out its imperfections and advise me with extraordinary sagacity. Solitude and sorrow had inspired and elevated her mind more than one would think possible. Her words, which were at once innocent and profound, taught me more than one secret of my art, and often opened new possibilities to my mind. I remember one day when I showed her a medal which I was engraving for a cardinal, and which had a representation of the cardinal's head on one side, and on the other Jesus walking on the sea, and holding out his hand to St. Peter, with this legend quae dubitasti. Wherefore didst thou doubt? Stephana was well pleased with the portrait, which was a very good likeness and very well executed. She looked at the reverse in silence for a long while. The face of our Lord is very beautiful, she said at last, and if it were intended for Apollo or Jupiter, I should find nothing to criticize. But Jesus is something more than beautiful. Jesus is divine. The lines of this face are superb in their purity, but where is the soul? I admire the man, but I look in vain for the God. Consider, Benvenuto, that you are not an artist simply, but a Christian as well. My heart, you know, has often bled, that is to say, alas, my heart has often doubted, and I, too, have shaken off my depression when I saw Jesus holding out his hand to me, and have heard the sublime words, "Wherefore hast thou doubted?" Ah, Benvenuto, your image of him is less beautiful than he. In his celestial countenance there was the sadness of the afflicted father, and the clemency of the king who pardons. His forehead shone, but his mouth smiled. He was more than great, he was good. Wait a moment, Stephana, said I. I effaced what I had done, and in a few moments I once more began upon the Saviour's face under her eyes. Is that better? I asked as I handed it to her. Oh, yes, she replied, with tears in her eyes. So our blessed Lord appeared to me when I was heavy-hearted. Yes, I recognize him now by his expression of compassion and majesty. Ah, Benvenuto! I advise you always henceforth to follow this course, before taking the wax in hand. Be sure of the thought. You possess the instrument, master the expression. You have the material part, seek the spiritual part. Let your fingers never be aught but the servants of your mind. Such was the counsel given me by that child of 16, in her sublime good sense. When I was alone, I reflected upon what she had said to me, and realized that she was right. Thus did she guide and enlighten my instinct. Having the form in my mind, I sought the idea, and to combine the form and the idea in such wise that they would issue from my hands a perfectly blended whole, as Minerva came forth all armed from the brain of Jupiter. Mon Dieu! How lovely is youth, and how its memories do overpower one. Ascanio, Colombe, this lovely evening we are passing together reminds me of all those I passed by Stephana's side, sitting upon a bench outside her father's house. She would gaze up at the sky, and I would gaze at her. It was 20 years ago, but it seems only yesterday I put out my hand and fancy that I can feel hers. But it is yours, my children. What God does is well done. Oh, simply to see her in her white dress was to feel tranquility steal over my soul. Often when we parted we had not uttered a word, and yet I carried away from those silent interviews all sorts of fine and noble thoughts, which made me better and greater. But all this had an end, as all happiness in this world has. Raphael del Moro had but little farther to go to reach the lowest depths of destitution. He owed his kind neighbor Gismondo Gaddi 2,000 ducats, which he knew not how to pay. The thought drove this honest man to desperation. He wished at least to save his daughter, and entrusted his purpose to give her to me to one of the workmen, doubtless that he might broach the subject to me. But he was one of the idiots whom I had lost my temper with when they threw Stephana's sisterly affection at my head as a reproach. The blockhead did not even allow Raphael to finish. "Abandon that scheme, Master del Moro," he said. "The suggestion would not be favorably received, my word for it." The goldsmith was proud. He believed that I despised him on account of his poverty, and he never referred to the subject again. Some time after, Gismondo Gaddi came to demand payment of his debt, and when Raphael asked for more time, "Hark ye," said Gismondo, "give me your daughter's hand, and I will give you a receipt in full." Del Moro was transported with joy. To be sure, Gaddi had the reputation of being a little covetous, a little high-tempered, and a little jealous, but he was rich, and what the poor esteem and envy most, alas, is wealth. When Raphael mentioned this unexpected proposition to his daughter, she made no reply, but that evening, as we left the bench where we had been sitting together to return to the house, she said to me, "Benvenuto, Gismondo Gaddi has asked my hand in marriage, and my father has given his consent." With those simple words she left me. I leaped to my feet, and in a sort of frenzy I went out of the city and wandered about over the fields. Throughout the night, now running like a madman, and again lying at full length upon the grass and weeping, a myriad of mad, desperate, frenzied thoughts chased one another through my disordered brain. She, Stefana, the wife of that odious Gismondo, I said to myself when I had in some degree recovered my self-control and was seeking to collect my wits. The thought overpowers me and terrifies me as well, and as she would certainly prefer me, she makes a mute appeal to my friendship, to my jealousy. Ah, yes, I am jealous, furiously jealous, but have I the right to be? Gaddi is morose and violent-tempered, but let us be just to one another. What woman would be happy with me? Am I not brutal, capricious, restless, forever involved in dangerous quarrels and unholy intrigues? Could I conquer myself? No, never. So long as the blood boils in my veins as at present, I shall always have my hand on my dagger and my foot outside the house. Poor Stefana! I should make her weep and suffer. I should see her lose color and pine away. I should hate myself, and should soon come to hate her as well, as a living reproach. She would die, and I should have her death to answer for. No, I am not made. Alas, I feel that I am not. For calm, peaceful family joys, I must have liberty, space, conflict, anything rather than the peace and monotony of happiness. I should break in my grasp that fragile, delicate flower. I should torture that dear, loving heart by my insults and my own existence. My own heart would be blighted by remorse. But would she be happier with this Gismondo Gaddi? Why should she marry him? We were so happy together. After all, Stefana must know that an artist's instincts and temperament do not easily accommodate themselves to the rigid bonds, the commonplace necessities of family life. I must say farewell to all my dreams of glory, renounce the thought of making my name famous, and abandon art which thrives on liberty and power. How can one create when held a prisoner at the domestic fireside? Say, O Dante Alighieri, O Michelangelo, my master, how you would laugh to see your pupil rocking his children to sleep and asking his wife's pardon. No, I will be brave in my own behalf, and generous to Stefana. Sad and alone, I will dream out my dream and fulfill my destiny. You see, my children, that I make myself no better than I am. There was some selfishness in my decision, but there was also much deep and sincere affection for Stefana, and my ravings seemed to border closely on common sense. The next morning I returned to the workshop in a reasonably tranquil frame of mind. Stefana also seemed calm, but she was paler than usual. A month passed thus. One evening Stefana said as we parted, "In a week, Benvenuto, I shall be Gismondo Gaddi's wife." As she did not leave me at once, I had time to look at her. She stood with her hand on her heart, bending beneath her burden of sorrow, and her sweet smile was sad enough to make one weep. She gazed at me with a sorrowful expression, but without the least indication of reproach. It seemed to me as if my angel, ready to leave earth behind, was saying farewell to me. She stood thus, mute and motionless for a moment, then entered the house. I was destined never to see her more in this world. This time again I left the city bareheaded and running like a madman, but I did not return the next day, or the next. I kept on until I reached Rome. I remained at Rome 5 years. I laid the foundation of my reputation. I won the friendship of the rope. I had duels and love affairs and artistic success, but I was not contented. Something was lacking. Amid my engrossing occupations, I never passed a day without turning my eyes toward Florence. There was no night when I did not see in my dreams Stephana, pale-faced and sad, standing in the doorway of her father's house and gazing at me. After 5 years I received a letter from Florence, sealed with black. I read and reread it so many times that I know it now by heart. It ran thus: "Benvenuto, I am dying. Benvenuto, I loved you. Listen to the dreams I dreamed. I knew you as well as I knew myself. I foresaw the power that is in you, and that will make you great someday. Your genius, which I read upon your broad forehead, in your ardent glance and your passionate gestures, would impose grave duties on her who should bear your name. I was ready to undertake them. Happiness had for me the solemnity of a divine mission. I would not have been your wife, Benvenuto. I would have been your friend, your sister, your mother. Your noble existence belongs to all mankind, I know, and I would have assumed no other right than that of diverting you in your ennui, of uplifting you in your moments of depression. You would have been free, my friend, always and everywhere. Alas! I had long since become accustomed to your lamentable absences from home, to all the exactions of your impulsive nature, to all the whims of your tempest-loving heart. Every powerful temperament has pressing needs. The longer the eagle has soared aloft, the longer he is obliged to rest on earth. But when you had torn yourself free from the feverish dreams of your genius, I would have found once more at the awakening my sublime Benvenuto, whom I love so dearly, and who would have belonged to me alone. I would never have reproached you for the hours of neglect, for they would have contained no insult for me. For my own part, knowing you to be jealous, as is every noble heart, jealous as the God of Holy Writ, I would have remained in seclusion when you were away, in the solitude which I love, awaiting your return and praying for you. Such would my life have been. But when I saw that you abandoned me, I bowed submissively to God's will and yours, closed my eyes and placed my fate in the hands of duty. My father ordered me to enter into a marriage which would save him from dishonor, and I obeyed. My husband has been harsh, stern, pitiless. He has not been content with my docile submission, but demanded a love beyond my power to give, and punished me brutally for my involuntary sadness. I resign myself to endure everything. I have been, I trust, a pure and dignified spouse, but always very sad at heart, Benvenuto. God has rewarded me, however, even in this world, by giving me a son. My child's kisses have for 4 years past prevented me from feeling insults, blows, and last of all, poverty. For my husband ruined himself trying to gain too much, and he died last month from chagrin at his ruin. May God forgive him as I do. I shall be dead myself within the hour, dead from the effects of my accumulated suffering, and I bequeath my son to you, Benvenuto. Perhaps all is for the best. Who can say if my womanly weakness would have been equal to the task I would have undertaken with you? He, my Ascanio, he is like me, will be a stronger and more submissive companion for you. He will love you better, if not more dearly. I am not jealous of him. Do for my child what I would have done for you. Adieu, my friend. I loved you, and I love you still, and I tell you without shame or remorse, at the very doors of eternity, for my love was holy. Adieu. Be great, and I shall be happy. Raise your eyes sometimes to heaven that I may see you. Yours, Stephana. Now, Colomb and Ascanio, will you have confidence in me, and are you ready to do what I advise? The young people replied with a single exclamation, v. domiciliary visits. On the day following that on which this story was told in the garden of the Petite Nesle, by the moon's pale light, Benvenuto's studio wore its accustomed aspect. The master was working at the gold salt dish, the material for which he had so valiantly defended against the 4 bravos who strove to take it from him and his life with it. Ascanio was chiseling Madame d'Etampes' lily. Jacques Aubry, reclining lazily on a lounging chair, was putting question after question to Cellini, who paid no attention to him and imposed upon the inquisitive student the necessity of framing his own replies. Bagheera was gazing at Catherine, who was busy with some woman's work. Herman and the others were filing, welding, chiseling, and Scozone's joyous singing furnished the element of cheerfulness in this tranquil, busy scene. The Petite Nesle was by no means so tranquil, for Colombe had disappeared. There all was excitement and apprehension. They were seeking her everywhere and calling her name. Dame Perrine was shrieking at the top of her voice, and the provost, who had been sent for in hot haste, was trying to lay hold upon something, in the midst of the good woman's lamentations, which might put him on the track of the absent one, who was in all probability a fugitive. "Look you, Dame Perrine, do you say that you last saw her a few moments after I went away last night?" demanded the provost. "Alas, yes, messire. Jesus Dieu, what a misfortune!" The poor dear child seemed a bit cast down as she went to take off all her beautiful court fixings. She put on a simple white dress. Saints in paradise, have pity on us. And then she said to me, "Dame Perrine, it's a lovely evening, and I will go and take a turn or two in my path." It might have been about 7 o'clock. "Madame here," added Perrine, pointing to Poulchery, the woman who had been installed as her assistant or superior. Madame here had already gone to her room, doubtless to work at those lovely dresses which she makes so well, and I was at work sewing in the room below. I don't know how long I remained there. It is possible that after a while my poor tired eyes closed in spite of me, and that I lost myself a moment. "As usual," interposed Poulchery sharply. "At all events," continued Dame Perrine, not deigning to reply to this insidious slander, "about 10 o'clock I left my chair and went to the garden to see if Colombe had not forgotten herself. I called and found no one. I supposed then that she had gone to her own room and to bed without disturbing me, as the dear child has done 1,000 times. Merciful heaven! Who would have thought? Ah, Monsieur le Prévôt, I can safely say that she followed no lover, but some ravisher. I reared her in the way, and this morning," the provost broke in impatiently, "this morning, when I found that she didn't come down, Holy Virgin, help us." "To the devil with your litanies," cried Monsieur de Storville. "Say what you have to say, simply, and without all these jeremiads. This morning." "Ah, Monsieur le Prévôt, you can't prevent my weeping until she is found. This morning, monsieur, being alarmed at not seeing her, she is always so early. I knocked at her door to wake her, and as she did not answer, I opened the door. No one. The bed was not even rumpled, messire. With that I called and cried, and lost my head, and you want me not to weep." "Dame Perrine," said the provost sternly, "have you admitted anyone here during my absence?" "I admit anyone, the idea," rejoined the governess with every indication of stupefaction, feeling a little conscience-stricken in that regard. "Didn't you forbid me, messieurs? Since when, pray, have I allowed myself to disobey your orders? Admit someone? Oh, yes, of course. This Benvenuto, for instance, who had the assurance to deem my daughter so fair, has he never tried to buy you? Good lack! He would have been more likely to try to fly to the moon. I would have received him prettily, I promise you. I am to understand, then, that you have never admitted a man, a young man, to the Petite Nesle. A young man! Merciful heaven! A young man! Why not the devil himself? "Pray, who is the handsome boy?" said Pulchery, "who has knocked at the door at least 10 times since I have been here, and in whose face I have shut the door as often?" "A handsome boy? Your sight must be poor, my dear, unless it was Comte Orbec. Ah, bon Dieu! I know you may mean Ascanio. You know Ascanio, monsieur, the young fellow who saved your life." "Yes, I did give him my shoe buckles to repair. But he, that apprentice, wear glasses, my love. May these walls and pavements speak, if they ever saw him here." "Enough," interposed the provost severely. "If you have betrayed my confidence, Dame Perrine, I swear that you shall pay me for it. I am going now to this Benvenuto. God knows how the clown will receive me, but go I must." Contrary to his expectation, Benvenuto received the provost with perfect civility. In the face of his cool and easy manner and his good humor, Monsieur d'Estourville did not dare mention his suspicions. But he said that his daughter, having been unnecessarily alarmed the evening before, had fled in her panic terror like a mad girl, that it was possible that she might have taken refuge in the Grand Nestle without Benvenuto's knowledge, or else that she might have fainted somewhere in the grounds as she was passing through. In short, he lied in the most bungling way imaginable. But Cellini courteously accepted all his fables and all his excuses. Indeed, he was so obliging as to appear to notice nothing out of the way. He did more. He sympathized with the provost with all his heart, declaring that he would be happy to assist in restoring his daughter to a father who had always hedged her around with such touching affection. To hear him, one might suppose the fugitive was very much in the wrong, and could not too soon return to so pleasant a home and so loving a parent. Moreover, to prove the sincerity of his interest in Monsieur de Stourville's affliction, he placed himself at his disposal to assist him in his search in the Grand Nesle and elsewhere. The provost, half convinced and the more deeply affected by these eulogiums, in that he knew in his heart that he did not deserve them, began a careful search of his former property, of which he knew all the ins and outs. There was not a door that he did not open, not a wardrobe nor a chest into which he did not peer, as if by inadvertence. Having inspected every nook and corner of the hotel itself, he went into the garden and searched the arsenal, foundry, stables, and cellar, scrutinizing everything most rigorously. Benvenuto, faithful to him to the utmost of his ability, offering him all the keys, and calling his attention to this or that corridor or closet which the provost overlooked. He advised him to leave one of his people on guard in each spot as he left it, lest the fugitive should evade him by stealing from place to place. Having continued his perquisitions for 2 hours to no purpose, Monsieur de Stourville, feeling sure that he had omitted nothing and overwhelmed by his host's politeness, left the Grand Nestle with profuse thanks and apologies to its master. "Whenever it suits your pleasure to return," said the goldsmith, "and if you desire to renew your investigations here, my house is open to you at all times as when it was your own. Indeed, it is your right, Messire. Did we not sign a treaty whereby we agreed to live on neighborly terms?" The provost thanked Benvenuto, and as he knew not how to return his courtesy, he loudly praised, as he went away, the colossal statue of Mars, which the artist was at work upon, as we have said. Benvenuto led him around it, and complacently called his attention to its amazing proportions. It was more than 60 feet high, and nearly 20 in circumference at its base. Monsieur de Stourville withdrew much dejected. As he had failed to find his daughter in the precincts of the Grand Nesle, he was convinced that she had found shelter somewhere in the city. But even at that time the city was sufficiently large to make his own task as chief officer of the police an embarrassing one. Then, too, there was this question to be solved. Had she been kidnapped, or had she fled? Was she the victim of some other person's violence, or had she yielded to her own impulse? There was nothing to set at rest his uncertainty upon this point. He hoped that in the first event she would succeed in escaping, and in the patience he could muster, nonetheless questioning Dame Perrine 20 times a day, who passed her time calling upon the saints in paradise, and swearing by all the gods that she had admitted no one, and indeed she was no more suspicious than Messire de Sturville himself of Ascanio. That day and the next passed without news. The provost thereupon put all his agents in the field, a thing he had hitherto omitted to do, in order that the unfortunate occurrence, in which his reputation was so deeply interested, might not be noised abroad. To be sure, he simply gave them Colombe's description without giving them her name, and their investigations were made upon an entirely different pretext from the real one. But although he resorted to all his secret sources of information, all their searching was without result. Surely he had never been an affectionate or gentle father, but if he was not in despair, he was in a bad temper, and his pride suffered if his heart did not. He thought indignantly of the fine match which the little fool would perhaps miss by reason of this escapade, and with furious rage of the witticisms and sarcasms with which his misadventure would be greeted at court. He had to make up his mind at last to confide his woeful tale to Comte d'Orbec. Colombe's fiancée was grieved by the news, in the same way as a merchant is grieved, who learns that part of his cargo has been jettisoned, and not otherwise. He was a philosopher, was the dear Count, and promised his worthy friend that, if the affair did not make too much noise, the marriage should come off none the less, and, as he was a man who knew how to strike when the iron was hot, he seized the opportunity to whisper to the provost a few words as to the plans of Madame d'Etampes regarding Colombe. The provost was dazzled at the honor which might be in store for him. His anger redoubled, and he cursed the ungrateful girl who was ruining her own chances of such a noble destiny. We spare our readers the details of the conversation between the two old courtiers to which this avowal of Comte d'Orbec led. We will say simply that grief and hope were combined therein in a curiously touching way. As misfortune brings men together, the prospective father-in-law and son-in-law parted more closely united than ever, and without making up their minds to renounce the brilliant prospects of which they had caught a glimpse. They agreed to keep the occurrence secret from everybody, but the Duchesse d'Etampes was too intimate a friend and too deeply interested as an accomplice not to be let into their confidence. It was a wise move on their part, for she took the thing much more to heart than the father and husband had done, and, as we know, she was better qualified than any other to give the provost information and direct his search. She knew of Ascanio's love for Colombe, and she had herself forced him, so to speak, to listen to the whole conspiracy. The young man, realizing that a blow was to be aimed at the honor of his beloved, had perhaps resolved upon some desperate act. But Ascanio had himself told her that Colombe did not love him, and not loving him she would be unlikely to lend herself to such a design. Now the Duchesse d'Etampes knew him upon whom her suspicion first fell sufficiently well to be sure that he would never have the courage to defy his mistress's scorn and her resistance, and yet, despite all her reasoning, and although in her eyes all the probabilities pointed to Ascanio's innocence, her jealous instinct told her that Colombe must be sought at the Hôtel de Nesle, and that they must make sure of Ascanio before everything. But, on the other hand, Madame d'Etampes could not tell her friends the source of that conviction, for she must in that case confess her love for Ascanio, and that, in the imprudence of her passion, she had made known to him all her designs upon Colombe. She simply said to them that she would be very much mistaken if Benvenuto were not the culprit, Ascanio, his accomplice, and the Grand Nesle, the place of concealment. To no purpose did the provost argue with her, and swear that he had inspected and searched every corner. She would not yield her point, saying that she had her reasons for the faith that was in her, and she was so obstinate in her opinion that she ended by arousing suspicion in the mind of Messire d'Estourville, who was certain, nevertheless, that he had made a thorough search. "However," said the Duchess, "I will send for Ascanio. I will see him and question him myself, never fear."
"Oh, madame, you are too kind," said the provost. "And you too stupid," muttered the Duchess between her teeth.
She dismissed them, and set about reflecting upon the method she should adopt to induce the young man to come to her. But before she had decided upon any, Ascanio was announced. It was as if he had anticipated her wish. He was cold and calm. The gaze with which Madame d'Etampes received him was so piercing that you would have said she wished to read to the very bottom of his heart. But Ascanio did not seem to notice it. "Madame," said he as he saluted her, "I have come to show you your lily, which is almost finished. Almost nothing is lacking to complete it save the 200,000 crown dewdrop you promised to furnish me." "Very well. And your colombe?" was the only reply vouchsafed by Madame d'Etampes. "If you mean Mademoiselle d'Estourville, madame," rejoined Ascanio gravely, "I will beg you on my knees not to pronounce her name again before me. Yes, madame, I most humbly and earnestly implore you that this subject may never be mentioned between us, in pity's name." "Aha! Spite!" said the Duchess, who did not remove her penetrating gaze from Ascanio's face for an instant. "Whatever the feeling which influences me, madame, and though I were to be disgraced in your eyes, I shall venture to decline hereafter to talk with you upon this subject. I have sworn a solemn oath that everything connected with that memory shall be dead and buried in my heart." "Am I mistaken?" thought the Duchess, "and has Ascanio no part in this transaction? Can it be that the child has followed some other adorer, voluntarily or perforce, and, although lost to my ambitious schemes, has served the interests of my passion by her flight?" Having indulged in these reflections beneath her breath, she continued aloud, "Ascanio, you beg me not to speak of her again, but you will at least allow me to speak of yourself. You see that in obedience to your entreaty I do not insist, but who knows if this second subject will not be even more disagreeable to you than the first? Who knows?" "Forgive me for interrupting you, madame," said the young man, "but your kindness in granting me the favor I ask emboldens me to ask another. Although of noble birth, I am simply a poor obscure youth, reared in the gloom of a goldsmith's workshop, and from that artistic cloister I am suddenly transported to a brilliant sphere, involved in the destiny of empires, and, weak creature that I am, having powerful noblemen for enemies, and a king for rival. And such a king, madame? Francois the Thirst, one of the most powerful princes in Christendom? I have suddenly found myself elbow to elbow with the most illustrious names of the age. I have loved hopelessly. I have been honored with a love I could not return. And with whose love? Great God! Yours, madame, one of the loveliest and noblest women on earth. All this has sown confusion within me, and without, it has bewildered and crushed me, madame. I am as terrified as a dwarf awaking to find himself among giants. I haven't an idea in its place, not a feeling which I can explain. I feel lost among all these terrible animosities, all these implacable passions, all these soaring ambitions. Madame, give me time to breathe, I conjure you. Permit the poor shipwrecked wretch to collect his thoughts, the convalescent to recover his strength. Time, I hope, will restore order in my mind and my life. Time, madame, give me time, and in pity's name see in me today only the artist who comes to ask if his lily is to your taste." The Duchess stared at Ascanio in doubt and amazement. She had not supposed that this young man, this child, was capable of speaking in this grave, stern, poetic fashion. She felt morally constrained to obey him, and confined her conversation to the lily, praising and advising Ascanio, and promising to do her utmost to send him very soon the large diamond to complete his work. Ascanio thanked her, and took his leave with every mark of gratitude and respect. "Can that be Ascanio?" said Madame d'Etampes to herself when he had gone. "He seems 10 years older. What gives him this almost imposing gravity? Is it suffering? Is it happiness? Is he sincere, in short, or acting under the influence of that accursed Benvenuto? Is he playing a part with the talent of a consummate artist, or is he simply following his own nature? Anne was perplexed. The strange vertigo which gradually overpowered all those who contended with Benvenuto Cellini began to steal over her, despite her strength of mind. She set spies upon Ascanio, who followed him on the rare occasions when he left the studio, but that step led to no result. At last she sent for the provost and Comte d'Orbec, and advised them, as another would have ordered, to make a second and unexpected domiciliary visit to the Grand Nestle. They followed her advice, but although surprised at his work, Benvenuto received them even more cordially than he received the provost alone on the former occasion. One would have said, so courteous and expansive was he, that their presence implied no suspicions that were insulting to him. He told Comte d'Orbec good-humoredly of the ambush that he fell into as he left his house with his golden burden a few days before. On the same day, he observed, on which Mademoiselle d'Estorville disappeared. This time, as before, he offered to accompany his visitors to the chateau, and to assist the provost in recovering his authority as a father, whose sacred duties he understood so well. He was very happy that he happened to be at home to do honor to his guests, for he was to start that same day within 2 hours for Romorantin, having been named by Francois I in his condescension as one of the artists who were to go to meet the emperor. For events in the world of politics had moved on as rapidly as those of our humble narrative. Charles V, emboldened by his rival's public promise and by the secret undertaking of Madame d'Etampes, was within a few days' journey of Paris. A deputation had been selected to go out to receive him, and d'Orbec and the provost found Cellini in traveling costume. "If he leaves Paris with the rest of the escort," d'Orbec whispered to the provost, "in all probability he didn't carry off Colombe, and we have no business here." "I told you so before we came," retorted the provost. However, they decided to go through with their perquisition and set about it with painstaking minuteness. Benvenuto accompanied them at prolonged. He asked their permission to leave them and return to the studio to give some orders to his workmen, as he was to take his leave very soon, and desired to find the preparations for casting his Jupiter finished at his return. He did in fact return to the studio, and distributed the work among his men, bidding them obey Ascanio as if he were himself. He then said a few words in Italian in Ascanio's ear, bade them all adieu, and prepared to take his departure. A horse all saddled and held by little Jehan awaited him in the outer courtyard. At that moment Scausone went up to Benvenuto and took him aside. "Do you know, master," she said with a sober face, "that your departure leaves me in a very difficult position? How so, my child?" "Pagolo is becoming fonder of me all the time." "Ah, is it so?" "And he is forever talking to me about his love." "What do you reply?" "Dame, as you bade me, master, I say that I will see, and that perhaps it may be arranged." "Very well. How is it very well?" "You don't understand, Benvenuto, that he takes everything that I say to him most seriously, and that I may be entering into a real engagement with him. It's a fortnight since you laid down a rule of conduct for me to adopt, is it not?" "Yes, I think so. I hardly remember. But I have a better memory than you. During the first 5 days, I replied by reasoning gently with him. I told him he must try to conquer his passion and love me no more. The next 5 days I listened in silence, and that was a very compromising kind of an answer. But you bade me do it, so I did it. Since then I have been driven to talk of my duty to you, and yesterday, master, I reached a point where I besought him to be generous, while he pressed me to confess my love for him." "If that is so, it puts a different face on the matter," said Benvenuto. "Ah, at last," said Scausone. "Yes, now listen, little one. During the first 3 days of my absence, you will let him think that you love him. During the next 3, you will confess your love." "What? You bid me do that, Benvenuto?" cried Scasson, deeply wounded at the master's too great confidence in her. "Never you fear. What have you to reproach yourself for when I authorize you to do it, mon Dieu?" "Nothing, I know," said Scossonnet, "but being placed as I am between your indifference and his love, I may end by falling in love with him outright." "Nonsense. In 6 days. Aren't you strong enough to remain indifferent to him 6 days?" "Yes, indeed. I give you 6 days, but don't remain away 7, I beg you." "No fear, my child, I will return in time. Adieu, Scorzone." "Adieu, master," returned Scorzone, sulking, smiling, and weeping all at once. While Cellini was giving Catherine these instructions, the provost and Dorbeck returned to the studio. When they were left to themselves, with unrestricted freedom of movement, they went about their search in a sort of frenzy. They explored the garrets and cellars, sounded all the walls, moved all the furniture. They detained all the servants they met, and displayed the ardor of creditors with the patience of hunters. 100 times they retraced their steps, examining the same thing again and again like a sheriff's officer with a writ to serve, and when they had finished they were flushed and excited, but had discovered nothing. "Well, messieurs," said Benvenuto, preparing to mount his horse, "you found nothing, eh? So much the worse, so much the worse. I understand what a painful thing it must be for turned sensitive hearts like yours, but notwithstanding my sympathy with your suffering and my desire to assist in your search, I must be gone. If you feel called upon to visit the Grand Nestle in my absence, do not hesitate, but make yourself perfectly at home here. I have given orders that the house be open to you at all times. My only consolation for leaving you in so anxious a frame of mind is the hope that I shall learn upon my return that you have found your daughter, Monsieur le Prévôt, and you, your fair fiancée, Monsieur Dorbeck. Adieu, messieurs." Thereupon he turned to his companions, who were standing in a group at the door, all save Ascanio, who doubtless did not care to stand face to face with his rival. "Adieu, my children," he said. "If, during my absence, Monsieur le Prévôt desires to inspect my house a 3rd time, do not forget to receive him as its former master." With that little Jehan threw open the door, and Benvenuto galloped away. "You see that we are idiots, my dear fellow," said Comte Dorbeck to the provost. "When a man has kidnapped a girl, he doesn't go off to Romorantin with the court. 6 say Charles, the 5th at Fontainebleau." It was not without grave doubts and a terrible sinking at the heart that Charles V stepped foot upon French territory, where earth and air were, so to speak, his enemies, whose king he had treated unworthily when he was a prisoner in his hands, and whose dauphin he had perhaps poisoned. He was at least accused of it. Europe anticipated terrible reprisals on the part of Francois I from the moment that his rival placed himself in his power. But Charles's audacity, great gambler in empires that he was, would not permit him to draw back, and as soon as he had skillfully felt the ground and paved the way, he boldly crossed the Pyrenees. He counted upon finding devoted friends at the French court, and thought that he could safely trust to 3 guarantees: the ambition of Madame d'Etampes, the overweening conceit of the Connétable Anne de Montmorency, and the king's chivalrous nature. We have seen how and for what reason the Duchess chose to serve his interests. With the constable it was a different matter. The great stumbling block in the way of statesmen of all lands and all periods is the question of alliances. Politics, which, in this matter and many others, is perforce conjectural only, is often mistaken, alas. Like the science of medicine, in studying the symptoms of affinities between peoples, and in risking remedies for their animosities. Now the constable was a monomaniac on the subject of the Spanish alliance. He had got it into his head that France's salvation lay in that direction, and provided that he could satisfy Charles V, who had been at war with his master 20 years out of 25, he cared but little how much he displeased his other allies, the Turks and the Protestants, or let slip the most magnificent opportunities, like that which gave Flanders to Francois I. The king had blind confidence in Montmorency. In truth, the constable had in the last war against the emperor displayed a hitherto unheard-of resolution, and had checked the enemy's advance. To be sure, he did it at the cost of the ruin of a province, by laying the country waste before him, by devastating a tenth part of France. But what especially impressed the king was his minister's haughty roughness of manner, his inflexible obstinacy, which to a superficial mind might seem cleverness and unswerving firmness of resolution. The result was that Francois listened to the great suborner of men, as Brantome calls him, with a deference equal to the fear inspired in his inferiors by this terrible reciter of paternosters, who alternated his prayers with hangings. Charles V could therefore safely rely upon the persevering friendship of the constable. He placed even more reliance upon his rival's generosity. Indeed, Francois the first clos, carried magnanimity to an absurd point. "My kingdom," he said, "has no toll-house like a bridge, and I do not sell my hospitality." The astute Charles knew that he could trust the word of the knightly king. Nevertheless, when the emperor was fairly upon French territory, he could not overcome his apprehension and his doubts. He found the king's 2 sons awaiting him at the frontier, and throughout his journey they overwhelmed him with attentions and honors. But the crafty monarch shuddered as he thought that all this appearance of cordiality might conceal some deep-laid snare. "I must say that I sleep very ill," he said, "in a foreign country." He brought an anxious, preoccupied face to the fetes which were given him, and as he advanced farther and farther toward the heart of the country, he became more and more sad and gloomy. Whenever he rode into a city, he would ask himself, amid all the haranguing as he passed beneath the triumphal arches, if that was the city where he was to be imprisoned. Then he would murmur beneath his breath, "Not this or any other city, but all France is my dungeon, all these assiduous courtiers are my jailers." And each hour as it passed added something to the apprehension of this tiger, who believed himself to be in a cage and saw bars on all sides. One day, as they were riding along, Charles d'Orléans, a fascinating, frolicsome child, who was in great haste to be amiable and gallant as a son of France, before dying of the plague like any peasant, leaped lightly to the saddle behind the emperor, and threw his arms about his waist, crying gleefully, "Now you are my prisoner." Charles became pale as death, and nearly fainted. At Châtellerault, the poor imaginary captive was met by Francois, who welcomed him fraternally, and on the following day presented the whole court to him. The valorous, magnificent nobility, the glory of the country, and the artists and men of letters, the glory of the king. The fêtes and merrymakings began in good earnest. The emperor wore a brave face everywhere, but in his heart he was afraid, and constantly reproached himself for his imprudence. From time to time, as if to test his liberty, he would go out at daybreak from the chateau where he had lain at night, and he was delighted to see that his movements were not interfered with outside of the honors paid him. But could he be sure that he was not watched from a distance? Sometimes, as if from mere caprice, he changed the itinerary arranged for his journey, to the despair of Francois the Sturt, because part of the ceremonial prescribed by him went for naught as a consequence. When he was within 2 days' ride of Paris, he remembered with terror the French king's sojourn at Madrid. For an emperor, the capital would seem to be the most honorable place of detention, and at the same time the surest. He therefore begged the king to escort him at once to Fontainebleau, of which he had heard so much. This overturned all of Francois's plans, But he was too hospitable to allow his disappointment to appear, and at once sent word to the queen and all the ladies to repair to Fontainebleau. The presence of his sister Eleonora and her confidence in her husband's good faith allayed the emperor's anxiety to some extent. But, although reassured for the moment, Charles V was never able to feel at his ease while he was within the dominions of the King of France. Francois was the mirror of the past, Charles the type of the future. The sovereign of modern times never rightly understood the hero of the Middle Ages. It was impossible that there should be any real sympathy between the last of the chevaliers and the first of the diplomatists. It is true Louis XI might, strictly speaking, lay claim to this latter title, but in our opinion Louis XI was not so much the scheming diplomatist as the grasping miser. On the day of the emperor's arrival there was a hunting party in the forest of Fontainebleau. Hunting was a favorite pastime of Francois the First. It was not much better than a terrible bore to Charles V. Nevertheless, he seized with avidity this further opportunity to see if he was not a prisoner. He let the hunt pass, took a by-road, and rode about at random until he was lost. But when he found that he was entirely alone in the middle of the forest, as free as the air that blew through the branches, or as the birds that flew through the air, he was almost wholly reassured, and began to recover his good humor in some measure. And yet the anxious expression returned to his face when, upon his making his appearance at the rendezvous, Francois came to him, flushed with the excitement of the chase, and still holding in his hand the bleeding boar-spear. The warrior of Marignano and Pavia was much in evidence in the king's pleasures. "Come, my dear brother, let us enjoy ourselves," said Francois, passing his arm through Charles's in a friendly way when they had both alighted at the palace gate, and, leading him to the Gallery de Diane, resplendent with the paintings of Rosso and Primaticcio. "Vrai Dieu, you are as thoughtful as I was at Madrid. But you will agree, my dear brother, that I had some reason for being so, for I was your prisoner. While you are my guest, you are free, you are on the eve of a triumph. Rejoice therefore with us, if not because of the fetes, which are doubtless beneath the notice of a great politician like yourself, at least in the thought that you are on your way to humble all those beer-drinking Flemings who presume to talk of renewing the communes. Or, better still, forget the rebels, and think only of enjoying yourself with friends. Does not my court impress you pleasantly?" "It is superb, my brother," said Charles, "and I envy you. I too have a court. You have seen it. But a stern, joyless court, a gloomy assemblage of statesmen and generals like Lannoy, Peschiara, and Antonio de Leyra. But you have, beside your warriors and statesmen, beside your Montmorencys and Du Bellairs, beside your scholars, beside Boudet, Du Châtel, and Lascaris, beside all these you have your poets and your artists, Marot, Jean Goujon, Primaticcio, Benvenuto, and, above all, your adorable women, Marguerite de Navarre, Diane de Poitiers, Catherine de Medicis, and so many others, and verily I begin to believe, my dear brother, that I would willingly exchange my gold mines for your flower-strewn fields." "Ah, but you have not yet seen the fairest of all these lovely flowers," said Francois naively to Eleanor's brother. "No, and I am dying with longing to see that marvelous pearl of loveliness," said the emperor, who understood that the king alluded to Madame de Tampes. "But even now I think that it is well said that yours is the fairest realm on earth, my brother. But you have the fairest countship, Flanders, the fairest duchy, Milan." "You refused the first last month," said the emperor, smiling, "and I thank you for so doing, but you covet the other, do you not?" he added with a sigh. "Ah, let us not talk of serious matters today, my cousin, I beg you," said Francois. "After the pleasures of war there is nothing, I confess, which I like less to disturb than the pleasures of a festal occasion like the present." "It is the truth," rejoined Charles with the grimace of a miser who realizes that he must pay a debt. "It is the truth that the Milanese is very dear to my heart, and that it would be like tearing my heart out to give it to you. Say rather to return it to me, my brother. That word would be more accurate, and would perhaps soften your disappointment. But that is not the matter in hand now. We must enjoy ourselves. We will talk of the Milanese later. Gift or restitution, given or returned," said the emperor, "you will none the less possess one of the finest lordships in the world, for you shall have it, my brother. It is decided, and I will keep my engagements with you as faithfully as you keep yours with me." "Mon Dieu!" cried Francois, beginning to be vexed at this everlasting recurrence to serious matters. "What do you regret, my brother?" "Are you not king of the Spains, emperor of Germany, count of Flanders, and lord, either by influence or by right of your sword, of all Italy, from the foot of the Alps to the farthest point of Calabria?" "But you have France," rejoined Charles with a sigh. "You have the Indies and their golden treasures. You have Peru and the mines. But you have France. You reign over an empire so vast that the sun never sets upon it. But you have France. What would your majesty say if I should cast an eye on this diamond among kingdoms as fondly and gloatingly as you gaze upon that pearl of duchies, Milan?" "Look you, my brother," said Francois gravely, "I have instincts rather than ideas upon these momentous questions, but, as they say in your country, do not touch the queen. So I say to you, do not touch France." "Mon Dieu!" exclaimed Charles, "are we not cousins and allies?" "Most certainly," was Francois's reply, "and I most earnestly hope that nothing will happen henceforth to embitter our relationship or disturb our alliance." "I too hope so," said the emperor. "But," he continued, with his cunning smile and hypocritical expression, "can I answer for the future, and prevent my son Philip, for instance, from falling out with your son Henri? Such a quarrel would not be dangerous for France if Augustus is succeeded by Tiberius." "What matter who the master is?" said Charles, waxing warm. "The empire will still be the empire, and the Rome of the Caesars was still Rome when the Caesars had ceased to be. Caesars in everything save name." "True, but the empire of Charles V is not the empire of Octavius, my brother," said Francois, a little piqued. "Pavia was a glorious battle, but it was no Actium then, too. Octavius was very wealthy, while, notwithstanding your Indian treasures and your Peruvian mines, you are well known to be in straitened circumstances financially. Your unpaid troops were driven to sack Rome to procure means of subsistence, and now that Rome is sacked, they are in revolt." "And you, my brother," said Charles, "have alienated the royal domains, as I am informed, and are driven to treat Luther very tenderly, so that the German princes may consent to loan you money." "Not to mention the fact," retorted Francois, "that your Cortes is very far from being so manageable as the Senate, while I can boast that I have freed the kings of France from their dependence forever. Beware that your parliaments don't put you back into leading strings some fine day." The discussion was growing warm. Both monarchs were getting excited, and the long-standing antipathy which had kept them apart so long was beginning to glow afresh. Francois was on the point of forgetting the duties of hospitality, and Charles the dictates of prudence, when the former suddenly remembered that he was beneath his own roof. "On my word, my good brother," he exclaimed abruptly, laughing aloud, "I believe by Mahomet's belly that we were near losing our tempers. I told you that we must not talk of serious matters, but must leave such discussions to our ministers, and keep for ourselves only our good friendship. Come, let us agree once for all that you are to have the world, less France, and drop the subject." "And less the Milanese, my brother," said Charles, realizing the imprudence he had been guilty of and seeking at once to avoid its effects. "For the Milanese is yours. I have promised it to you, and I renew my promise." As they exchanged these mutual assurances of continuing goodwill, the door of the gallery opened, and Madame d'Etampes appeared. The king walked quickly to meet her, took her hand, and led her to where the emperor stood, who, seeing her then for the first time, and being fully informed as to what had taken place between her and Monsieur de Medina, fixed his most penetrating gaze upon her as she approached. "My brother," said the king, smiling, "do you see this fair dame?" "Not only do I see her," replied Charles, "but I admire her." "Very well. You do not know what she wants? Is it one of my Spains? I will give it her." "No, no, brother, not that." "What then?" "She wants me to detain you at Paris until you have destroyed the Treaty of Madrid and confirmed by acts the promise you have given me." "If the advice is good, you should follow it," rejoined the emperor, bowing low before the duchess, as much to hide the sudden pallor which these words caused to overspread his face as to perform an act of courtesy. He had no time to say more, nor could Francois see the effect produced by the words he had laughingly let fall, and which Charles was quite ready to take seriously, for the door opened again and the whole court poured into the gallery. During the half-hour preceding dinner, when this clever, cultivated, corrupt throng was assembled in the salons of the palace, the scene we described apropos of the reception at the Louvre was re-enacted in all its essential details. There were the same men and the same women, the same courtiers and the same valets. Loving and malevolent glances were exchanged as usual, and sarcastic remarks and gallant speeches were indulged in with the customary freedom. Charles V, spying Anne de Montmorency, whom he with good reason deemed to be his surest ally, went to him and talked in a corner with him and the Duke of Medina, his ambassador. "I will sign whatever you choose, constable," said the emperor, who knew the old campaigner's loyalty. "Prepare a deed of cession of the Duchy of Milan, and by St. James, though it be one of the brightest jewels of my crown, I will sign an absolute surrender of it to you." "A deed!" cried the constable, hotly putting aside the suggestion of a precaution which implied distrust. "A deed, sire! What is your majesty's meaning?" "No deed, sire, no deed, your word, nothing more. Does your majesty think that we shall have less confidence in you than you had in us when you came to France with no written document to rely upon?" "You will do as you should do, Monsieur de Montmorency," rejoined the emperor, giving him his hand. "You will do what you should do." The constable walked away. "Poor dupe!" exclaimed the emperor. "He plays at politics, Medina, as moles dig their holes blindly." "But the king, sire?" queried Medina. "The king is too proud of his own grandeur of soul not to be sure of ours. He will foolishly let us go, Medina, and we will prudently let him wait." "To make him wait, my lord, is not to break my promise, but to postpone its fulfillment, that is all."
"But Madame d'Etampes—"
"As to her we shall see," said the emperor, moving up and down a magnificent ring with a superb diamond, which he wore on his left thumb. "Ah, I must have a long interview with her." While these words were rapidly exchanged in low tones between the emperor and his minister, the duchess was mercilessly making sport of Marmaginet, apropos of his nocturnal exploits, all in presence of Messieurs de Stourville. "Can it be of your people, Monsieur de Marman," she was saying, "that Benvenuto tells every comer this extraordinary story? Attacked by 4 bandits, and with but one arm free to defend himself, he simply made these gentry escort him home. Were you one of these gentlemanly bravos, Viscount?" "Madame," replied poor Marmain in confusion, "it did not take place precisely in that way, and Benvenuto tells the story too favorably for himself. Yes, yes, I doubt not that he embroiders it a little, and adds a few details by way of ornament, but the main fact is true, Viscount, the main fact is true, and in such matters the main fact is everything." Madame, returned Marmagna, I promise you that I will have my revenge, and I shall be more fortunate next time. Pardon, Viscount, pardon! It's not a question of revenge, but of beginning another game. Cellini, I should say, has won the first 2 bouts. Yes, thanks to my absence, muttered Marmagna, with increasing embarrassment, because my men took advantage of my not being there to run away, the miserable villains. Oh, said the provost, I advise you, Marmagna, to admit that you are beaten in that direction. You have no luck with Cellini. In that case, it seems to me that we may console each other, my dear provost, retorted Marmagna. For if we add known facts to the mysterious rumors which are in circulation, the capture of the Grande Nestle to the reported disappearance of one of its fair inmates, Cellini would seem not to have brought you luck either, Messieurs d'Estourville. To be sure, he is said to be actively interested in the fortunes of your family, if not in your own, my dear provost. Monsieur de Marman, cried the provost fiercely, in a furious rage to learn that his paternal infelicity was beginning to be noised abroad. Monsieur de Marman, you will explain to me later what you mean by your words. Ah, messieurs, messieurs, exclaimed the Duchess, do not forget, I beg you, that I am here. You are both in the wrong. Monsieur le Prévôt, it is not for those who know so little about seeking to ridicule those who know so little about finding. Monsieur de Marman, in the hour of defeat we must unite against the common enemy, and not afford him the additional satisfaction of seeing the vanquished slashing at one another's throats. They are going to the salle à manger, your hand, Monsieur de Marman. Ah, well, since it seems that men, for all their strength, avail nothing against Cellini, we will see if a woman's wiles will find him equally invincible. I have always thought that allies were simply in the way, and have always loved to make war alone. The risk is greater, I know, but at least the honors of victory are not to be shared with anyone. The impertinent varlet! Exclaimed Marmagna. See how familiarly he is talking to our great king. Would not one say he was nobly born, whereas he is naught but a mere stone-cutter? What's that you say, Viscount? Why, he is a nobleman, and of the most venerable nobility, said the Duchess with a laugh. Do you know of many among our oldest families who descend from a lieutenant of Julius Caesar, and who have the 3 fleurs de lis and the lambeau of the house of Anjou in their crest? 'Tis not the king who honors the sculptor by speaking to him, messieurs, as you see. The sculptor, on the other hand, confers honor upon the king by condescending to address him. Francois I and Cellini were in fact conversing at that moment with the familiarity to which the great ones of earth had accustomed the chosen artist of heaven. Well, Benvenuto, the king was saying, how do we come on with our Jupiter? I am preparing to cast it, sire. And when will that great work be performed? Immediately upon my return to Paris, sire. Take our best foundryman, Cellini, and omit nothing to make the operation successful. If you need money, you know that I am ready. I know that you are the greatest, the noblest, and the most generous king on earth, sire, replied Benvenuto. But thanks to the salary which your majesty orders paid to me, I am rich. As to the operation concerning which you are somewhat anxious, sire, I will, with your gracious permission, rely upon my own resources to prepare and execute it. I distrust all your French foundrymen, not that they are unskilful, but because I am afraid that their national pride will make them disinclined to place their skill at the service of an artist from beyond the Alps. And I confess, sire, that I attach too much importance to the success of my Jupiter to allow any other than myself to lay hand to it. Bravo, Cellini, bravo, cried the king, spoken like a true artist. Moreover, added Benvenuto, I wish to be entitled to remind your majesty of the promise you made me. That is right, my trusty friend. If we are content with it, we are to grant you a boon we have not forgotten. Indeed, if we should forget, we bound ourselves in the presence of witnesses. Is it not so, Montmorency and Poyet? Our constable and our chancellor will remind us of our plighted word. Ah, your majesty cannot conceive how precious that word has become to me since the day it was given. Very well, it shall be kept, monsieur, but the doors are open. To table, messieurs, to table. Francois thereupon joined the emperor, and the two together walked at the head of the procession formed by the illustrious guests. Both wings of the folding doors being thrown open, the two sovereigns entered side by side and took places facing each other, Charles between Eleonora and Madame d'Etampes, Francois between Catherine de Medicis and Marguerite de Navarre. The banquet was exquisite, and the guests in the best of spirits. Francois was in his element, and enjoyed himself in kingly fashion, but laughed like a serf at all the tales told him by Marguerite de Navarre. Charles overwhelmed the Madame d'Etampes with compliments and attentions. The others talked of art and politics, and so the time passed. At dessert, as was customary, the pages brought water for the guests to wash their hands. Thereupon Madame d'Etampes took the ewer and basin intended for Charles V from the hands of the servitor, while Marguerite did the same for Francois, poured water from the ewer into the basin, and, kneeling upon one knee, according to the Spanish etiquette, presented the basin to the emperor. He dipped the ends of his fingers, gazing at his noble and beautiful attendant the while, and laughingly dropped the superb ring, of which we have spoken, into the water.
"Your Majesty is losing your ring,"
said Anne, dipping her own taper fingers into the water and daintily picking up the jewel, which she handed to the emperor. "Keep the ring, madame," the emperor replied in a low voice. "The hands in which it now is are too noble and too beautiful for me to take it from them again. It is to bind the bargain for the Duchy of Milan," he added, in a still lower tone. The duchess smiled and said no more. The pebble had fallen at her feet, but the pebble was worth 1,000,000. As they returned from the salle à manger to the salon, and passed thence to the ballroom, Madame d'Etampes stopped Benvenuto, who was brought near to her by the press. "Messer Cellini," said she, handing him the ring which constituted a pledge of the alliance between the emperor and herself, "here is a diamond which you will hand, if you please, to your pupil Ascanio. For the crown of my lily, it is the dewdrop I promised him." "And it has fallen from Aurora's fingers in very truth, madame," rejoined the artist with a mocking smile and affected gallantry. He glanced at the ring and started back in surprise, for he recognized the diamond he had long ago set for Pope Clement VII, and had himself carried to the sublime emperor on the sovereign pontiff's behalf. To induce Charles V to divest himself of such a priceless jewel, especially in favor of a woman, there must necessarily be some secret understanding, some occult treaty between himself and the recipient. While Charles continues to pass his days and nights at Fontainebleau in the alternations of distrust and confidence we have endeavored to describe, while he schemes, intrigues, burrows underground, promises, retracts, and promises anew, let us cast a glance upon the Grand Nestle and see if anything of interest is occurring among those of its occupants who have remained there. 7, the ghostly monk. The whole colony was in a state of intense excitement. The ghost of the monk, the unsubstantial guest of the convent, upon the ruins of which Amaury's palace was built, had returned within 3 or 4 days. Dame Perrine had seen him walking around at night in the gardens of the Grand Nesle, clad in his long white frock, and treading so lightly that he left no footprints on the ground, and made no noise. How happened it that Dame Perrine, whose domicile was the Petit Nesle, had seen the ghostly visitor walking in the garden of the Grand Nesle at 3 o'clock in the morning? We cannot tell except by committing a very grave indiscretion. But we are historians first of all, and our readers are entitled to know the most secret details of the lives of the 8 what one sees at night from the top of a poplar. On the following day, which was that on which the whole court was to return from Fontainebleau, it was Dame Ruperta's turn to announce to the same auditory that she had a momentous revelation to make. As may be imagined, after such an interesting announcement, the whole party assembled once more in the same spot at the same hour. They were entirely at their ease, because Benvenuto had written to Ascanio that he should stay behind for 2 or 3 days to prepare the hall where his Jupiter was to be displayed, which Jupiter was to be cast immediately upon his return. The provost had simply made his appearance at the Hôtel de Nesle to ask if there was any news of Colombe, but upon being informed by Dame Perrine that everything was in statu quo, he at once returned to the Châtelet. The occupants of the Grand and Petite Nesle enjoyed entire freedom of action, therefore, both masters being absent. In the ease of Jacques Aubry, although he was to have met Gervaise that evening, curiosity carried the day over love, or rather, he hoped that Dame Ruperta would be less diffuse than Dame Perrine, and that she would have finished so early that he might hear her story and still keep his appointment. This is what Ruperta had to tell. Dame Perrine's narrative ran in her head all night long, and from the moment that she entered her bedroom she trembled in every limb lest Antonia's spirit should pay her a visit, notwithstanding the blessed relics which hung about her bed. She barricaded her door, but that was a very inadequate precaution. The old servant was too well versed in the ways of phantoms not to be aware that they know nothing of closed doors. Nevertheless, she would have liked also to barricade the window looking upon the garden of the Grand Nesle, but the original proprietor had neglected to provide the window with shutters, and the present proprietor deemed it useless to burden himself with that expense. Ordinarily there were curtains at the window, but at this time, as luck would have it, they were at the laundry. The window offered no protection, therefore, save an unpretentious pane of glass, as transparent as the air that it excluded. On entering the room, Ruperta looked under the bed, felt in all the drawers and closets, and did not leave a single corner uninspected. She knew that the devil occupies but little space when he draws in his tail and claws and horns, and that Asmodeus was corked up in a bottle for nobody knows how many years. The room was entirely untenanted, and there was not the slightest trace of the ghostly monk. Ruperta went to bed, therefore, somewhat more at ease, but she left her lamp burning none the less. She was no sooner in bed than she looked toward the window and saw outside the window a gigantic figure, whose outlines were just discernible in the darkness, and which intercepted the light of the stars. The moon was invisible as it was in its last quarter. Good Ruperta shivered with fear. She was on the point of crying out or knocking, when she remembered the colossal statue of Mars which reared its head before her window. She immediately looked again in that direction, and recognized perfectly all the outlines of the god of war. This reassured Ruperta for the moment, and she determined positively to go to sleep. But sleep, the poor man's treasure so often coveted by the rich, is at no man's orders. At night God opens heaven's gates for him, and the capricious rascal visits whom he pleases, turning aside disdainfully from him who calls, and knocking at their doors who least expect him. Ruperta invoked him long before he paid heed to her. At last, toward midnight, fatigue won the day. Little by little, the good woman's faculties became confused. Her thoughts, which were in general but ill-connected, broke the imperceptible thread which held them, and scattered like the beads of a rosary. Her heart alone, distraught by fear, was still awake. At last it too fell fast asleep, and all was said. The lamp alone kept vigil. But, like all things of earth, the lamp found rest 2 hours after Ruperta had closed her eyes in the sleep of the just. Upon the pretext that it had no oil to burn, it began to grow dim, sputtered, blazed up for an instant, and then died. Just at that time, Ruperta had a fearful dream. She dreamed that, as she was returning home from visiting Perrine, the ghostly monk pursued her, but happily, against all precedents of those who dream, Ruperta, to her joy, found that she had the legs of 15 years, and fled so swiftly that the ghostly monk, although he seemed to glide and not to run over the ground, only arrived in time to have the door slammed in his face. Ruperta thought, still dreaming, that she heard him snarl and pound upon the door. But, as may be imagined, she was in no haste to let him in. She lit her lamp, ran up the stairs 4 at a time, jumped into bed, and put out the light. But just as she put out the light, she saw the monk's head outside her window. He had crawled up the wall like a lizard, and was trying to come through the glass. In her dream, she heard the grinding of his nails against it. His sleep can be so sound as to hold out against a dream of that sort. Ruperta awoke with her hair standing on end and dripping with icy perspiration. Her eyes were open, staring wildly around, and in spite of her they sought the window. With that she uttered a fearful shriek, for this is what she saw. She saw the head of the colossal Mars shooting forth flame from its eyes and nose and mouth and ears. She thought at first that she was still asleep and that it was a continuation of her dream, but she pinched herself till the blood came to make sure that she was really awake. She crossed herself and repeated mentally 3 paters and 2 aves, and the extraordinary phenomena did not disappear. Ruperta summoned strength enough to put out her hand, seize her broom, and pound against the ceiling with the handle thereof. Hermann slept in the room above hers, and she hoped that the sturdy Teuton would be aroused and hurry to her assistance. But in vain did Ruperta knock. Hermann gave no sign of life. Thereupon she changed the direction of her blows, and instead of knocking on the ceiling to arouse Hermann, began to knock on the floor to arouse Pagolo, who slept in the room below. But Pagolo was as deaf as Hermann, and Ruperta pounded to no purpose. She then abandoned the vertical for the horizontal line. Ascanio was her neighbor, and she knocked on the partition with her broom handle. But all was silence in Ascanio's quarters, as in those of Hermann and Pagolo. It was evident that neither of the 3 was at home. In an instant it occurred to Ruperta that the monk had carried off all 3 of them. As there was little consolation in this idea, Ruperta's terror waxed greater and greater, and, as she was certain that no one would come to her assistance, she thrust her head beneath the bedclothes and waited. She waited an hour and a half, 2 hours perhaps, and as she heard no noise, she regained her courage in a measure, softly removed the sheet from her head, and ventured to look with one eye, then with both. The vision had disappeared. The head of Mars had gone out, and all was dark once more. Although the silence and darkness were calculated to set her mind at rest, it will readily be understood that Dame Ruperta and slumber were at odds for the balance of the night. The poor woman lay with her ear on the alert and both eyes wide open until the first rays of dawn reflected on her window announced that the time for ghosts to walk had passed. Now this is what Ruperta had to tell, and it must be said in her honor that her narrative produced an even deeper impression than that of the preceding night. Its effect upon Dame Perrine and Hermann, Scazzone and Pagolo was particularly noticeable. The 2 men essayed to make excuses for not hearing Ruperta, but their voices trembled so, and their embarrassment was so great, that Jacques Aubry roared with laughter. Dame Perrine and Scazzone, on the other hand, did not breathe a word. They turned red and pale by turns, so that, if it had been daylight and you could have followed upon their faces the reflection of what was taking place in their minds, you would have believed them at the point of death from apoplexy, and again from inanition, all within 10. "And so, Dame Perrine," said Scazzone, who was the first to recover her self-possession, "you claim to have seen the monk's ghost walking in the garden of the Grand Nestle?" "As plainly as I see you, my child," was Dame Perrine's reply. "And you, Ruperta, saw the head of the Mars on fire? I can see it still." "Look you," said Dame Perrine, "the accursed ghost must have chosen the head of the statue for his domicile, and, as a ghost must of course take a little exercise now and then like a natural being, he comes down at certain hours, walks hither and thither, and when he's tired, goes back into the head. Idols and spirits, you see, understand one another. Like thieves on market day, they live in hell together, and this horrible false god Mars naturally enough offers his hospitality to the infernal monk." "Believe you so, Dame Perrine?" queried the innocent German. "I am sure of it, Monsieur Hermann, sure of it. It makes my flesh to creep on my vord," muttered Hermann with a shudder. "So you believe in ghosts, Hermann?" asked Aubrey. I do believe in them." Jacques Aubrey shrugged his shoulders, but as he did so, he determined to solve the mystery. It was the easiest thing in the world for one who, like himself, went in and out of the house as familiarly as if he were one of the family. He made up his mind, therefore, that he would go and see Gervaise the next day, but that on this evening he would remain at the Grand Nestle until 10 o'clock. At 10 o'clock he would say good night to everybody and pretend to go away, but that he would remain within the precincts, climb a poplar, and make the acquaintance of the phantom from a hiding place among the branches. Everything fell out as the student planned. He left the studio alone as usual, shut the door leading into the quay with a great noise to indicate that he had gone out, then ran rapidly to the foot of the poplar, seized the lowest branch, drew himself up to it by his wrists, and in an instant was at the top of the tree. There he was, just on a level with the head of the statue, and overlooked both the Grand and Petit Nesle, so that nothing could take place in the courtyard or garden of either unseen by him. While Jacques Aubrey was taking up his position on his lofty perch, a grand soirée was in progress at the Louvre, and all the windows were ablaze with light. Charles V had finally decided to leave Fontainebleau and venture within the walls of the capital, and the two sovereigns had entered Paris that same evening. A gorgeous, welcoming fête awaited the emperor there. There was a banquet, gaming, and a ball. Gondolas lighted by colored lanterns glided up and down the Seine, laden with musicians, and made melodious pauses in front of the famous balcony, from which, 30 years later, Charles IX was to fire upon his people, while boats gaily decked with flowers conveyed from one bank of the river to the other those guests who were on their way from the Faubourg Saint-Germain to the Louvre, or who were returning to the Faubourg Saint-Germain. Among the guests, the Vicomte de Marman was naturally included. As we have said, the Vicomte de Marman, a tall, pink-cheeked, insipid dandy, claimed to be a great destroyer of hearts. On this occasion he thought that a certain pretty little countess, whose husband happened to be with the army in Savoy, cast meaning glances at him. Thereupon he danced with her, and fancied that her hand was not insensible to the pressure he ventured to bestow upon it. And so, when he saw the fair object of his thoughts leave the ballroom, he imagined, from the glance she gave him as she departed, that, like Galatea, she was flying toward the willows in the hope of being pursued. Marmain therefore set out in pursuit, and as she lived in the vicinity of Rue Hautefeu, his course lay from the Louvre to the Tour de Nesle, and thence along the quay and through Rue des Grands Augustins to Rue Saint-André. He was walking along the quay when he heard steps behind him. It was about 1 o'clock in the morning. The moon, as we have said, was entering her last quarter, so that the night was quite dark. Among the rare moral qualities with which nature had endowed Marmagne, courage did not hold a prominent position. He began, therefore, after a while, to be somewhat disturbed by these footsteps, which seemed to be following his own, and quickened his gait, wrapping himself more closely than ever in his cloak, and instinctively grasping the hilt of his sword. But the acceleration of speed profited him not. The steps behind governed themselves by his, and even seemed to gain upon him, so that, just as he passed the doorway of the Church of the Augustins, he realized that he should very soon be overtaken by his fellow traveler, unless he quickened his pace still more to a racing speed. He was just about to adopt that extreme course when the sound of a voice mingled with the sound of the footsteps. "Pardieu! My fine sir, you do well to walk fast," said the voice, "for this isn't a very safe place, especially at this hour. Right here, you know, of course, is where my worthy friend Benvenuto was attacked. Benvenuto, the sublime artist who is at Fontainebleau at this moment, and has no suspicion of what is going on under his roof. But as we are going in the same direction, apparently, we can walk along together, and if we meet any cutthroats, they will look twice before they attack us. I offer you, therefore, the safeguard of my companionship, if you will give me the honor of yours." At the first word our student uttered, Marmagna knew that it was the voice of one who wished him no ill, and at the name of Benvenuto he remembered and recognized the garrulous law student who had, on a previous occasion, given him so much useful information concerning the interior of the Grand Nesle. He at once halted and waited for Master Jacques Aubry to come up, for his society would be of advantage to him in two ways. In the first place, he would serve as a sort of bodyguard, and might in the meanwhile give him some fresh information concerning his enemy, which his hatred would enable him to turn to advantage. He therefore welcomed the student with his most agreeable manner. "Good evening, my young friend," he said, in reply to the familiar harangue addressed to him by Jacques Aubry in the darkness. "What were you saying of our good Benvenuto, whom I hope to meet at the Louvre, but who has remained at Fontainebleau, like the fox that he is?" "Well, by my soul, he is luck," cried Jacques Aubry. "What? Is it you, my dear Vicomte? You forgot to tell me your name, or I forgot to remember it. You come from the Louvre. Was it very lovely, very lively, with love-making galore? We are in good luck, my gentlemen, aren't we? Oh, you heartbreaker." "Faith," said Marmagna with a simper, "you're a sorcerer, my dear fellow. Yes, I come from the Louvre, where the king said some very gracious things to me, and where I should still he if a certain fascinating little countess had not signified to me that she preferred a solitude à deux to all that crush." "But whence come you?" "Whence come I?" rejoined Aubry with a hearty laugh. "Faith, you remind me. Poor Benvenuto, on my word, he doesn't deserve it. Pray, what has happened to our dear friend?" "In the first place, you must know that I come from the Grand Nesle, where I have passed 2 hours clinging to the branch of a tree like any parrot."
"The devil!"
"That was no very comfortable position. Never mind, never mind. I don't regret the cramp I got there, for I saw things, my friend, I saw things. Why, simply in thinking of them, I suffocate with laughter." As he spoke, Jacques Aubry did laugh, so joyously and frankly that, although Marmagna had as yet no idea what he was laughing at, he could not forbear joining in the chorus. But his ignorance of the cause of the student's amusement naturally made him the first to cease. "Now, my young friend, that I have been drawn on by your hilarity to laugh in confidence," said Marmagna, "may I not know what wonderful things they were to amuse you so? You know that I am one of Benvenuto's faithful friends, although I have never met you at his house, as my occupation leaves me very little time to devote to society, and that little I prefer to devote to my mistresses rather than my friends, I confess. But it is none the less true that whatever affects him affects me. Dear Benvenuto, tell me what is going on at the Grand Nesle in his absence. That interests me more than I can explain to you." "What is going on?" said Aubry. "No, no, that's a secret." "A secret to me," said Marmagna. "A secret to me, who love Benvenuto so dearly, and who this very evening outdid King Francois I in eulogizing him." "Ah, that is too bad," added the Viscount with an injured expression. "If I were only sure that you would mention it to nobody, my dear. What the devil is your name, my dear friend?" "I would tell you about it, for I confess that I am as anxious to tell my story as King Midas's reeds were to tell theirs."
"Tell it, then, tell it," said Marmagna. "You won't repeat it to anybody?"
"To nobody, I swear. On your word of honor, on the faith of a nobleman. Fancy, then. But in the first place, my dear friend, you know the story of the monk's ghost, don't you? Yes, I've heard of it. A phantom that is said to haunt the Grand Nestle. Just so. Well, well, if you know that, I can tell you the rest. Fancy that Dame Perrine, Colombe's governess. Just so. Well, well, it's easy to see that you're a friend of the family. Fancy then that Dame Perrine, in a nocturnal walk which she was taking for her health, thought that she saw the ghostly monk also taking a walk in the garden of the Grand Nestle, while at the same time Dame Ruperta, you know Dame Ruperta. Isn't she Cellini's old servant? Just so. While Dame Ruperta, during one of her fits of sleeplessness, saw flames darting from the eyes, nose, and mouth of the great statue of Mars which you have seen in the gardens of the Grand Nestle. Yes, a veritable chef d'oeuvre, said Marmang. Chef d'oeuvre is the word. Cellini makes nothing else. Flow, these two respectable ladies, I speak of Dame Perrine and Dame Ruperta, agreed between themselves that the two apparitions had the same cause, and that the demon who stalked abroad at night in the guise of the ghostly monk ascended at cockcrow into the head of the god Mars, a fitting retreat for a lost soul like him, and was there consumed by such fierce flames that they came out through the statue's eyes, nose, and ears. What sort of a fairy tale is this, my dear man? Said Marmagna, unable to tell whether the student was joking or talking seriously. The tale of a ghost, my friend, nothing more nor less. Can it be that an intelligent fellow like you believes in such stuff? Why, no, I don't believe in it, said Jacques Aubry. That is just why I concluded to pass the night in a poplar tree to clear up the mystery and find out who the demon really is, who is upsetting the whole household. So I pretended to come out, but instead of closing the door of the Grand Nestle behind me, I closed it in front of me, glided back in the darkness without being seen, and got safely to the poplar upon which I had my eye. 5 minutes later I was snugly ensconced among the branches on a level with Mars's head. Now guess what I saw. How can I guess, pray? To be sure, one must be a sorcerer to guess such things. In the first place, I saw the great door open, the door at the top of the steps, you know.
Yes, yes, I know it,
Said Mamani. I saw the door open and a man put his nose out to see if there was anyone in the courtyard. It was Hermann, the fat German. Yes, Hermann, the fat German, echoed Mamani. When he was fully assured that the courtyard was deserted, having looked about everywhere except in the tree, where, as you can imagine, he was very far from suspecting my presence, he came out, closed the door behind him, descended the 5 or 6 steps, and went straight to the door of the Petit Nesle, where he knocked 3 times. At that signal, a woman came out of the Petit Nesle and opened the door. This woman was our friend Dame Perrine, who apparently has a weakness for walking about at night with our Goliath. No, really. Oh, the poor provost. Wait a moment, wait, that's not all. I was looking after them as they went into the Petit Nesle, when suddenly I heard the grating of a window sash at my left. I turned, the window opened, and out came Pagolo. That brigand of a Pagolo! Who would have believed it of him with all his protestations and his paters and aves? Out came Pagello, and, after looking about as cautiously as Hermann, straddled the window-sill, slid down the gutter, and went from balcony to balcony until he reached the window. Guess of whose room, Viscount? How can I tell? Was it Dame Ruperta's? Oh no, Scozone's nothing less. Scozone, Benvenuto's beloved model, a lovely brunette, my word for it. Can you believe it of the rascal Viscount? Indeed, it's most diverting, said Marmane. Is that all you saw? Wait a bit, my dear fellow. I have kept the best till the last, the best morsel for the bonne bouche. Wait a bit, we aren't there yet, but we soon shall be, never fear.
I am listening, said Marmanga.
On my honor, my dear fellow, it couldn't be more diverting. Wait a bit, I say, wait a bit. I was watching my Pagallo running from balcony to balcony at the risk of breaking his neck, when I heard another noise, which came almost from the foot of the tree in which I was sitting. I looked down and saw Ascanio creeping stealthily along from the foundry. Ascanio, Benvenuto's beloved pupil, himself, my friend, himself. A sort of choir boy to whom one would give absolution without confession. Oh yes, that comes of trusting to appearances. Why had Ascanio come out? That's just it. Why had he? That's what I asked myself at first, but soon I had no occasion to ask it, for Ascanio, after having made sure, as Herman and Pagello had done, that nobody could see him, took from the foundry a long ladder, which he rested against the shoulders of Mars, and up he climbed. As the ladder was on the opposite side from myself, I lost sight of him as he went up, and was just wondering what had become of him, when I saw a light in the eyes of the statue. "What's that you say?" cried Marmain. "The exact truth, my friend, and I confess that, if it had happened without any knowledge on my part of what had happened previously, I should not have been altogether at my ease. But I had seen Ascanio disappear, and I suspected that the light was caused by him. But what was Ascanio doing at that hour in the head of the god Mars? Ah, that is just the question I asked myself, and as there was no one to answer me, I determined to find out for myself. I gazed with all my eyes, and succeeded in discovering, through those of the statue, a ghost. Faith! Yes, dressed all in white, the ghost of a woman, at whose feet Ascanio was kneeling as respectfully as before a Madonna. Unfortunately, the Madonna's back was turned to me, and I could not see her face, but I saw her neck. Oh, what lovely necks ghosts have, my dear Viscount. Imagine a perfect swan's neck, white as snow. And Ascanio was gazing at it, the impious varlet, with a degree of adoration which convinced me that the ghost was a woman. What do you say to that, my dear fellow? Gad, it's a neat trick, eh? To conceal one's mistress in the head of a statue. Yes, it's most ingenious, rejoined Marmani, laughing and reflecting at the same time. Very ingenious, in good sooth. And you have no suspicion who the woman can be. Upon my honor, I have no idea. And you? No more than you. What did you do, pray, when you saw all this? What did I do? I laughed so that I lost my balance, and if I hadn't caught on a branch, I should have broken my neck. As there was nothing more to see, and I had fallen halfway to the ground, I climbed down the rest of the way, crept to the door, and was on my way home, still laughing all by myself, when I met you, and you compelled me to tell you the story. Now, give me your advice, as you are of Benvenuto's friends. What must I do about telling him? As for Dame Perrine, that doesn't concern him. The dear woman is of age, and consequently mistress of her actions. But as to Scarzone and the Venus who lodges in the head of Mars, it's a different matter. And you want me to advise you as to what you ought to do? Yes, I do indeed. I am much perplexed, my dear. My dear, I always forget your name. My advice is to say nothing to him. So much the worse for those who are foolish enough to allow themselves to be deceived. I am obliged to you, Master Jacques Aubry, for your company and your agreeable conversation, but here we are at Rue Hautefeuille, and to return confidence for confidence, this is where my charmer dwells. Adieu, my dear, my excellent friend, said Jacques Aubry, pressing the Viscount's hand. Your advice is good, and I will follow it. Good luck, and may Cupid watch over you. Thereupon they parted, Marmont taking Rue Hautefeuille, and Jacques Aubry Rue Poupée on his way to Rue de la Harpe, at the far end of which he had taken up his abode. The Viscount lied to the unlucky student when he declared that he had no suspicion as to the identity of the female demon whom Ascanio adored on his knees. His first thought was that the inhabitant of Mars was no other than Colombe, and the more he reflected upon it, the more firmly convinced he became. As we have said, Marmagné was equally ill-disposed toward the provost, Dorbeck, and Cellini, and he found himself in a very awkward position as regarded the gratification of his ill will, for he could not inflict suffering upon one without giving pleasure to the others. If he held his peace, Dorbeck and the provost would remain in their present embarrassed plight, but Benvenuto would likewise continue in his present joyous frame of mind. If, on the other hand, he disclosed what he had learned, Benvenuto would be in despair, but the provost would recover his child, Dorbeck his betrothed. He determined, therefore, to turn the thing over in his mind until it should be made clear to him what was the most advantageous course for him to follow. His indecision did not long endure. Without knowing the real motive for her interest, he was aware that Madame d'Etampes was deeply interested in the marriage of Comte d'Orbec with Colombe. He thought that, by revealing his secret to the Duchess, he might gain sufficient credit for perspicacity to make up for what he had lost in the matter of courage. He resolved, therefore, to appear at her morning reception on the following day, and tell her everything. Having formed that resolution, he punctually put it in execution. By one of those fortunate chances which sometimes serve the purpose of evil deeds so well, all the courtiers were at the Louvre, paying court to Francois I first, and the Emperor, and there was nobody at Madame d'Etampes' reception save her two faithful servants, the provost and Comte d'Orbec, when the Vicomte de Marmagné was announced. The Viscount respectfully saluted the Duchess, who acknowledged his salutation with one of those smiles which belonged to her alone, and in which she could express pride, condescension, and disdain all at the same time. But Marmagne did not worry about this smile, with which he was well acquainted from having seen it upon the Duchess's lips not only for his own benefit, but for the benefit of many another. He knew, moreover, that he possessed a certain means of transforming that smile of contempt into a smile of goodwill by a single word. "Aha, Monsieur d'Estourville," he said, turning to the provost. "So the prodigal child has returned. Still the same pleasantry, Viscount?" cried Monsieur d'Estourville with a threatening gesture, and flushing with anger. "Oh, don't lose your temper, my good friend, don't lose your temper," returned Marmagny. "I tell you this because, if you haven't yet found your vanished dove, I know where she has built her nest." "You do?" cried the Duchess in the most charmingly friendly way. "Where is it, pray? Tell me quickly, I beg, my dear Marmagne." "In the head of the statue of Mars, which Benvenuto has modeled in the garden of the Grand Nestle. 9, Mars and Venus." The reader will doubtless have guessed the truth, no less accurately than Marmagny, strange as it may have appeared at first glance. The head of the Colossus was Colombe's place of retreat. Mars furnished apartments for Venus, as Jacques Aubry said. For the second time, Benvenuto gave his handiwork a part to play in his life, summoned the artist to the assistance of the man, and embodied his fate in his statues as well as his thought and his genius. He had on an earlier occasion concealed his means of escape in one of his figures. He was now concealing Colombe's freedom and Ascanio's happiness in another. But, having reached this point in our narrative, it becomes necessary for greater clearness to retrace our steps a moment. When Cellini finished the story of Stefana, there was a brief pause. Benvenuto saw among the phantoms which stood out vividly in his painful, obtrusive memories of the past, the melancholy but serene features of Stefana, 20 years dead. Ascanio, with head bent forward, was trying to recall the pale face of the woman who had leaned over his cradle and often awoke him in his infancy, while the tears fell from her sad eyes upon his chubby cheeks. Colombe was gazing with deep emotion at Benvenuto, whom another woman, young and pure like herself, had loved so dearly. At that moment his voice seemed to her almost as soft as Ascanio's, and between the two, both of whom loved her devotedly, she felt instinctively that she was as safe as a child could be upon its mother's knee. Benvenuto was the first to break the silence. "Well," he said, "will Colombe trust herself to the man to whom Stefana entrusted Ascanio?" You are my father, he my brother, replied Colombe, giving a hand to each of them with modest grace and dignity, and I place myself blindly in your hands to keep me for my husband. Thanks, said Ascanio, thanks, my beloved, for your trust in him. You promise to obey me in everything, Colombe, said Benvenuto, in everything. Then listen, my children. I have always been convinced that man could do what he would, but only with the assistance of God on high and time here below. To save you from Comte d'Orbec and infamy, and to give you to my Ascanio, I must have time, Colombe. And in a very few days you are to be the Count's wife. First of all, then, the essential thing is to delay this unholy union, is it not, Colombe? My sister, my child, my daughter. There are times in this sad life when it is necessary to do wrong in order to prevent a crime. Will you be courageous and resolute? Will your love, which is so pure and devoted, be brave and strong as well? Tell me. Ascanio will answer for me, said Colombe with a smile, turning to the youth. It is his right to dispose of me. Have no fear, master. Colombe will be brave, said Ascanio. In that case, Colombe, will you, trusting in our loyalty and your own innocence, boldly leave this house and go with us? Ascanio started in surprise. Colombe looked at them both for a moment without speaking, then rose to her feet and said simply, Where am I to go? Oh, Colombe, Colombe, cried Benvenuto, deeply moved by such absolute trust. You are a noble, saintly creature, and yet Stefana made me very exacting in my ideal. Everything depended upon your reply. We are saved now, but there isn't a moment to lose. This is the decisive hour. God places it at our disposal. Let us avail ourselves of it. Give me your hand, Colombe, and follow me. The maiden lowered her veil as if to hide her blush from itself, then followed the master and Ascanio. The door between the Grand and Petit Nestle was locked, but the key was in the lock. Benvenuto opened it noiselessly. When they were passing through, Colombe stopped. Wait a moment, she said in a voice trembling with emotion, and upon the threshold of the house which she was leaving because it had ceased to be a sanctuary for her, the child knelt and prayed. Her prayer remained a secret between God and herself, but doubtless she prayed that he would forgive her father for what she was driven to do. Then she rose calm and strong and went on under the guidance of Cellini. Ascanio, with troubled heart, followed them in silence, gazing fondly at the white dress which fled before him in the shadow. They walked in this way across the garden of the Grand Nesle, the songs and heedless, joyous laughter of the workmen at their supper, for it will be remembered that it was a holiday at the chateau, reached the ears of our friends, who were anxious and nervous as people ordinarily are at supreme moments. When they reached the foot of the statue, Benvenuto left Colombe a moment, went to the foundry, and reappeared, laden with a long ladder which he leaned against the colossus. The moon, the celestial watcher, eased her pale light upon the scene. Having made sure that the ladder was firmly fixed in its place, the master knelt upon one knee in front of Colombe. The most touching respect softened the sternness of his expression. My child, said he, put your arms around me and hold fast. Colombe obeyed without a word, and Benvenuto lifted her as if she had been a feather. The brother, he said to Ascanio as he drew near, must allow the father to carry his beloved daughter. The powerful goldsmith, laden with the most precious of all burdens, started up the ladder as lightly as if he were carrying nothing heavier than a bird. As her head lay upon the master's shoulder, Colombe could watch his manly, good-humored faillis, and felt a degree of filial trust in him which was unlike anything she had ever experienced. As to Cellini, so powerful was the will of this man of iron, that he was able to hold her in his arms, for whom he would have given his life 2 hours earlier, with a hand that did not tremble, nor did his heart heat more rapidly, or a single one of his muscles of steel weaken for an instant. He had ordered his heart to be calm, and his heart had obeyed. When he reached the neck of the statue, he opened a small door, entered the head, and deposited Colombe therein. The interior of this colossal head of a statue nearly 60 feet high formed a small round room, some 8 feet in diameter and 10 feet high. Air and light made their way in through the openings for the eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. This miniature apartment Benvenuto made when he was working at the head. He used it as a receptacle for the tools he was using, so that he need not be at the trouble of taking them up and down 5 or 6 times a day. Often, too, he carried up his lunch with him and set it out upon a table which stood in the center of this unique dining room, so that he had not to leave his scaffolding to take his morning meal. This innovation, which was so convenient for him, made the place attractive to him. He followed up the table with a cot bed, and latterly he had formed the habit of taking his noonday siesta in the head of his Mars, as well as of breakfasting there. It was quite natural, therefore, that it should occur to him to ensconce Colombe in what was clearly the most secure hiding place of all he could offer her. "This is where you must remain, Colombe," said Benvenuto, "and you must make up your mind to go down only after dark. But wait here in this retreat, under God's eye and our watchful care, the result of my efforts. Jupiter," he added with a smile, alluding to the king's promise, "will finish, I trust, what Mars has begun. You don't understand, but I know what I mean. We have Olympus on our side, and you have Paradise. How can we not succeed? Come, smile a little, Colombe, for the future at least, if not for the present. I tell you in all seriousness that we have ground for hope. Hope, therefore, with confidence, in God, if not in me. I have been in a sterner prison than yours, believe me, and my hope made me indifferent to my captivity. From now until the day that success crowns my efforts, Colombe, you will see me no more. Your brother Ascanio, who is less suspected and less closely watched than I am, will come to see you, and will stand guard over you. I rely upon him to transform this workman's chamber into a nun's cell. Now that I am about to leave you, mark well and remember my words. You have done all that you had to do, trustful and courageous child. The rest concerns me. We have now only to allow Providence time to do its part, Colombe. Now listen. Whatever happens, remember this: however desperate your situation may seem to be, or may really be, even though you stand at the altar and have naught left to say but the terrible yes, which would unite you forever to Comte d'Orbec, do not doubt your friend Colombe. Do not doubt your father, my child. Rely upon God and upon us. I will arrive in time, I promise you. Will you have the requisite faith and resolution? Tell me."
"Yes," said the girl confidently.
"'Tis well," said Cellini. "Adieu. I leave you now in your solitude. When everybody is asleep, Ascanio will come and bring you what you need. Adieu, Colombe." He held out his hand, but Colombe gave him her forehead to kiss, as she was accustomed to do with her father. Benvenuto started, but, passing his hand over his eyes, he mastered the thoughts which came to his mind and the passions which raged in his heart, and deposited upon that spotless forehead the most paternal of kisses. "Adieu, dear child of Stefana," he whispered, and went quickly down the ladder to Ascanio, with whom he joined the workmen, who had finished eating but were drinking still. A new life, a strange, dreamlike life, thereupon began for Colombe, and she accommodated herself to it as she would have done to the life of a queen. Let us see how the aerial chamber was furnished. It had already, as we know, a bed and a table. Ascanio added a low velvet chair, a Venetian mirror, a collection of religious books selected by Colombe herself, a crucifix, a marvelous piece of carving, and a silver vase, also from the master's hand, which was filled every night with fresh flowers. There was room for nothing more in the white shell, which contained so much of innocence and charm. Colombe ordinarily slept during the day. Ascanio had advised that course for fear that, if she were awake, she might thoughtlessly do something that would betray her presence. She awoke with the stars and the nightingale's song, knelt upon her bed in front of her crucifix, and remained for some time absorbed in fervent prayer. Then she made her toilet, dressed her lovely, luxuriant hair, and sat and mused. Ere long a ladder would be placed against the statue, and Ascanio would knock at the little door. If Colombe's toilet was completed, she would admit him, and he would remain with her until midnight. At midnight, if the weather was fine, she would go down into the garden, and Ascanio would return to the Grand Nestle for a few hours' sleep, while Colombe took her nightly walk, beginning once more the old dreams she used to dream in her favorite path, and which seemed now more likely to be fulfilled. After about 2 hours, the white apparition would return to her snug retreat, where she would wait for daylight and her bedtime, inhaling the sweet odor of the flowers she had collected for her little nest, and listening to the singing of the nightingales in the Petit Nesle and the crowing of the cocks in the Pré aux Clercs. Just before dawn, Ascanio would return to his beloved once more, bringing her daily supply of provisions, adroitly subtracted from Dame Ruperta's larder by virtue of Cellini's complicity. Then they would sit for a while, conversing as only lovers can converse, evoking memories of the past and forming plans for the future when they should be man and wife. Sometimes Ascanio would sit silently contemplating Colombe, and Colombe would meet his earnest gaze with her sweet smile. Often when they parted they had not exchanged a single word, but those were the occasions on which they said most. Had not each of them in his or her heart all that the other could have said, in addition to what the heart cannot say but God reads? Grief and solitude have this advantage in youth, that, while they make the heart nobler and greater, they preserve its freshness. Colombe, a proud, dignified maiden, was at the same time a light-hearted young madcap, so there were days when they laughed as well as days when they dreamed, days when they played together like children, and, most astonishing thing of all, those days, or nights, for, as we have seen, the young people had inverted the order of nature, were not the ones that passed most quickly. Love, like every other shining thing, needs a little darkness to make its light shine the brighter. Never did Ascanio utter a word that could alarm the timid, innocent child who called him brother. They were alone, and they loved each other, but for the very reason that they were alone, they were the more conscious of the presence of God, whose heaven they saw nearer at hand, and for the very reason that they loved each other, they respected their love as a divinity. As soon as the first rays of dawn began to cast a feeble light upon the roofs of the houses, Colombe regretfully sent her friend away, but called him back as many times as Juliet did Romeo. One or the other had always forgotten something of the greatest importance. However, they had to part at last, and Colombe, up to the moment toward noon when she committed her heart to God and slept the sleep of the angels, would sit alone and dream, listening to the voices whispering in her heart, and to the little birds singing under the lindens in her old garden. It goes without saying that Ascanio always carried the ladder away with him. Every morning she strewed bread around the mouth of the statue for the little birds. The bold-faced little fellows would come and seize it, and fly quickly away again at first, but they gradually grew tame. Birds seem to understand the hearts of young girls who are winged like themselves. They finally would remain for a long while, and would pay in song for the banquet with which Colombe regaled them. There was one audacious goldfinch who ventured within the room, and finally acquired the habit of eating from Colombe's hand at morning and evening. When the nights began to be a little cool, one night he allowed himself to be taken captive by the young prisoner, who put him in her bosom, and there he slept until morning, notwithstanding Ascanio's visit and Colombe's nightly promenade. After that the willing captive never failed to return at night. At daybreak he would begin to sing. Colombe would then hold him for Ascanio to kiss, and set him at liberty. Thus did Colombe's days glide by in the head of the statue. Only two things occurred to disturb the tranquility of her existence. Those two things were the provost's domiciliary visits. Once Colomba woke with a start at the sound of her father's voice. It was no dream. He was down in the garden beneath her, and Benvenuto was saying to him, "You ask what this colossal figure is, Monsieur d'Estourville? It is the statue of Mars, which His Majesty condescended to order for Fontainebleau, a little bauble 60 feet high, as you see." "It is of noble proportions, and very beautiful," replied d'Estourville. "But let us go on. This is not what I am in search of." "No, it would be too easy to find." And they passed on. Colombe, kneeling with outstretched arms, felt an intense longing to cry out, "Father, father, I am here." The old man was seeking his child, weeping for her perhaps, but the thought of Comte d'Orbec, the hateful schemes of Madame d'Etampes, and the memory of the conversation Ascanio overheard paralyzed her impulse. And on the second visit, the same impulse did not come to her when the voice of the odious Count was mingled with the provost's. "There's a curious statue built just like a house," said d'Orbec as he halted at the foot of the colossus. "If it stands through the winter, the swallows will build their nests in it in the spring." On the morning of the day when the mere voice of her fiancé so alarmed Colombe, Ascanio had brought her a letter from Cellini. "My child," so ran the letter, "I am obliged to go away, but have no fear. I leave everything prepared for your deliverance and your happiness. The king's word guarantees my success, and the king, you know, has never been false to his word. From today your father also will be absent. Do not despair. I have now had all the time that I needed. Therefore I say to you again, dear girl, though you should be at the church door, though you should be kneeling at the altar, and on the point of uttering the words which bind you for life, let things take their course. Providence will intervene in time, I swear to you. Adieu. Your father, Benvenuto Cellini." This letter, which filled Colombe's heart with joy by reviving her hopes, had the unfortunate result of causing the poor children to feel a dangerous sense of security. Youth is incapable of moderate feelings. It leaps at one bound from despair to the fullest confidence. In its eyes the sky is always black with tempests or resplendently clear. Being rendered doubly confident by the provost's absence and Cellini's letter, they neglected their precautions and thought more of their love and less of prudence. Colombe was not so guarded in her movements, and Dame Perrine saw her, but luckily mistook her for the monk's ghost. Ascanio lighted the lamp without drawing the curtains, and the light was seen by Dame Ruperta. The tales of the two gossips taken in conjunction aroused the curiosity of Jacques Aubry, and the indiscreet student, like Horace in the École des Femmes, revealed everything to the very person to whom he should have revealed absolutely nothing. We know the result of his disclosures. Let us now return to the Hôtel d'Étain. When Marmande was asked how he had stumbled upon his valuable discovery, he assumed an air of mystery and refused to tell. The truth was too simple, and did not reflect sufficient credit upon his penetration. He preferred to let it be understood that he had arrived at the magnificent results which aroused their wonder by dint of strategy and perseverance. The Duchess was radiant. She went and came, and plied the Viscount with questions. So they had her at last, the little rebel who had terrified them all. Madame d'Etampes determined to go in person to the Hôtel de Nesle to make sure of her friend's good fortune. Moreover, after what had happened after the flight, or rather the abduction, of Colombe, the girl must not be left at the Petit Nesle. The Duchess would take charge of her. She would take her to the Hôtel d'Etampes, and would keep a closer watch upon her than duenna and fiancé together had done. She would keep watch upon her as a rival, so that Colombe would surely be well guarded. The Duchess ordered her litter. "The affair has been kept very secret," said she to the provost. "You, d'Orbec, are not the man to worry about a childish escapade of this sort." I don't see, then, what is to prevent the marriage from taking place and our plans from being carried out. On the same conditions, of course, Duchess, said Dorbeck. To be sure, on the same conditions, my dear Count. As to Benvenuto, continued the Duchess, who is guilty either as principal or accessory of an infamous abduction, never fear, dear Viscount, we will avenge you while avenging ourselves. But I understand, madame, rejoined Marmagne, that the king in his artistic enthusiasm had made him a solemn promise, in case the statue of his Jupiter should be cast successfully, so that he will simply have to breathe a wish to see his wish gratified. Never fear, that's just where I will watch, rejoined the Duchess. I will prepare a surprise for him on that day that will be a surprise indeed. So rely upon me and let me manage everything. That was, in truth, the best thing they could do. Not for a long while had the Duchess seemed so eager, so animated, so charming. Her joy overflowed in spite of her. She sent the provost away in hot haste to summon his archers, and ere long that functionary, accompanied by Dorbeck and Marmagne, and preceded by a number of subordinates, arrived at the door of the Hôtel de Nesle, followed at a short distance by Madame d'Etampes, who waited upon the quay, trembling with impatience, and constantly thrusting her head out of the litter. It was the dinner hour of the workmen, and Ascanio, Pagello, little Jehan, and the women were the only occupants of the Grand Nestle at the moment. Benvenuto was not expected until the evening of the following day, or the morning of the day following that. Ascanio, who received the visitors, supposed that it was a third domiciliary visit, and, as he had very positive orders from the master on that subject, he offered no resistance, but welcomed them, on the other hand, most courteously. The provost, his friends, and his retainers went straight to the foundry. "Open this door for us," said d'Estourville to Ascanio. The young man's heart was oppressed with a terrible presentiment. However, he might be mistaken, and as the least hesitation might awaken suspicion, he handed the provost the key without moving a muscle. "Take that long ladder," said the provost to his archers. They obeyed, and under Monsieur d'Estourville's guidance marched straight to the statue. There the provost himself put the ladder in place and prepared to ascend, but Ascanio, pale with terror and wrath, placed his foot on the first round. "What is your purpose, messieurs?" he cried. "This statue is the master's masterpiece. It has been placed in my charge, and the first man who lays hand upon it for any purpose whatsoever is a dead man, I warn you." He drew from his belt a keen-edged, slender dagger of such marvelous temper that it would cut through a gold crown at a single blow. The provost gave a signal, and his archers advanced upon Ascanio, pike in hand. He made a desperate resistance and wounded 2 men, but he could do nothing alone against 8, leaving the provost, Marmagne, and Dorbeck out of the reckoning. He was forced to yield to superior numbers. He was thrown down, bound and gagged, and the provost started up the ladder, followed by 2 sergeants for fear of a surprise. Colombe had heard and seen everything. Her father found her in a swoon, for when she saw Ascanio fall, she believed him to be dead. Aroused to anger rather than anxiety by this sight, the provost threw Colombe roughly over his broad shoulders and descended the ladder. The whole party then returned to the quay, the archers escorting Ascanio, at whom Dorbeck gazed most earnestly. Pagello saw his comrade pass and did not stir. Little Jehan had disappeared. Scorzone alone, understanding nothing of what had taken place, tried to bar the door, crying, "What means this violence, messieurs? Why are you taking Ascanio away? Who is this woman?" But at that moment the veil which covered Colombe's face fell off, and Scorzone recognized the model for the statue of Hebe. Thereupon she stood aside, pale with jealousy, and allowed the provost and his people, as well as their prisoners, to pass without another word. "What does this mean, and why have you abused this boy so?" demanded Madame d'Etampes when she saw Ascanio bound and pale and covered with blood. Unbind him, unbind him. Madame, said the provost, this same boy resisted us desperately. He wounded 2 of my men. He is his master's accomplice without doubt, and it seems to me advisable to take him to some safe place. And furthermore, said Dorbeck in an undertone to the Duchess, he so strongly resembles the Italian page I saw at your reception, and who was present throughout our conversation, that, if he were not dressed differently, and if I had not heard him speak the language which you assured me the page could not understand, upon my